lede van die publiek wat inluister op die livestream YouTube link waarop hierdie vergadering natuurlik uitgesaai word. I think we're going to start with this meeting immediately. Maybe just people would wonder why I am only sitting in front of my own, just to indicate to you that the speaker has been hospitalized, Alderman Johan Nieuwoud, and he's recovering from a slight operation, so he apologized for the meeting today. And that is also why we also need to elect an acting speaker for this meeting today. But before that, I think we're just going to open this meeting. We've also invited Reverend Lewis just to come and give a word of motivation to council, and also just make sure that this meeting is actually going ahead in a very blessing atmosphere. Thank you very much. I think it's Eerwaarde Lewis. You can come to the front, man.
And thank you for inviting me to be part of this last council meeting for the local elections. I'd like to start with a word from God, from Scripture, and I'm reading from Romans 13, verse 1 to 4, and this is according to the New International Version translation of the Bible. It says, "Let everyone be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God has established. The authorities that exist has been established by God. Consequently, whoever rebels against the authority is rebelling against what God has instituted, and those who do so will bring judgment on themselves. For rulers hold no terror for those who do right, but for those who do wrong, do not want to be free from fear of the one in authority. Then do what is right and you will be commended. For the one in authority is God's servant for your good. But if you do wrong, be afraid, for rulers do not bear the sword for no reason. They are God's servants, agents of wrath, to bring punishment on the wrongdoer." Hear the word of the Lord. Friends, allow me to observe a moment of silence as we remember particularly one of your own, Danny Iwopa, who succumbed to COVID-19 a few months ago. So let's observe a moment of silence as we give thanks to God for his life and witness, and for his contribution to the workings of this council and this community. Loving and gracious God, you are the giver of life. And so today we, as members of this council, remember the late Danny Iwopa for his life and witness, and for his contribution to the workings of this municipality and this community. Thank you, Lord, for the beautiful memories this council has of him, and that they will continue to treasure those memories and to give him thanks for what he has done. We particularly remember his wife Rowena and his children. And thank you, Lord, for comforting them during this time of sorrow and bereavement. So rest eternal grant unto him, O Lord, that light perpetual shine upon him, may rest in peace and rise in glory. And so, friends, let us pray as you come to the end of your term of office, for those who won't be re-elected, and for those who will continue with the work of this council and this municipality. And so we give thanks to God for the wonderful contribution you have made to the successful partnership between civil society and local government. And so let us offer this time to God in prayer. Loving and gracious God, we give you thanks for the gift of our lives. We give you thanks for the gift of this beautiful day. And as the rain falls so softly in our community this morning. May your Holy Spirit pour softly on this council meeting. Bless each member of this council. Thank you for their willingness to serve your people, and through the workings of this council, they bring honor and glory to your people. We especially give thanks to those who will be retiring or those who won't be re-elected, and we give you thanks for the beautiful contribution they have made to the successful partnership in this community, and pray that you will continue to hold those who will be re-elected and those who will be elected to continue with the good work of this municipality. Thank you, Lord, for the wonderful spirit that is amongst these councillors, and they will continue to work together in harmony. But we also pray for the local election, pray for a peaceful election, pray for all political parties to work together for a common good, and that they will be tolerant of one another. And we also pray for a fair election and peaceful election. And so we also pray now for this meeting, that it will be held in good spirit, and that your Holy Spirit and your peace will descend upon this meeting, and that they will continue to honor you in all they do. And so, Holy Father, as we come with our own fears of the unknown, and especially as we continue with this global pandemic, may you continue to give us peace and give us the assurance that you are with us. But it's also in moments like this that we don't know what to pray and how to pray, as we remember the prayer that you taught us. Soos bid in ons moedertaal, Onse Vader, wat in die hemel is, laat die naam geheilig word, laat die koninkryk kom, laat die wil geskied, soos in die hemel, net soos op die aarde. Geef ons vandag ons daglikse brood, en vergeef ons skulde, soos ons skulde aan ons vergewe, en lei ons nie in versoeking, maar verlos ons van die bose, want aan U word die koninkryk en krag en ewigheid. Amen. And so thank you, Lord, for your spirit that descends on this meeting, and may they have a successful meeting. And this I pray in the name of Son Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen. Amen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Reverend Lewis, for that anointing words of blessing and motivation and encouragement. And I think that really sets the tone for a very positive and participatory meeting, the last council meeting of the term of councillors that have been elected in 2016, and which is now coming to an end with the local government elections on 2021. So councillors, I think we obviously need to do the first order of business for today is to elect an acting speaker, because myself cannot sit or preside over a council meeting. So we would like to, Marius, the rules of order is quite clear, keep it simple. There's nominations for an acting speaker, and then we can just vote for who is supposed to preside over this council meeting in the absence of Alderman Johan Nieuwoud. Thank you very much. Is there any nomination for an acting speaker?
Before we go there, I know this is the first physical council meeting that we had in a very long time, because we are used to the even though we are in level 1, we still, COVID-19 is still very much with us, so we would at all times request everybody just to adhere to all the necessary COVID-19 protocols, social distancing, wearing your mask, and also sanitize regularly. I think we just need to get some more sanitizer in here, Marius. So people are expected to keep their mask on, and whenever you speak, you're more than welcome to take it off. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Councillor Baker, sorry. Yeah.
We don't know.
That's also right.
Okay, Councillor Baker, you can make a nomination.
Voorzitter, ik stel voor raadsdame Eve Martinez om voor te gaan als die speaker van hierdie vergadering. Dank je.
Okay, baie dankie vir die nominasie. Is daar 'n sekondant vir die voorstel? Councillor Zoon Jacobs sekondeer. Enige ander voorstelle? Burgemeester?
Ik wil voorstel, Zukiswa Tunisi.
Councillor Zukiswa Tunisi, is daar 'n sekondant vir die voorstel? Ja. Miskien maar vir raadslid Marjorie Oktober die geleentheid om te sekondeer. Ek dink albei is beskikbaar. Raadsdame Martinez en Councillor Zuki Tunisi. So now we can go over to the vote. All in favor of Alder Lady Eve Martinez to chair this meeting as the acting speaker, can you please raise your hand? Okay. Everybody in favor of Councillor Zukiswa Tunisi to act as the chairperson and the speaker of this meeting, can you please raise your hands? Okay. So I think that's quite obvious that 5 in favor of Councillor Tunisi and 4 in favor of Alder Lady Eve Martinez. So Councillor Zuki Tunisi, you're more than welcome to come and join me in front and preside over this meeting. Thank you very much.
First of all, I would like to take this opportunity and thank Council for nominating me to be the acting speaker today. Thank you very much, and I won't waste any of your time. We know the rules, and I would want us to continue. The opening has been done, the prayer, thank you to Father Lewis in his absence, and we can continue with the aansoek vir verlof, application for leave. We note that Alderman Speaker Johan Nieuwoud is unable to attend this meeting, and we take that. And then, the second point on the agenda is we would ask one of our officials wat lang gedien het op hierdie raad, meneer Hendrik Abrams, wat 40 jaar diens en sal daar he has served this community for more than 40 years, so we would like to congratulate him and say dankie dat u hierdie raad en hierdie gemeenskap gedien het vir 40 jaar. Ons weet baie van ons jongelinge kan nie langer as 40 maande nie, maar u het 40 jaar die gemeenskap van Kaapagales gedien. As raad wil ons baie dankie sê, en ek dink dis op 'n gepaste manier waar ons vir meneer Abrams 'n sertifikaat wil oorhandig en sê baie dankie vir die diens wat u gedoen het. U het by die tegniese dienste gewerk, by Rewol en Suiwering. So baie dankie vir die diens wat u gedoen het vir die 40 jaar. Kan u net vorentoe kom, dan kan ons die sertifikaat oorhandig.
I would also just call on the Director for Infrastructure Services to also come and hand over the certificate, please.
vir die raad.
Om Hendrik wil graag 'n paar van sy wysheid met ons deel voor hy uittreë.
Goeiemorgen, wil ik voor allemaal zeggen. En ik wil vanmorgen voor die raad dankie zeggen. Voor die meer dan 40 jaar wat ik voor die municipaliteit kon gewerkt. Ik heb in 1980 begonnen. En toen was die municipaliteit maar klein. Maar niet zo bij je mensen vandaag. Maar dat was voor mij voorrecht geweest om voor die municipaliteit te kunnen werken tot op hierdie uur en oomblik toe. Als ik nog een 5 jaar gehad had om te werken, zou ik het gedaan hebben, maar oké. Die kilo's het me nog aangelopen. Zo daar is hij, maar nog meer voor dit. Maar wat ik voor die raad wil zeggen, als hulle my hulp nodig het, bij iets. So vir alles wat by die rioolsuiwering. Klop maar nie deur, maak die sake. Nag of dag. Ek sal help wat ek kan. So, maar ek wil vir die raad baie dankie sê vir die voorreg wat ek gehad het om te kan werk. Ek het baie mense gesien kom. Ek het baie gesien oorlede gaan. En ek het baie gesien wat opgegee het. Nou die laatste paar jaar werk ek met nieuwe mensen, niet. Dat ik nog maar zeg, mensen zijn niet meer. Behalve meneer Moeligen, zo en nog maar. Maar ik blijf vanmorgen om hier te kunnen weten. Om de raad te kunnen bedanken. Wat de raad voor mij gedaan heeft. En die waardering wat ik vanmorgen van de raad kreeg. Om hier te kunnen gekomen. Dat was niet voor de raad nodig. Om voor mij te nooien. Maar ik is blij. Dat hulle hem graag gezien het. Dit wat ik gedaan heb. En ik heb die omgegeven of het reent of het zon scheen. Ik heb mijn kant gebracht. Ja. Tot nu toe nog. Ik heb mijn kant gebracht. Ik denk, die een man het mij vanochtend nog komt. Voor een momentje te geven daar bij Omeele Pompstatie. Ik heb hem gedaan gegeven. Zo, ik heb die problemen. Maar ik ben blij. Ja, waar, je maakt mijn hart bij je gelukkig vanochtend. Om u te kunnen bedanken. Voor dat wat ik ons gedaan heb en wat u vanmorgen voor mij doet. Die waardering wat ik zie vanmorgen. Ik is trots op. Ik denk, iemand het nou, laatst week, dus werk ik ook daar bij Omeele. Dus van mij gooi je slag die kampkleren weg. Dus ik, die kleren ga ik mijn kast toe. Ik zal het nooit weggooien, dat is mijn trots. Ja. Daar heb ik mijn kinders leren op. Universiteit gegeven. Ik heb hulle alles gegeven voor wat ik hier gehad heb. Ja. Hier, kam. Zodat ik elke dag een brood gehad heb om op de tafel te zetten. Ik hoop die jongmannen wat vandaag gaan, ik ga maar zeggen oogvat. Wat gaan oogvat, ik hoop hulle gaan doen. Wat moet gedaan worden. Ja. Want als je bij een plek moet gaan werken, moet van jou verwacht om jou kant te brengen. Maar bij je syndicaat om zijn kant te brengen, dan los hij maar. Of hij worry niet. Ik heb met baie mensen samengewerkt, wat ik weet niet waarvan ik praat voor. Maar ik hoop, die wat achter is, en wat gaan voortgaan, dat hulle kant gaan brengen. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much. Baie dankie oom Hendrik vir daardie woorde. Ek hoop almal het geluister en gehoor the experience that is coming out of Mr. Hendricks. Without any further ado, we have as councillors come to the end of our term, and it will be appropriate that we hand out some certificates of appreciation at the end. Okay, all right. Okay, we'll do that at the end. Then the next agenda point, point number 3. Do we have any visitors' presentations? No? Then we go to the minutes of the previous council, general council that was held on the 27th of July, 2021. Can we go to those? 4.1. And can we approve the minutes of July 2021? Can I get a proposer and a seconder for those minutes? Thank you very much, Councillor Meyer and Councillor Martinez. The special council meeting that was held on the 26th of August 2021, can I get a proposer and a seconder for those ones? Councillor Donald, Councillor October, thank you very much. Then we go to point number 5. Notule van die uitvoerende burgemeesterskomitee that was held on the 2nd of September. Can I get a proposer and a seconder? Councillor Sauls, Councillor October, thank you very much. Then we go to point number 6. Notule van komiteevergaderings vir besprekings of vir kennisname. It will be the ward committee meetings that were held on the different dates. Can I get a mover and a shaker for those ones? Councillor Donald, thank you. Any discussions that you want to have with regards to the minutes of the ward committees? Councillor Martinez, do you want to have a discussion?
Speaker, thank you very much. No, I don't want to discuss this. As you all know that I was appointed as the acting chairperson for Ward 6 Ward Committee. I had, fortunately enough, had one meeting with the Ward Committee. That was the time that was given to me, and the minutes was distributed to the various departments, and I must give my appreciation on the way they responded to the issues that was raised in the minutes. So thank you very much, and I hope that the incoming council will follow the same procedure where they give the minutes of the ward committees to the officials, that there will be a response, and that we can then go back to the ward committee and give the answers to the committee. So thank you very much from my side. That's all from Ward 6 for now. I'm content with the answers that I've received.
Thank you very much. Councillor Meyer, and then
Thank
I go
you,
to Councillor.
Madam Speaker. Baie dankie. Ek wil net vra omdat die laaste wijkskomitee notules was wat gesirkuleer was, and that we are moving into the end of year holiday season. Wil ek net baie graag 'n pleidooi lewer dat die MM ons moet voorbereidings tref vir end van die jaar, en dat daar is baie insette veral van wijk 5 af, want dis eintlik die wijk waar die meeste mense kom vakansie hou. En opsigtelike goed soos potholes en illegal dumpings en oorgroeide erwe en die netheid van die fasiliteite, veral publieke toilette, dat dit van nou af, jy weet, sentraal sal wees in die werksamehede van enige departement wat 'n bydrae moet lewer. Baie dankie.
Ja, as speaker, nee, ek wil net iets aanraak. Ons is nou besig met die die finaal wat ook in die Notile is in verband met die ASEP-program wat nou daar plaasvind by langs Nelson Mandela sal so die projek loop baie mooi nou en die gemeenskap is baie gelukkig oor wat hulle daar sien. As net een ding wat hulle wil byvra is dat wanneer die kersliggies nou opgesit word einde van die jaar, dat hulle tog moet dink om daar iets te doen daar. Dat die gemeenskap nou nie so ver moet loop weer dorp toe nie, dat hulle sommer by daai gebied, want dit gaan nou so moeilik as dit klaar is. En ek dink die gedagte is om einde November klaar te wees. So ek wil baie dankie sê vir die tegniese afdeling vir hulle hulp en dan die ASEP-program wat dit moontlik maak vir die gemeenskap, dat ons ook daar so 'n ordentlike ontwikkeling kan hê. Baie dankie, voorsteur.
Ward 1.
I chaired the last meeting for Wake 1, and I think the biggest concern in that Wake is the pig farming. So, and as a committee and community, we are trying to identify more suitable land for the pig farming.
Thank you very much. We note all the thank yous and the appreciations and the concerns as we move forward to the festive season. Noted, I've seen the MM has noted most of the issues out of the ward committees. And then we move to 6.1 and we discuss the ICT. Those are the minutes that was held on the 19th of August. Can I get a proposer and a seconder for the ICT meeting? Thank you very much, Councillor October. Can I get a seconder for that one? Councillor Donald, thank you very much. Point number 7, cycle for 8 Spruiten 80 Nautilus. We'll start with the council meetings that were held. Councillor Martinez.
Speaker, thank you very much. My question will be on the council minutes of the 27th of July, item 11.8, and I'm just scrolling to that item. So just bear with me.
Thank
11.8.
Okay.
Het gaan daar oor die ICT-verslag. Is dit die regte item?
11.8 is the management extension of contract municipal information system.
Yes. Nou, kom eens ek nou so ver verby. Okay, laat ek terug gaan so toe. Page 4, page. Ons moet maar geduldig wees, ons het gistermiddag laat die agendas gekry. So, en ons het almal moes nou wat ons werk op die laptops met die byla. So ons moet maar vandag geduldig wees met mekaar. Bladsy hoeveel?
Spreker, die voorlopige agendas was verlede Vrydag. Die gister.
Ons gaan nie nou beklei oor wanneer wat. Just be quiet, please.
Can I just get that we respect each other?
Yes.
And we put up our hands when we want to say something, and that we don't get emotional about items. We know that a lot of councillors, they are not technology friendly, so we would understand the slowness. Thank you.
Can we just continue? Can I continue with my question?
Yes.
Yes, my question is based on the fact that there was this item where we supposed to be a workshop on these ICT contracts. And the point that was raised was specifically on the Vesta system, because we are having challenges with the Vesta system currently. Veral as het kom by die diensterekeninge. En daai workshop was nog nie uitgevoer nie. Dit was supposed om gewees het die einde van September. Kan ek net asseblief 'n antwoord kry, wat is die redes hoekom die workshop nie gebeur het nie, of en wanneer gaan dit dan nou gebeur? Dankie, Speaker.
Thank you. I think, Councillor, when we look further in the agenda, that item is part of this agenda. Can we then discuss that question when we get to that one?
Speaker, with all due respect, can we get an answer on my question? My question is based on the minutes. In the minutes said there was an action that need to take place. I'm not talking about the item on the agenda. Yes, we're going to discuss it on the agenda again. My question is, what happened to the action that was supposed to happen? The workshop.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you want to respond?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I know there was a number of workshops that have been scheduled, and I think that is why there was a lot of information that was inquired from the previous meeting, and that is why we'll see there's a more comprehensive item in the agenda. But I agree with what Older Lady Martinez has indicated. There would have been a workshop. So, Hannes, maybe you can just elaborate on the workshop itself, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we did have certain workshop already, especially specific with reference to the accounts, where myself and the deputy as chair of that portfolio, we had discussions, what are the possible issues, but if there's a need, then I just need a directive in terms, if we talk about the challenges relating to Western. What are those? I think, Madam Martinez, you made reference to the challenge relating to the accounts, and I think that we already had, but it was with the portfolio chair. If you feel that it's something there that we need to take it further and to invite all councillors, then we can do it again. But yeah, and if there's anything more relating to the Westar system from a council's perspective, then we need to look into this. As far as I know, and I think most of municipalities, no matter your financial system, there are challenges, and the challenges mainly relate to the IMSCOA implementation. And I think that I can tell Council, I think in terms of our compliance to Treasury, in terms of that, we are 100% compliant. So maybe for that, if I can just get a little bit more directive. But if it's specific to the accounts, I'm more than willing to arrange another one and to give more information, understanding. But yes, we had a meeting, but that was only with the chair of the finance portfolio committee and the whole of the finance team.
All right, Councillor Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 57 is the.
Just quickly answer.
I'll wait. Thank you.
Yes, are you satisfied? Because I also want to mention, I remember Alderman Speaker Nivot also said on email that councillors are not attending because it's elections, and that's why some of these workshops has been postponed, because many councillors are just not pitching. So now all the workshops, I think they are left, that is left, they are left for the new council to continue with them. So I think the one issue was the non-attendance of councillors to these workshops. Thank you.
Speaker, thank you very much. I got the answer very clear. There was no workshop held for the full council on the Westar system. And I like to agree with the Speaker that the incoming council will have to workshop it. Hence, this item must be removed from the agenda before that workshop is happening. But we will come there when we come to the agenda item. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Jacobs, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, then I would just like to confirm and request what Alder Martinez has requested, because on page 57, we're talking about a 19.9 million rand commitment over the 5 years that is requested on page 51, 11.28. That is specific referencing to the IT systems with specific reference to the Westar system as well. So then that point, 11.28, if we can then remove that item from today's agenda because it wasn't workshop and we can't make that commitment of 19 million rand before that workshop has happened, and that I hereby formally request that we remove 11.28 from today's meeting and make it a formal first point of office for the new council.
Point taken. I think what we should do, councillors, let's not preempt what's going to happen. Let's, when we get to the point, let's raise the issues that you are raising with regards to the issue. So what I'm asking, let's wait, and then the issues that you are raising currently, let's raise them when we get to that point. I don't think there will be a teenkant to your recommendations, but let's just wait until we get to that point and deal with it there. Thank you.
Lady Chair.
Yes.
Nog op sake vooruitspruitend en Notulus. Ik wil, dit is nie in die vir Notulus nie, ek wil net 'n puntjie uitwys vir net vir kennisname, want ek is bang dit gaan nou, want ons haast nou na die einde van die jaar toe. En dit kom uit 'n notule uit, en ek wil verwys daarna toe dat die raad was geadviseer dat die erwe wat ons op veiling verkoop of tenders verkoop, dat officials nie mag deelneem aan 'n tender of 'n veilingproses nie. Dat die raad nie erwe en grond aan officials mag verkoop. Dit was in 'n raadsvergadering. En ek wil baie graag hê dat ons legal opinie kry daaroor. Want ek weet daar was een van die ander munisipaliteite en nasionaal het gereageer daarop. Maar daar's regsopinies gekry. En ek wil net hê dat ons die amptenare moet die geleentheid mis einde van die jaar wanneer ons hierdie erwe op veiling of tenders jy weet van die hand wil sit nie. En dat hulle die gelyke kans kry. Ek wil baie graag dat ons dit na hierdie vergadering dit moet ondersoek. Voor ons hierdie erwe op veiling plaas. Dankie.
Okay, Councillor Jantjies, Elden.
Dankie Speaker. Ja, Speaker, ek wil saamstem met die burgemeester, ek wil net iets byvoeg. U weet, hierdie punt kom al bitter lank aan. En hierdie, ek ondersteun dit ten volle, omrede, daar's 'n klomp ander erf wat die gemeenskap sit te wag aan buitekant. Nou moet hierdie goeders, al hierdie erwe moet nou teruggehou word oor hierdie besluit. Ek weet nie wat is so ongeldig, ek stem saam, laat ons maar die regsopinie kry. Hoe gaan die amptenare nou geld in die hande kry as hulle nie mag koop nie? Die sê laat jy checkers toe gaan en jy mag nie brood koop by die werk daar. So dit is, ek weet nie waar die goeders vandaan kom nie. Ek kan nie glo dat daar sulke wetgewing is nie.
Okay.
So dit moet net op 'n eerlike en 'n regte manier gedoen word. Maar die groot ding, dit sloeg nou al weet jy hoe lank hier daar agter. Die polisiestasie, die 16 erwe, die mense staan tou, elke tweede dag bel aan mense, weer wanneer na. En as ek kon uitvind, dan gaan het oor 'n paar amptenaren wat ook wil tender, maar hulle mag nie. So ek kan nie sien dat het waar is nie. Maar laat ons het binne die volgende, voor die 1 November uitsorteer en laat het in die koerant is. Baie dankie.
MM, do you want to respond? And then I'm going to give to the CFO to respond. Tracy, do you also want to respond on that one? Or maybe let me give to the CFO and the MM. Okay, CFO?
I think we have requested that specific, and we might reference, there's legislation in terms of the tender processes where no government official can participate in that. And we made specific reference, it's part of the SEM processes, to provincial treasury as well as national treasury, and they say according to that, if council is involved in selling property, no official can be participate in that, and I think that is legislation. I think what the mayor made reference to, there are other challenges to low costing where we come to the party, but when it is specific where we're selling property and you go through a tender process, it's clear. The directive, both provincial and national treasury, they provided us with the detail to the legislation, the interpretation thereof, and we cannot really go beyond it. We can go and get further legal opinion, but National Treasury, Provincial Treasury are the one who direct that. And if we're not in compliance to that, it will automatically refer to irregular expenditure. And I think we must understand, we have good faith the way we want to do it, the way we want to, do business. But unfortunately, there are many examples where these kind of things are really abused. And I think that's why there's legislation to guide that. But we do have supporting documentation if need be. We can submit that items with the director from provincial as well as National Treasury confirming that. We were specific when we requested. We will be able then to submit an item to council to obtain that information if need be.
Councillor Jantjies, it's an item that was on the council minutes. Which one? The one with regards to selling of ervens, if you remember. Okay. Can we continue with the meeting, please?
Speaker.
Can we just? You're out of order. No. You are out of order, Speaker. We are discussing items not on the agenda. No. Just. Councillor Jantjies and Councillor Jacobs, your hand was up. Jacobs.
Madam Chair, can I propose that for the last 5 years I was an advocate for public auctions of selling of land. It is a very transparent and open process, and I would like to suggest to the meeting today that be investigated. If we can proceed with public auctions, then we can please the community and our employees by making it available and inclusive for them to take part in the sale of land, and that might be legal. Thank you very much.
Councillor Jantjies, are you covered? Councillor Mayor, you want to say something? I want us to move. There is a directive from the CFO with regards to that issue, because many of the officials that are working for the state, they are dependent on because they don't qualify for free houses. They don't have the money to do this. So we need to cover all the legislation so that we can do this thing. So Hannes, you have it like that. MM, you have it like that. Can we then, we have adopted the minutes. Okay. We have adopted the minutes, we have approved it, and now we go to point number 8. Verklarings en of mededelings deur die voorsitter, briewe van dank. We do have a letter of appreciation from members of the public that applauded our traffic department, especially in Struisbaai, for the outstanding work that they have done. And we applaud Hendrik and MM. We say also as the council, convey the message that our departments should really keep up the good work that they continue to do. With all stressfulness, there is a letter that appreciates them. Then the second one, we all became excited when Cape Agulhas Municipality was nominated as Green Economy Change Champions. So we congratulate the technical department, Steve's department, for the work well done, for the street lights, for the LED street lights. Congratulations to Director Jacobs and his team for the good work that you guys have been doing. Then, from my side as the chair, Alderman Nieuwoud said I should convey a message to each and every one of you and all the officials. Thank you from his side for the participation for the past 5 years and the working relations that were there. So he says thank you very, very much, and he hopes that you all are going to work together still in the new council, and that all the best to each and every political party that is participating in the elections. And also, dankie dat almal saamgewerk het in die 5 jaar. From my side, I would just like to say, mask up, sanitize. We're still in the pandemic. Make sure that we go out and vaccinate those that has not yet vaccinated. It's not a train smash. Do it, and so that all of us can be safe. I would also like to ask from the different political parties in the House today, because this is our last council meeting, any messages that you want to say, convey, with regards to all of us that are here today. And yeah, I would give to the governing party first. Any one of you, just the message, I'll just give one person from all the parties. Thank you.
Chairperson, thank you very much. From our side, we want to wish all parties also good luck with the elections. And I just hope that the elections is going to be free and fair. And I hope that all parties will adhere to the code of conduct as stipulated in the electoral code. And yeah, let's see what's going to happen on the 1st of November. And let the people speak. Thank you.
Dankie, Speaker. Ja, nee, ek wil ook net van hierdie geleentheid gebruik maak om vir al die ander politieke partye wat ek saam met gedien het die laaste 5 jaar in die raad baie dankie sê. Jy weet hoe ek vanoggend hier inkom en ek het nog my hande gesanitiseer, toe hoor ek hoe lekker lag hulle hier binne in die raadsaal. En toe ek hier inkom, toe het so vir 'n paar minute so aangegaan, toe dink ek, het sal goed gewees dat het vir 5 jaar so kon gewees het. En, maar dankie vir die tyd wat ons saam gewerk het. Dit het nie altyd, ek weet so goed gegaan nie, maar ons kyk uit na beter daar vorentoe en ek wil vir alle politieke partye baie sterkte toewens met die verkiesing op 1 November. En ons wag en kyk maar vir die uitslag en dan kan ons die raad verder vorentoe vat. Baie dankie vir die samewerking.
Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity. 15 years ago, I was a member of the Business Chamber and I started reading the minutes of this meeting and attending it as a guest at that table at the back. 5 years ago, I was very fortunate that 834 people gave me their vote to sit at this table and to gain the knowledge and experience which I've had over the last 5 years. I've learned a lot. It was amazing. Sam van Staden passed away in January. He was the founder and the chairman of CAPCO, and his vision 5 years ago to start a small independent party, I think, has proved the success for our 25-year democracy that I think is leading the world. And I hope that we will sit here with 11 profile people after the 1st of November with knowledge and experience out of this committee and this chamber that can take this council forward and serve as directors of a company with a 400 million rand a year budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to steal the opportunity to speak on behalf of myself quickly and thank my colleagues in the Democratic Alliance for the amount of things that I've been taught and the opportunities that I was given by the Democratic Alliance, and how overwhelming it's been as we have behaved as professionals and been so kind to me. So just 3 cheers to my colleagues, and I would like to wish luck to all the candidates of the Democratic Alliance that made it through the vigorous selection process of the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you very much. Can I give? Okay. Can I give to the municipal manager?
Okay, thank you very much, Acting Speaker. From my side, and speak on behalf of the administration, I also just want to thank all the councillors. I must be honest, when I came back from to Cape Agulhas, it was obvious. You could see the difference, and you could see the kind of development without compromising the character of this area. And when I started to engage with the leadership of all political parties around this table, I could understand why. because it was a very good mix of different skill sets, different expertise, and different approaches towards governance in general. So I really want to congratulate the councillors that have served the last 5 years, that you've really done, you must have done something right. It was good, thanks.
Right, thank you very much for those words from everyone. We should respect the electoral protocols, and we know that elections is going to take place in 1 day. After the 1st of November, we will have to sit here again. So whatever we do as political parties, as candidates, we should do it with respect, and to ensure that at the end of the day, we will be serving the same purpose of serving our communities to the best of our abilities. And also to anyone else that's out there, those political parties that are not here today, that are also listening via our different streams of media, social media, YouTube and Facebook, wishing them also the best, and also asking them to adhere to the protocols of the Electoral Commission. So to everyone else, remember, whoever is working at the municipality, whenever you're doing your campaigns, you don't know who is going to come in. So don't build bridges, because at the end of the day, the people that you are building bridges or you're not respecting out there, you still have to work with them. I'm wishing you all the best, and may the best person or political party win at the end. All right, we move to functions van die maand. On Friday, the 15th of October, we will be having our launch of the service charter, and also we will be speaking on the process of the IDP because of the election that are coming up. So I'm asking everyone to tune in on Facebook, to tune in on YouTube, and listen what we are going to talk about. And with regards to the service charter, the IDP process. So I'm asking that we all tune in. We know that many political parties are going to be busy campaigning and doing the work, but still, the IDP process will have to continue because we are in that cycle. And is there anything else that I'm missing out, MM? No, thank you. Yes.
Ja, ek wil ook dit net weer beklemtoon dat na hierdie vergadering is die raad amptelik in reses. Maar het was nou die atmosfeer dat ons al reeds vanaf die begin van die maand in reses was. Maar dit is dan amptelik, dit is die laaste raadsvergadering. Daar is nie amptelike vergaderings daarna nie, en dat ons dan maak en uitgaan om te canvas. Dan die volgende een is ook, morgen is saam met die launching van die service charter is ook die bekendstelling van die suksesse van hierdie IDP periode wat ons ook sal launch, en ek wil sê baie dankie, en dit was ook dan 'n versoek van Afsalga dat munisipaliteite ook hierdie suksesstories in boekvorm met Salga deel. Dit was nou die laaste omsendperiode. So dit sal dan môremiddag, ek dink dit is om 3 uur, sal hierdie live launching wees.
Is it 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock? I think it's 2.
It's 2 o'clock.
It's 2 o'clock, yes. All right, thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Chairperson, I just want to thank the mayor for us to be on a recess as from tomorrow. I just need to make him understand he must know what's the implications of a council being on recess. I'm not going to teach him now. You must just know what it is. Thank you, Chairperson.
Ek het hy gehoor nie. Ek wil net vra dat wanneer ons praat, dat is die mask afval, want ons kan nie hoor in die kant as jy vorentoe praat nie.
Okay. The council was just saying that you must know what the implications are of a council being in recess. But you can iron that out after the meeting, what she meant by that.
Ja, maar voorzitter, die speaker het dit al reeds genoem, dat ek wil het net gereminder daaraan. Die speaker het klaar die council in recess het nadat ons daaroor gepraat het, na hierdie vergadering.
Taken, thank you very much. Aanwys van afgevaardigers, as geen dringende sake deur die speaker. I have not received anything. Terugvoering vanaf raadslede oor vergaderings bygewoon. No one has attended any meetings. verklarings en of mededelings deur die uitvoerende burgemeester. Mayor, over to you. Thank you. Can you switch on the mic? Switch on the mic.
Maar ek wil net by u aansluit en by almal aansluit om werklik waar uit die diepte van my hart uit vir elke raadslid, eerstens raadslid Raymond, raadsdame Martinez, raadsheer Jantjies, raadslid Jacobs, raadslid Souls, raadslid Donald, raadslid Oktober, deputy Meyer en speaker in sy afwesigheid. Uit die diepte van my hart het sê, dit was vir my werkte waar as 'n leek in baie opsigte, dit was vir my 'n leerkurwe van 5 jaar. Dit was eintlik 'n universiteitsondervinding vir my, waar ek die soet en die suur kon deurmaak op hierdie tydstip van my lewe, waar elkeen van ons 'n bydrae wil lewer tot ons gemeenskap. In hierdie proses het baie mense beter leer ken. En ek dink ons het kan werkwaar vir mekaar baie dankie sê. Kaapa Gallas, ek dink soos Raadsheer Jantjie sê, dit is nie elke dag maanskyn en rose nie, maar dit is 'n gesonde raad waar ons met mekaar kan debatteer en dat ons ten spyte van verskille, dat ons tog 'n gemeenskap kon dien. Ek wil vir elke raadslid sê baie dankie en werkwaar my hart gaan uit volgende ook opstaan dat wanneer 'n mens, daar's 'n begin en 'n einde in elke ding. En het my hart uitgegaan na die Europa familie, wat ons almal wou gehad het dat ons saam begin het en saam afsluit, maar die Here het anders besluit met raadslid Danny, maar ook vir sy spesiale bydraes en sy optredes in baie komiteevergaderings wil ek sê baie dankie dat ook my wense aan die familie oorgedra word. Dan aan ons MM, u was nie in onstuimige see ingenooi nie. Ek dink u het ingekom met 'n opgemaakte bed. Die bed was, u het hom net lekker glad begin stryk en soos ek altyd vir en ek sê dit voor u en agter u, u het werklik vir my bewys dat wanneer ons kan saamwerk hierdie twee kantore, polities en administrasie, dat ons werklik kan vorentoe gaan. Baie dankie vir daai spesiale verhouding vanaf reeds van die begin af, en dat jy werklik in beheer is en dat jy werklik van die grondvlak af wil help. Dis nie van bo af en in die kantoor sit nie, maar jy werk op grondvlak saam met die direkteure, saam met die bestuurders, die die ervaring het binne ons gemeenskappe. Dit is wat ek altyd, u is die munisipale bestuurder. U is die bestuurder van elke vierkante meter grond van Kaapa Gallas en dat kan nie uit kantoor uitgedoen word nie. Dan aan ons direkteur Hannes van Biljoene, Hendrik, die man met die kroon op die kop, dan ons professor Abdul Aziz, werkelijk julle was die kroon. En ek dink die laaste, Hendrik en Hannes en Abdul, die laaste paar maande, kan ek werkelijk sê, jy weet, ons het mekaar gemeet halfway. En ons het insette gelewer en net julle om die waar aan die goud te hou. Dit help die politieke Amsterdams wil die waar dryf en daar's die petrol in. Julle die petrol voorsien, julle die diesel voorsien. So werklik Hannes en Abdul en Hendrik, baie dankie die diepte van my hart uit. Vir Tracy, jy was daar, toe die MM val in die net, was jy daar om sy hand vast te vat. Jy sê, jy sê, you're the Iron Lady. Maar baie dankie, ons weet jou gesondheid en alles, jy weet, maar jy's daar elke dag en elke nacht. En jy hardloop rond, en maar alles word gedoen. Aan ons HR, baie dankie, en ons interne directeur, en vir Chanel wat die is, wat ook net baie, sy het geland, jy geland in hardloop, jy landed, like in a running position.
Jy is ingekom, Michael Dennis, baie dankie vir dit wat jy doen in die behuisingsdepartement. Dit is een van die moeilikste op die ingewikkelde departemente. Maar jy het bewys dat werkbaar dat jy dit kon doen as 'n span, saam met jou direkteur. En dit wat jy alles kon insit. Baie dankie en werkbaar van almal van julle raadslede en Marius Moelig is 'n man wat ek, jy weet, leer ken het ook in die laaste jaar as 'n man wat werke wat daar wil wees, ongeag vir politieke partye, hy's 'n dienaar van die gemeente, hy's 'n dienaar van jou raad. En die wyse woorde wat hierdie man, meneer Watson Abraham, wat nou 40 jaar diens gedoen het, hy het daar gestaan en dit wat hy gesê het, dit wat kamp vir hom beteken het, dat hy sy kinders deur skool kon sit. En dit is dienaars wat kon dien. Jy kry mense wat dien. Jy weet, wanneer die wind so waai, dan gaan die wind, wanneer die wind die kant gaan dit met daai wind, maar jy as 'n dienaar moet jy net gefokus bly. Jy moet almal probeer gelukkig hou, en ek dink Marius is een van daai manne wat werklik almal probeer gelukkig hou, dat jy nie saam snoer nie. In plaaslike regering, in regering, daar's 'n snaak, jy weet, daar's 'n komplot, daar's samelsnoeringsgoeders wat plaasvind, en dit begin juis by amptenare ook, wat nie met politici kan saamwerk nie. Maar Kapagallas, ek dink ons kan net verbeter op die grondvlak wat ons gelê het. So, Speaker, jy is nou werkbaar en ek dink Hannes moet natuurlik nou noodvat van die laaste pay wat hy moet kry, dat iets ekstra vir by jou bykom waar te neem in die posisie as Speaker, maar ek wil hê dat ons vir elkeen werkbaar 'n goeie handklopper gee. Van almal van ons baie dankie vir 'n wonderlike feit. En ek wil ook sê, soos deputy al reeds gesê het, jy weet, ons gaan nou in 'n verkiesingsmode in, en ek voel al die kanonnetjies, die klein kanonnetjies skiet, maar ons moet nooit vergeet dat ons almal mens bly nie, dat ons almal, ons moet nie brûe verbrand nie, dit wat jy sê vir mekaar kan nie teruggetrek word nie, dit wat jy in openbaar op social media sê kan nie teruggetrek word nie. En ons bly almal mens, ons is gebroke en ons bly met ons gebreke, maar ons almal wil vir ons gemeenskap dien, uit die diepte van ons hart, uit die swakheid van ons, maar ons moet as mens mekaar respekteer. Kom ons doen dit vry, kom ons doen dit regverdig, want ons is 'n unieke, ons is aan die suidpunt van Afrika. Baie dankie. God bless you.
Thank you. Councillor Jantjies?
Speaker, kan ek net iets byvoeg? Dit is nie eintlik protokol om iets by die burgemeester se toespraak te voeg, maar ek wil ook net van die geleentheid daarom net gebruik maak om die hele personeel van Kapagallas baie dankie sê vir die lekker tyd die afgelope 5 jaar wat ons gehad het, dat ons kon saamgewerk het, en vir wat hulle en vir al ons personeel daar buite vir hierdie gemeenskap van Kapagallas gedoen het in moeilike omstandighede. Ek wil vir elkeen 'n baie dankie sê. Dankie.
Baie dankie, burgemeester. Mayor, I think from my side, I think, and from everyone else, thank you very much for your leadership that you've shown in the 5 years. When you came in as a new mayor, everyone was on their toes and saying, what do we expect? But the fact that today we are sitting here with yet another clean audit where we are ranked very high in this country with regards, it's because of the leadership that you've shown in this municipality. And thank you very much for the effort that you do for this community of Kapagallas, the most southern tip of the African continent. Alles begin in die suid. So thank you very much, Mayor, for your leadership as a mayor in this community. You are the father of this nation, and I know that everyone else appreciates you as the mayor. Thank you very much. You went into a shack, you didn't mind. You went in with your gumboots. You went in when there was floods. And not a lot of mayors do that. Many politicians do that only when it comes to the elections. But you have shown that leadership, the type of mayors that we need in this country. Thank you very much from our side. Thank you. Morena Buluka Sitjhaba sa rona. Thank you.
All right. Without any further ado, I would like to hand over to the municipal manager. But the first agenda point that I would want us to discuss, because we need to give it to the Minister of Human Settlements by 12 o'clock this afternoon.
So I would ask that, I hope everyone has received the deferred ownership. It's, some of us received it separately to the agenda, and I would want the municipal manager and to take us through this document, and also all the directors that are here to advise us as council to take the best possible decision today that we have to take. MM, I hand over to you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Acting Speaker. I think the first point on the agenda, thanks for allowing this point to be moved up in the agenda, Chairperson, because as you have mentioned, we had a number of deliberations the last couple of weeks with a large variety of stakeholders, including the Department of Human Settlements, including the MEC for Human Settlements in the Western Cape, Minister Tertius Simmers, as well as ASLA and a number of other. And I think that is why we are feeling a little bit of pressure in terms of that. I think councillors would remember that about 2 years ago, this municipality has approached the MEC for Human Settlements at the time and proposed what is commonly referred to as a deferred ownership or a rent-to-own project, and that is specifically for the middle income market. People that we just spoke about earlier, of municipal officials, government officials, and other people that won't necessarily apply or qualify for a RDP house, but also do not have the financial capacity to go to a bank and make a loan for 800,000 to R1 million worth of house. So this is the target market for this deferred ownership. The reason why for the deliberation, because ASLA has been appointed by the Department of Human Settlements at the time as the implementation agent for this project. The Human Settlements Department, Michael will give us a little bit of detail of where it is specifically, what are the type of topologies, and that was the reason for the long deliberation, because we really wanted to get the best deal for the beneficiaries of such an initiative. This is a pilot project. It's the first time that it's rolled out in the Western Cape, and they've specifically selected Cape Agulhas community because of the positive demand within this area. About a year ago, even if it's not less, the Department of Human Settlements came out themselves. They did a survey, they did a demand assessment of how many people would qualify for an initiative or a project like this. And the need in the first instance was quite positive. They had gone through a rigorous verification process, and there was a number of people that did qualify or qualified for being beneficiaries in terms of this project, and that is why the minister was so excited. But we, as I indicated, we try to get the best house for the least selling price that ASLA could offer, and that was the kind of deliberations we had the last couple of times. Obviously, as most housing projects in all over the country, this municipality also has to make a contribution, and the contribution that is requested currently is to waive the connection fees. I think the land has already been serviced. It's actually an extension to the is it the Parkway or the Mo Park, to the Mo Park housing project. So this was just an extension, so the services are already in place. But I'll immediately give over to Michael. You would remember there was a presentation from the Department of Human Settlements at one stage indicating how this project is going to be rolled out, what the timeframes are involved, what would be the requirements from the municipality. So a lot of work has been done in the last couple of months. But I will immediately give over to Michael to just give some more comprehensive background and some technical detail of this report, and after that we can go to the recommendation that is in front of council today. Thank you very much.
Michael, can I ask you to come sit somewhere here in the front? While Michael is coming, there's one thing that I forgot to ask from councillors, declaration of interest. Myself has a point on the agenda, and when it comes to that point, I will excuse myself. That's my declaration of interest within the agenda. Thank you. Is there, yeah. Yeah. So is there anyone that is sitting here today that needs to declare or that has a declaration of interest? I think we need to build it up in the agenda, that in every council we need to ask that. Yeah. All right, Michael, you ready?
Yes,
Thank you.
Chairperson. Speaker, thank you. Thank you. Good morning, councillors. Just to give you some feedback on this item, as you know, we had a comprehensive planning process since we started, and as per the item as I presented, we were tasked to form a project team between our internal municipal housing function and senior officials from the department that had to look at the deferred ownership model. One, we had to look at the property management side, where council already made a resolution on the property management side about 3 or 4 council meetings ago. But now we are at a stage where we are basically ready for the implementation of this project. And this project is basically will cater for the middle income group, for those beneficiaries that does not qualify for a normal RDP or BNG unit, that falls into the bracket of 3,501 up till 22,000. And what we found on the ground before we started with the project is that we do have a lot of individuals or families within the Cape Agulhas area who are currently renting houses, and they will not be able to ever afford a housing opportunity. Hence, we started with an approach and a business plan where we approached the department for some sort of leeway or to respond to the need to the middle income group families within Cape Agulhas, and we successfully was identified as a municipality to start with a pilot project. Now, the positive side of being a pilot project is to test this project, and this project will then set an example for the rest of the Western Cape and also indeed for the rest of the country as a model for the deferred ownership projects going forward. I must also inform council that I have already, or the housing department has already received numerous requests from other municipalities in the Western Cape wanting to find out exactly how we do it, because it's not part of the normal subsidy proposal by national or within the department. So I'm outdated with requests from other municipalities wanting to also want to implement this kind of model. Now, colleagues and councillors, what we have done is we have basically engaged the NEC. We had several meetings with the HOD, and as the NN has alluded, we looked at different prices, different typologies, and going forward, our strategic decision that we were advised to do is to basically present different typologies to the people that was pre-qualified within Cape Agulhas area. If I can take you to the demand report, we had 280 plus minus applications across Cape Agulhas where people indicated that they would participate, and then we took that applications and then we basically did a comparison, or we got the local banks involved to do a pre-screening of these applications. Now, the results, 94 of these applications were approved. In other words, we have 94 pre-qualified beneficiaries that would be able to get a housing loan, and then 84 of these would qualify for a housing first subsidy. Now, what we have tasked or what the project team has identified is that we are looking at a price range of a typology. Just to give you an example, in the price range between 350, 400 and 600. Now, councillors, what we have done, we've based these prices on what the beneficiaries has been screened and pre-qualified by the banks in terms of their salary income brackets. Now, what basically what the project team also wants council to resolve to make it even more affordable for the end user to purchase these houses is what the MM alluded to, is the recommendation that council should make a decision on waiving the municipal cost. If you add the municipal cost all together, we're speaking about electrical connection fees, sewer connection fees, building plan fees. All these costs totals up to amount of 27,000 Rand per unit. Now that will have a major impact on the selling price of these units. Then, because the site was serviced as a low-cost area, we should also have to recoup the servicing part of the sites. Now, we were advised by province that the servicing cost of the site comes down to an amount of 45,000 plus VAT that needs to be added to the selling price. But just to inform you that the servicing part of that cost will go into a revolving human settlement account at the municipality. So that amount won't be lost to the municipality. In fact, that servicing cost can be utilized for other middle income group housing projects on approval of the Department of Human Settlements. So although the cost of the services will be charged on top of the selling price, that servicing cost can be utilized by the municipality for future housing projects for the middle income group. So that services cost won't be lost. Then in terms of waiving the connection fees, I also had made a comparison with the help of Sean in terms of, I took a normal self-built house with a property value of 500,000, and I attached the point, it's part of the agenda as an example, and the total yearly income of a self-built house currently based on the current tariffs, you're looking at 22,000 Rand per year for a self-built unit. So if we times that 22,000 with the potential income of the 30 houses as a first phase of this project that we want to roll out, we will at least get the income of, if we take 60 houses, the municipality will get a proposed or sustainable income of about 1.3 million per year. If we calculate that figures together. And if we sell those houses and develop these houses, that sustainable income will be for life. People will have to pay for services, people will have to pay for their yearly contribution in terms of property tax. So we as the municipality, when we sell these houses, we will definitely get an income. Hence the request or the strategy going forward is, as the base prices and the typologies are listed, we will basically, as the administration and the implementing agent, present the typologies and the different scenarios to the pre-qualifying beneficiaries. and based on their affordability, that the beneficiaries can decide which typologies they want, and also based on their affordability, which extras they can basically afford. For instance, built-in kitchen cupboards, room cupboards, Vibercrete, and all these extras, a carport, a garage, all these options will be given to that qualifying beneficiaries, and they at the end of the day will basically make a decision on their affordability with the financial institution, what they can afford. So from now, where we are as the administration, as per the council or the management recommendation, we propose as the project team that council makes a decision on the connection fees that will have an impact on the selling price, and that council at the end of the day waive the connection fees as listed. The connection fees are taken directly from our budget and the tariffs that we are currently charging for connection fees. I must also allude that based on the implementation of our normal RDP projects, these costs are also being waived. We charge a once-off deposit of 450 Rand for the beneficiaries for services, and we can maybe as part of when these beneficiaries then take occupation also decide that we can recoup some of the money by maybe charging an additional amount upon registration for connection fees, but that is for council ultimately to decide. Thank you, Amy.
Okay, thank you very much, Michael, for that explanation. And also we can see the recommendations from management side. Now it's over to councillors to ask the questions, and the officials can answer those questions that you have. Hannes, I just want to, or maybe someone, I want the councillors to also note that, especially for the electricity part, the type of program, this human settlements program, there's no subsidies that they will get, for example, from DOE for the electricity part. So it is out of our own pockets that we would have to fund this program. So any questions from the councillors?
Chairperson, yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, can we just get this order? When you want to speak, you raise your hand, and then you don't just put on your mic and say, can I just get that?
Okay.
Yes, that's it. Thank you very much, Councillor Martinez.
Chairperson, Michael, I see here on the management recommendation, electrical connection costs 7,104. Is that per unit?
That's per unit. That includes the prepaid meter and the connection to the house. Obviously, the implementing agent is responsible for the internal connections within the house itself.
Thank you. Chairperson, then just a follow-up. If I add all of those costs, electrical connection, water connection, sewer connection, building fee cost, then it's more than what Michael said, about 27,000. Am I correct? I'm trying to calculate. These are 27. Thank you.
Let's put in house.
Is that the question that you had? All right. Any other questions? Councillor Swart? Yes, I see your hand.
Thank you, Lady Chair. Thank you, Michael, for everything the presentation. And I think it's quite clear, and this is what I said right from the beginning, that it's a process of empowering our people. right from 2016, when I said, let's avail land, affordable land, so that whether it's business or houses, and it's what's happening after that, where council, receive, the money, the tax from that land. And this is one of the examples. And I want to propose that really that we need to, people need houses, and we only look at people, earning less than 3,500. But in the gap between 3,501 up to 12,000, that is the gap that we need to fill. Because they don't get any subsidies. So I want to propose that we as council accept this management recommendation, and that is just to, for the world and for the country, just to show, and also for the housing departments, our commitment in Cape Agulhas. In really helping and development and empower our community, especially in those people that don't receive and don't qualify for free housing. So I want to propose that we accept this management recommendation. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Martinez. Speaker, thank you. Then the other one is the land price. It's 45,000 per unit. We are saying that we include that in the price.
Yes, just an explanation. Because the site was developed, the whole site as a low-cost housing area, 60 units or 60 plots was already developed from funding that we received from the department. Because we changed to a FLIS and it's no more low cost, unfortunately we have to charge that service tax, which equates to the amount of 45,000 plus that, but that 45 is not lost to the municipality. As I explained, that 45 will be part of the selling price. That 45 will be kept in a revolving human settlement fund that has to be established in the municipality, and we can then apply to human settlements to use that 45 for future same type of housing projects for services.
Councillor Baker.
Speaker, ek wil net gou seker maak in terme van die pryse van die huis, nee, excluding nou daai, uitgesluit nou daai koste. So dit is gebaseer dan op die hoe dat mense goedgekeur was by die bank. Tussen 350.000 tot 600.000 is daai korrek, daai verstaan. So as ons nou die koste van die munisipaliteit daarby sit, daai 27.000 plus die 45.000, dan is dit dan nog bykom. Goed. Nee, ek wil net seker maak, Speaker, dat want aan die einde van die dag gaat het maar oor dat ons mense dit kan bekostig om het so huis te bly. So, maar ek meen dit is natuurlik onderhewig mos nou hoe dat elkeen sy goedkeuring is by die bank in terme van dit. Dankie, voorstel.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Swart, I will give you a term in the next round. Can I give to Councillor Jantjies before you, so that we all have an equal chance of speaking on the point? Councillor Jantjies?
Ja, Speaker, iets wat ek net nog so 'n bietjie die mekaar is my tussen. Daar is genoeg beneficiaries en daar is 60 persone kwalifiseer vir die verskillende huise. Maak die saak by wat 'n bankie. So hulle gaan die lening daar opneem, hulle betaal dit aan die bank. Iets wat net my 'n bietjie confused is. Wat van die 10 miljoen rand, waar pas dit in? Waar kom dit in? Gaan dit vir 'n sekuriteit by die bank gehou word? Want ek verstaan net nie mooi. Wat gebeur met die 10 miljoen rand?
Okay, yes, Michael, you may respond. And then, Hannes, you also want to respond to the okay, Michael?
Okay, Chairperson, the initial project was for 60 units. We received 10 million. So the 10 million won't be enough to build 60 units at once. I've said of what we've done as the administration, we explained this project will be rolled out in phases. With the 10 million, we will construct about 25 to 30 houses. We sell them off, we get in the money from the municipality, and then we will basically start with the next 30 or 30 units. And that is how we can go along. That money will come in the revolving fund, and we can also use that money as they come in to focus on other towns as well, where there's a need. So it will be like a sustainable development aiming at the middle income groups.
Jantjies, is dit duidelik genoeg?
Duidelik, die beneficiaries, hulle kry eintlik niks. Hulle kry eintlik niks vir alles wat hulle kry, betaal hulle voor. En ons help hulle net dat hulle aan 'n huis kom.
Yeah, Chairperson, maybe just very quickly to Alderman Jantjies is that apart from the selling price, say as die mense op bank toe gaan of hulle besluit op 'n huis van 400,000 rand, wat hulle ook dan kwalifiseer vir is die flits subsidy. So dit range tussen 80,000 tot 100 en ek dink is 120,000. So dit kom ook dan af van hulle amount wat hulle kry as 'n first time homeowner subsidy by die departement.
All right. So Michael, as amper soos it's like it's a startup. It's a startup. Yes, it's a revolving capital, as the elite would say. Councillor Swart?
Yeah, baie dankie, Deputy. I think it's very important, I think the whole thing is that what the Minister also need to know is that is there municipalities that commit themselves to empower the people. And I want to allude to the question that Councillor Baker has asked, the total selling price. We are still in the mood of really to negotiate. We want a commitment first from council, and what I've said to the minister and also his HOD, that we want to make sure, and when we start with this project, that it will be affordable. And what Alderman Jantjies has just asked is that, the people will qualify for a subsidy, but also they will be sure that the house is affordable. So after the commitment from council, the negotiations will continue, because there's a possibility that we can even do better. But we need the commitment that we really want to empower and make sure that the people in a certain bracket do get houses built in Britasto. Thank you. Not in Britasto, but in Cape Callis.
Thank you very much. There is a proposal. Abdulaziz, I see your hand is up. Do you want to give clarity?
Thank you, Speaker. Remember also, we're not out of line. I just want to also mention that there's two things I was mentioned, also to facilitate the council to make a decision. First of all, I just like Marius to note the spelling errors in the recommendation that we clean that up before we accept it as an item. And I just want to say from the administration side, this is our key debated topic, especially from our side. We don't like to forfeit any money, but I think from the administration side, the infrastructure side, we say we are supportive of the project and we will find creative ways of
Siyabulela Tata for those kind words, because we really need the support of technical services and all the directorates, because at the end of the day, a lot of municipal workers like Hendrik that's going off today, maybe he doesn't have a house. With the money, with the pension, I'm just making an example, with the pension that he would receive, he would have to go buy a house, but now is an opportunity for officials, wherever they are, whether they're in municipality
or sister departments, they are able to buy their homes now already, so that when one day they retire, they have their homes. There is a proposal on the table, as mentioned, that was proposed by Councillor, by the Mayor, to say that let us approve the recommendations from management that we waive the municipal cost to 0%. Am I correct? Yes. Can I get a seconder to that? All right. Thank you. Thank you very much to everyone. Thank you. Michael, thank you to everyone for the explanation. The item is approved, and so that we can give a response to the Provincial Minister of Human Settlements. Bye bye, Dankie. All right. We've been in a meeting. Okay, all right. That one is done.
Okay.
The second point, MM.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 11.1 is the strategic register of the municipality that we put on a monthly basis to council. That is, sorry, during the February 21 risk identification meeting were facilitated with line managers. The report is on page 5 of the agenda. And then you will see all the different risks that have been identified. The likelihood of those risks has also been spelled out in the report itself. And then the management recommendation is on page 7. And that is that the 2021-22 strategic risks be approved and that the risk actions be noted. And then also number 2, that the quarterly reports be submitted to the relevant portfolio committee on progress with the implementation of these actions.
Thank
so
you,
that is the
Can we approve, or is there anyone that wants to have a discussion? Are you approving, Councillor Jacobs? You want to discuss? All right, and also Councillor Martinez, you want to discuss? Approve, okay. Can we give an opportunity to Councillor Jacobs?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, our Mayor, this is your report, your final FARMCO report that we will hand over to the next council, and I think we would need to look at the list to see if it is complete. And in my opinion, today it is not. And I would like us to just go through a few points, and then I would like to request you at the end of those to refer this report back to the administration to make it full and complete, that we as a council after 5 years give the next council a complete list of risks to manage. I feel council do 2 things. We provide services and infrastructure, and we manage the community's assets, and that is the risk management we do. So first of all, under landfill, there is reference in today's addendums at page 188 that must be included. Those come from the Auditor General's report. There's also findings from COMAF report that must be included, so that the action list can be completed as well. I would also just like to mention at the point of the landfill site specifically that there was an incident before we were in council years ago. And I would like just to mention to the municipal manager that as managers or directors, we can delegate our responsibilities, but we can't delegate our accountability. And in the fact of the landfill site, we sit with a daily risk that we can get injury or death like we had 7 years ago, or plus minus that. So that is on the landfill site. The second one is the financial viability. On the 3 notes that is stated there, 3 of them refer to enhancement. That refers to the cow that we milk, that I've previously also mentioned in this committee, that we can't just look for more money. Our population is getting poorer, and we can't just enhance the income from taxes. I know we're selling land and other things, that is enhancement of income, but we also have, there's no mention here of the saving of costs that I should expect there. And then under 1.2, 1.3 B and C, it does state there the cleansing of updating indigents and the cleansing of updating informal settlements. There's also a reference in the performance audit report on page 186 that there must be clarity on the calculation of water losses, the accuracy of that, And 4B2, the consolidation on the number of houses that receive free basic services. I feel that those 2 points must be added. Something else, yes, it's that, the performance audit report. Yes, and then also under financial viability, further in today's agenda, there's also reference to the costs of, specifically on page 67 of today's agenda, that Inca portfolio managers and Ratings Africa were consultants that were paid by us separately, 103,500 Rand and 46,000 Rand. With specific reference to Inca, they stated clearly on page 67 in the middle of the page, under context, their salary wage agreement, the paragraph below that, it states Inca portfolio managers updated their November 2020 also identified the high employee cost as a threat to the municipality due to the effect that the high cost will have on the availability of funds for service delivery related to infrastructure. So we would, this cost for professional services of plus minus 150,000 Rand will be fruitless if we don't add it to the risk management, because that was clearly stated by those consultants as a threat, and in such matter then as a risk. Below that, also on page 67 is then I've mentioned that the salary and wage agreement, according to Inca, is a threat to the municipality's cost and financial viability at 41.7% of our total budget. And as a solution on page 67, it's stated in the paragraph below, to ensure financial sustainability and limit the high employee-related costs, the proposal that council support the following remedial actions to ensure that the municipality employee-related costs remains within the approved budget by appointing more small-scale contractors, which will then up the cost of the wages indirectly in the contractor's cost by the problem stated on page 67, which will again affect the financial viability of this municipality. Then point 3, the illegal erection of informal settlements. In this report on page 7, first paragraph, it states that we monitor activities and incidents reporting to squatter control via law enforcement. Madam Chair, it is my experience for the last 5 years that yes, we do monitor and that we just get a new number of new settlements every month or quarter reported to this committee. It has a direct financial implication on the long-term financial sustainability of this municipality, in that we have to provide. We have built many houses successfully over the last 5 and more years by this municipality, but we can't get the informal settlement number down. So it keeps up filling up from the bottom. So as an action, I would like to propose to this committee that we action that protection services that are paid for 7 days a week, standby and overtime, that we manage and secure no illegal erection of structures over weekends, which is the problem at the moment. We only monitor at the moment and there's no action. Then my last point, Madam Chair, point 4, there was another point somewhere in the reports scheduled for today that our rental facilities, it was I think in the internal controlled, I think it was either the internal audit or the performance audit report, that our rental facilities, that there's internal control deficiencies regarding contracts and the rental money paid, which is a direct implication on our financial viability because of that income that may be lost. So, Madam Chair, Mayor, I would like us as council to refer this report back so that it can be complete and concise for the new council to start. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jacobs. When you read the second bulletin, it says that the quarterly report be submitted to the relevant portfolio committee on progress with implementation of the action. So that is what you're referring to. It's already it is actioned to the portfolio committee. And I trust that you will also be back with all the queries that you have so that, and you will attend the portfolio committees as far as you can, so that we can iron out these issues, we can speak on them. So Tracy, I see your hand is up, Councillor Jacobs. Can we?
Just a follow-up question then, then we can maybe shorten the point, Madam Chair.
All right.
I would accept your explanation if we can then remove be approved at point 1 then.
Be noted, it says that the 2020 strategy be approved, then we will remove, and that the risk of and actions be noted. You want it to be like that?
Yes, correctly, and then for action in the new council.
Yes. All right, Tracy, over to you.
Thanks, ma'am. Thanks, Councillor, for your comments there. I think you make a lot of very valid points. Something I'd just like to clarify with the risk register is sort of the structure of it. We have what we call the strategic risk register, which is probably the key aspects that council needs to note and that council can drive the implementation of the actions. And then we have a more operational risk register, which deals with the smaller issues, and many of what you have covered there is actually included in the operational register, but obviously as council you are not always privy to that. I think one of the things that we've actually identified with the appointment of a new CRO at the district level is that the new council needs a workshop on all of the risks very shortly after they've been elected, because that is going to form the basis of your planning going forward. So I'm quite happy if we note this for now and leave it as it is. And then I think one of the important things would be then with the new council, let's have that workshop, let's discuss all the risks, and then we can decide again what you feel are the more strategic ones and what you feel could be relegated to operational. That's okay.
All right. Tracy, thank you very much for that explanation. Can we then, can I see with a show of hand that we note the recommendations made and all of the explanation that Tracy has given, and also with regards to the workshops that needs to take place, so that everyone understands the content of the risks within the municipality. Can I get a proposer? Thank you, Mayor, and a seconder. Thank you, Alderman Jantjies.
Okay, thank you very much, King Speaker. 11.2 gaan handel oor die
gewysigde grondwet vir die Fynbos Huis Eienaarsvereniging in Bredasdorp. Dit is vir die raad om oorweging te skenk aan die gewysigde grondwet riglyne vir Fynbos kompleks, alvorens die bouplanne goedgekeur kan word. So this complex has got its own guidelines in terms of building regulations, and all the request for council is to approve, and that is why you will see the recommendation is at page number 8, dat die raad die gewysigde grondwet van Fynbos Huis Eienaarsvereniging ten opsigte van die Fynbos Huis Eienaarsvereniging aanvaar en goedkeur. This is just for council for approval. It's a private complex where it is changing the constitution.
All right. Any deliberations, any questions before we approve? Mayor, do you want to ask a question?
First, Deputy Chair, Speaker, you've got the Chair, you've got the Speaker, and you've got the Deputy today. Speaker, ja, ek wil dit baie graag voorstel, dus aanvaar, daar's soos byvoorbeeld in wijk 5 oorals, daar's huiseienaarsverenigings. En hulle kyk na die bewaringsissues binne in daai spesifieke ontwikkeling, en ek wil baie graag van dat ons dit net so aanvaar. Baie dankie. So ek stel voor.
Thank you very much. Can I get a seconder for that one? Thank you, Councillor October and Councillor Martinez.
Yeah, the next one, 11.3, has got similar context. That is the concept architectoniese riglyne vir die gedeelte 15 van plaas 281 in Suiderstrand. En die doel van die verslag is weer eens dat die concept architectoniese riglyne, soos aangegee in bladsy 12 tot 41 vir die spesifieke gedeelte 15 van plaas 281 in Suiderstrand aan die raad voorgelê word vir oorweging. Die verslag is daar, al die planne en tekeninge is aangeheg en dan is die bestuursaanbeveling dat die raad in beginsel goedkeuring verleen vir die konsep argitektoniese riglyne vir die voorgestelde behuisingsontwikkeling op gedeelte 15 van Plaas 281 Suiderstrand en dat die eienaars of ontwikkelaars dien ooreenkomstig ingelig word.
Deliberations? None. Can I get...
Yeah, maybe just a question from my side. Sorry, Marius. Ons keer net in beginsel goed, beteken dit moet geadverteer word of is dit nie nodig nie? So hy word basies net goedgekeur dan nie in beginsel goedkeuring nie.
We approve that one. Can I get a proposal and a second? Councillor Martinez, Councillor Force. Thank you. Can we then move to the next one?
In the next one, Chairperson, is 11.4 is got to do with the Mill Park business plots.
Spesifiek erwe 6449 en 6690 Bredasdorp. Okay, there's a hand.
Ons het nou net dit gedoen. We're done. The architectural thingy. Ons is nou by nummer 4.
Okay. 11.4 dit handel oor die Milpark sakepersele en die doel van die verslag is basies om die raad in te lig oor die vordering van die bestaande 2 sakepersele erwe 6690 en 6449. Nou raadslede sal onthou we were converging on the site say a month or so ago and Marius facilitated an information session at the site where we've got 2 business plots in Milpark but when we realized the 2 strips of business urban is actually very small and it doesn't bode well for business opportunities in that area and that is why our town planning department had to go, they had to make a new layout for the 2 business plan, sorry, the 2 business plots in those areas. You will see it on the location maps on page 10 and the idea is actually to consolidate the one part of that open space to civic and social and the other part for business premises. Then you actually invite better type of business development on those areas because 2 small business plots for small businesses, I don't think that is what is currently required in that community. There was a very comprehensive consultation process. I think the ward councillor Marjorie October has engaged with the ward committees, also got a number of inputs from their side. Their input has been incorporated into the agenda on page 11 and you would know there's very interesting the suggestions that came from the community themselves. So this is actually the proposal on the table, the bestuursaanbeveling on page 12, is dat die raad kennis neem van alle insette wat aan die stadsbeplanningsdepartement voorsien is, dat die raad kennis neem van die voorlopige heruitlegte van die genoemde 4 erwe te Milpark, en dat dan sê dit die 10 maande strategiese plan, want dit was toegewys aan bestuurder administratiewe ondersteuning, dat dit nou afgehandel is, en dat die stadsbeplannings kan voortgaan met die onderverdeling, konsolidasie en hersonering van die betrokke erwe soos genoem in die aanbeveling, en dan dat stadsbeplanning se kommentaar dan ook as die raadsbesluit aanvaar word deur die raad. So at this point in time, I'm not so sure now if you want to add anything to the discussion for councillors. Easy reference, please.
All right, Sunil, can you come sit this side, please? Can I, in principle, just ask, when you know your point as administration, when you know you have a point on the agenda that you would need to give some feedback, just come sit here in the front so that we can easily ask you the questions. Thank you. Okay, Sunil, over to you.
Thank you. Yes, we made some proposals, but I see in the final proposal, there's nothing said about the ownership. And that can maybe create a problem because if we subdivide and consolidate and rezone the 4 stands actually, as we proposed, we will have to subdivide it in smaller stands if we want to sell it off. So we just have to put the ownership point in there as well in the proposal.
So what you can do so now is just formulate that ownership point so long that it will make it part of the recommendation.
Okay. All right, any discussion?
Ja.
Spreker, ek wil net vra dat ze dan vaar, maar ek wil ook vra dat die inkomende raad, dit finaal, jy weet, werkswinkel, dit is 'n baie mooi area, dat die ontwikkeling moet reg wees, dit moet pas by die mense wat daar woon. So ek wil vra dat daar net weer finaal by die inkomende raad gepraat word, want jy weet, wijkkomitees adviseer die raad. En daar is baie insette van die wijkkomitees, maar ek dink dit is iets pragtigs, maar dat die inkomende raad dit finaal, jy weet, en dan ook tydsraamwerke, hoe ons die ding kan, ons as inkomende raad, dit gaan vorentoe neem.
Alright. Now let's get a workshop we held with new incoming council. Can we get a proposer and a seconder? With those added from Sanel and from Mayor.
Proposer, Councillor October, Councillor Donald, thank you very much. Can we then move?
Thank you, Chairperson. It's going to be part of the prestige undertaking.
Yeah, the ownership. Okay,
11.5 die vervreemding of die huur van gedeelte van die meengrond 1148 Bredasdorp. Die oorweging geskenk word aan die versoek van meneer J. Dayes namens Oeverberg Landbou ten einde gedeelte van erf 1148 Bredasdorp te huur om perde te skou. Now, this was also part of a site inspection that we had on the 20th of August, and councillors that accompanied us and officials would know that is as you go the link between the Arniston Road and the Straysby Road on that corner of that dirt road. We all stood there, and that is where there was an application from Mr. Dayes for some kind of horse riding facility in that area. But if you look at, there was a lot of comment from the different departments, and I think even on that, with that site visit, it was indicated that that is actually prime real estate that can be utilized for a different purpose. And that is why you will see the management recommendation on page 13 is that die aansoek op hierdie stadium nie goedgekeur word nie, aangesien die sonering van die erf nie geskik is vir die doel van die gebruik van die erf nie, en dat daar ook 'n alternatiewe grond ondersoek word, en daar is 'n voorstel gemaak aan meneer Dayes om te kyk liewer na die aangrensend aan die nooit gedag pad, so daai gesprekvoering is tussen ons administrasie en die aansoeker aan die gang, en dat die raad moet besin oor die gebruik van die genoemde perseel aangesien verskeie ontwikkelaars ook belangstel om die grond te ontwikkel. Nou dit sal natuurlik aangespreek word with the review of the new spatial development framework that the municipality is going to embark on.
Okay, thank you very much. I see a hand, Councillor Jacobs. Raadheer Jantjies.
Ja, Speaker, ek sien hierdie voorstel hier en ons moet kyk waar ons sulke ontwikkelinge goed in ons gemeenskap, waar dit is ook natuurlik ontspanning vir die jong mense. Maar ek wil vir u net so 'n minuut terugvat. Julle was natuurlik geen hier gewees nie. Toe ons jare gelede die skougronde daar van die oude arena geskuif het in die dorp uit, en spesifiek met al ons pere goed. Daarna Oeverberg Agri of wat hulle ook al het soveel name gehad. En dit was die doel gewees om die pere uit die dorp uit te skuif. En toe het daar mense weer begin by kampies hier by Morrison pad die by die afdraai. Hier die Bloekombos begin, langs het hulle begin. En nou kom daar nog aansoeke. Ek dink die tyd het regtig waar aangebreek. Laat ons in gesprek tree met Oeverberg, wat is hulle regte naam? Is die Agri nie? Nampo. U weet, as u nou sien hierdie versoek wat ons nou aanbeveel, ons beveel aan dat die pere sport beoefen word, laas pere sport. Dit laas aan is die pere van Nampo. Ons kan nie die hele dorp net gee vir pere nie, en dit gaan natuurlik op landbougrond van ons moet plaasvind. Ons moet in gesprek tree, laat die mense moet hulle verskille wat hulle het, moet hulle een kant sit en hulle moet saamwerk. Ek meen, daai plek staan 99% van die jaar leeg daar. Staan het leeg. Ons gee net grond te grond. Ons moet op 'n tafel sit en gesels met die mense. Die mense moet natuurlik, ek weet wat die groot probleem is van hierdie ander mense. Hulle wil nie die reëls en die regulasies en goed van die ander Nampo. Kyk, Nampo het maar gister gekom. Nampo is nou net 2 jaar hier. Die vorige ouens, hulle wil nie dit volg en natuurlik is het ook te duur, want dit is die gewone ouens. So ons kan nie meer klein organisasies en vir elkeen 'n klomp grond gee nie. Hulle moet saamwerk. Dit was die rede gewees hoekom ons dit geskuif het. So ek wil maar net so 'n aanbeveling maak. Ek wil weet nou nie wat die burgemeester gaan sê, wat die nuwe raad gaan doen nie. Maar dit is van die goed wat ons moet doen om daai probleme op te los.
Yeah, I think it's a valid point, but today, Councillor Jantjies, wat ons sê dat die aansoek nie goedgekeur word nie. That is what we are saying. That is the recommendations. So I... Om die gesprekke.
Thank you. I think what Councillor Jantjies is just suggesting that apart from the Nooitgedal, there's also another alternative that we also have to put to the applicant. So we will do that. Thanks, Alderman Jantjies.
Have you kry ek Raadslid Jantjies is daai u voorstel. Okay, Councillor Jantjies is voorstelling. Can I get a seconder?
Ja.
Councillor Martinez.
Die voorstel moet ook behels, laat ons kyk na die ander PR-eienaars ook. Laat ons hulle akkommodeer by een plek.
And then it was advertised, and as I understand from the report, geen kommentare of besware is ontvang nie. En die bestuursaanbeveling is op bladsy 15. Dit is dat goedkeuring verleen word vir die huur van gedeelte erf 114A Bredasdorp. It's ongeveer 197 square meters in size. Aan concerned mothers vir 'n termyn van 3 jaar. Dat alle wetlike eistes vir hierin nagekom het en dat 'n jaarlikse huur van 1241 gehef word met 'n eskalasie van 5% per jaar. En ek dink dit werk uit soos R103 per maand en dat die huurder verantwoordelik is vir die installering van die munisipale dienste en dat die standaard terugvalklousule ook duidelik in die kontrak vervat word. So that is just the recommendation from management side.
Deliberations, Councillor Donald. And yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Lady, Madam Chair, Speaker. I agree in principle, and I was also at the site visit, but I've got a but. I think the term of the contract should be 9 years and 11 months, because they need, when they're applying for funding, it is in the donor's best interest if the term is longer than 3 years, and they will have better opportunities to get funding if it was 9 years and 11 months. And also the annual rental, 1,000 Rand. Those are my buts. Thank you.
Councillor Donald, can I ask you, what is the but with regards to the 1,000?
It was a memory that I had from all the discussions that we had when we were on site. I remember as councillors on site, we discussed 1,000 Rand, not 1,241 and 10 cents.
Okay. So you're saying that the amount should be 1,000 only?
The amount should be 1,000 and the term should be 9 years and 11 months.
All right. Anyone else? Councillor Jantjies.
Ja, voorzitter, ek ondersteun hierdie aansoek, maar ek kort twee goedjies net in die aanbevelings is. Die eerste is, daar moet 'n terugvallingsklausule wees. Wat?
Ja, seker.
O, terug, ja. En dan natuurlijk ook wat baie belangrik is, dat hierdie perseel moet gebruik word vir die doel. Dit kan nie vir ander aktiwiteite gebruik word nie, dan kom hy terugval. Dit is hoekom ek hy 2 punte het, asseblief.
Councillor Paul Swart.
Speaker, I see that the first point is that goedkeuring verleen word.
Put on my speaker. I put on my speaker. Dat goedkeuring verleen word vir die huur van gedeelte erf 1148. And I think the day then we visited there, that somebody told us that the earth on that small piece of land is actually two earths. I just want to have clarity on that one, because it's only one corner and it's a site where people, they do the illegal dumping there. So if we're going to only use one part of that earth, then the other side is still going to be a dumping area. So my feeling and suggestion is that that corner should be availed to concerned mothers, whether it's 1 or 2 earths, that the piece of land there on that corner be availed to the concerned mothers, because they're going to do is community work. And they want to put up 1 or 2 or 3 containers there. So that is just my concern.
Marius?
Madam Speaker, on page 49, you will see the map there. There's an indication of that, and that's including that whole area, not 2 parts.
So is daar 2 erwe of 1? It's 1.
Okay, thank you. Can I just ask a question with regards to the 1,000 rand, Marius? When you look further in the agenda, you'll find that the same organizations, they will pay 500 rand a year. Is that money a print photo of Watney? Because remember, it's in the poorest of the poor areas, where you're saying 1,000, but Niveris Nasor, you're saying they must pay 500. Is it? I think it's a spelling error or a tick fault. Is it?
No, Madam Speaker. The one where we get hold of the 1,241 rand, that was what we received from Boland Valley Herders on page 51. They said that is more or less the value when they go out when somebody rent that. So yes, later on we have the application from Napier 538. Where we give it to Napier Nasorg for 500 rand, so it's one of the other. Council can decide, but here we have a value from Boland Valley Herders of 1,200, so it's up to council to decide.
Councillor Swart en Councillor Martinez.
Maar ja, ek wil dan voorstel, Speaker, dat die eerste punt lei dat die goedkeuring verleen word, die wetgewing van die verhuur van erf. Die gedeelte, dit maak vir my 'n bietjie teer mekaar, dat die hele erf uitverhuur word, and then also that the term is for 9 years and 11 months, and point 3 dat die wat is dat die punt 3 is dat 'n jaarlikse huur van R500 gehef word met 'n eskalasie van 5%. We should understand, Speaker, is that, as you just said, it's part of the poorest of the poor that is in that ward, and we need that facility in that part of our town. Thank you. That is just my proposal, the first point and the third point.
Councillor Martinez and then Councillor Jantjies.
Voorsitter, ja, dankie. Ek wil nogal saamgestem het met die burgemeester toe hy begin het met die aanbevelings, maar toe wyk ons 'n bietjie af. En hier het ons nou 'n valuation. En is dit wetlik reg om af te wyk van die valuation van Boland? as dit nie die geval is nie, dan gaan ek die voorstel ondersteun, want ons kyk in die toekoms aan ander NPO's ook wat grond gaan soek in Kaap Agulhas vir dieselfde funksies wat verrig moet word.
Thank you. Councillor, I'm going to get the questions and then let the officials respond. Councillor Jantjies?
Die eerste punt, gedeelte wat ek stem nie saam nie, ek kan volledig
Hannes, do you want to respond to the wetlik?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I think from my side, I think the first point is, if it is longer than the period what is proposed, then there should be legal processes to follow. And we have to comply with those processes. And then, yeah, it's still the prerogative of council, you know, it's not really, there is a market value, but it's market related. But if council have a view, yes, this is the amount. The only thing normally, if you have a market-related value and you start deviating for that, you know, when you come to others, then it's always difficult, you know, to defend. But if there's a specific reasoning to this or motivation, you know, why to deviate from that, it's still a prerogative. But I think always we just need to be consistent in the way how we apply these things.
All right. Thank you. Emmett, you want to respond?
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. I also just wanted to allude to the fact about the valuation itself, because we just need to determine, you can get this both two ways. The one is, if we do not have, we've got a valuation for this one, so we know what to charge. If we do not have a valuation for the others that are coming, where we say 500, then we can either get the valuation and make that the requirement, or council can decide here as a principle, listen here, for where there are, what do you call it, community facilities. This is what we're charging for those similar kind of. The one thing about the 9 years and 11 months, Maya, must be honest, I think sometimes we not, ons onthou nie baie goed nie. Dit was 'n baie lang heated discussion rondom die 9 jaar en 11 maande of die 3 jaar. En daar was juist 'n besluit gemaak dat ons hou by die 3 jaar, en wat dit eintlik 'n bietjie meer tricky maak is dit so geadverteer. So it has been advertised. This council wants to lease this land for a period of 3 years, and that is why I think we haven't had any comments, Mara. Yeah, with the option to extend it. So we cannot deviate and now make a different resolution than what has been advertised. Thanks.
All right.
More input will be valuable also here.
Thank you. Mine is just, if we're going to extend the lease period, we have to look at the land use rights. And then we're going to have to look at the footprint and maybe do a consent use application just to get the land use rights in place, like civic and social, to cover the concerned mother use.
Ek net vra, hierdie stelsel kan dit daar ergens bietjie harder gestel word? Want ek hoor nie as mense vorentoe praat, dit is baie sag. Soos Sonel nou wat vorentoe praat, en raadsdame hier met die maatstop, nou hoor ons nie agter nie. Ek dink dat seker dat ons nie moet hoor nie, maar dit is net bietjie, ons wil alles hoor. Ek dink die ding, soms is die mics hard, en maar wat dat hoor, dan kan nie verskil tussen wanneer die mics aan of af is.
Okay, thank you. Can somebody just ask one of the technicians just to come and attend to the sound, please?
Mevrouw Speaker, dus ons het al 2 uur en 'n half al aan de achteraan staan.
Okay, let's complete this point, and then let's complete this point. I would recommend that we complete this point, and then we can have a 5-minute leg stretch. Okay, all right. Let's just get everyone's emotions down. Marius, do you have the way of how you're gonna put this together that we say a gedeelte, we use the gedeelte of R1148, and then we remain on the on the 9 years. And then number 3. No, I mean 3 years. We remain on the 3 years. And then the third one is the alle wetlike langtermyn, whatever. And then the amount. What have we agreed on to the amount? Abdulaziz is eager to say something.
Sorry, man, I normally don't speak on points that doesn't affect me. The previous council resolution was that the Mark here would get charged for it. It says that it's slightly above that. So unless you recall that council resolution, it has been decided on the 30th of March.
Okay. All right, MM, do you want to respond?
Now, I now understand why the mayor called him professor earlier.
Okay, so we will still stay because we've got an evaluator that have evaluated the price, that it will remain to that. But when we get to the other points, we must just remember that this is what we said in the previous ones. This is the principle. And with the 5% escalation and all of the terugvalklausule and all of that. So do we approve? Can I get a proposer and a seconder? Councillor Martinez, Councillor October, thank you very much. All right. Without any further ado, with the powers invested in me, can I ask that we have a stretch, a leg stretch? We'll be back at half past.
Oh no, it's P, so it's about 25.
Okay, we'll be back after 25 minutes. Thank you very much.
No, it's 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Thank you.
Next, I want to show you how to sign up for an account. If you open the menu, you'll see the register and login options. I'm going to show that on this screen. And a lot of the app can be used without an account. But if you want to submit fault reports and I'm going to show that on this screen. And a lot of the app can be used without an account. But if you want to submit fault reports and request help under My Complaints and Requests, you will need an account. So I'm going to go to register and enter an email address. I'm just going to add a number here. And quickly create a password. Now, you have to confirm your email address. That is because you will need to be able to use your email address later if you need to recover your password. So it's very important that you make sure that you use the right email address, something that you'll be able to use again later. And here I've received my email to confirm the address. So I'm going to copy that link and just paste it back in here. You can just click that link when you get it. And then it shows that you can now log in.
Het jy al gehoor dat jy kan kontak maak met Kaapagullis munisipaliteit sonder om van een persoon na die ander deurgeskakel te word? Nou is dit moontlik met die nuwe MyMuni app. Just imagine, Kaapagullis municipality at your fingertips. Well, I've got exciting news for you. It's all possible with the new MyMuni app.
Hallo julle, my naam is Gershwin Prins.
En ek is Kylin Fourie. Ons is van Kaapagullis munisipaliteit kommunikasie en ons is hier om vir julle te wys hoe die app werk. Die app gee ons toegang tot die verskillende afdelings in Kaapagullis munisipaliteit, soos byvoorbeeld
The Kaapagullis app is available at app.kaapagullis.gov.za. When you visit that web page, it will open the app in your browser. On supported devices and browsers, it will then prompt you to add the app to your home screen. That is how you install the app. If it does not prompt you to add the app to the home screen at the bottom of the screen, you can often also open the browser menu at the top right and then click on Install App or on Add to Home Screen. I'm going to tap on Add Kaapagullis app to home screen at the bottom. The second prompt you get is to subscribe to notifications. By doing that, you can get pop-up notifications from the municipality to let you know when there are new notices and other important things that you need to be aware of. The app has been installed to the home screen according to this notification I got. So next time you want to use the app, you can go to your app menu and find it there and open the app as any other app.
Goeiedag, good day, Molweni. Ek is hier as uitvoerende burgemeester van Kaapagullis, Paul Swart, hier saam met die span van Kaapagullis munisipaliteit om die baie belangrike community engagement app aan die inwoners van Kaapagullis bekend te stel vandag. Die naam van die app spreek vanself.
And just 11.7. All right, thank you very much. Welcome to everyone, to the councillors, to the officials that are sitting here in the council chambers, and also welcome to our community members that are tuned in on the different platforms of our social media, Facebook and YouTube. We welcoming all of you on the second part of our meeting. We move straight away to point 11.7. MM, can you take us through that point? Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, 17418 Apier, die hier van die gedeelte erf, en die doel van die verslag is op bladsy 15, en dit is dat die raad oorweging skenk aan die versoek van meneer Jay Haan, ten einde gedeelte van erf 1748 Napier by die raad te huur. Die liggingsplan is aangehek op bladsy 52, and I can just remind councillors that were accompanying us on that site visit, where we had those two plots on the corner where this person just want to lease the front part in order to access his house and put up a gate in terms of that piece of land. So we want, so ek dink raadslede sal dit onthou daar in Apier, dus die twee eienaars was so langs mekaar. Jy sal sien die kommentaar van die terreininspeksie is op bladsy 16 op die 6de September, en dan is die bestuursaanbeveling is dat die aansoek goedgekeur word en dat 'n oorskrydingsfooi van R4015, en dit is in terme van die raad se oorskrydingsfooi tarief wat goedgekeur is in die begroting, en dan dat is sodanige oorskryingsooreenkoms met die aansoeker aangegaan word vir 'n periode van 3 jaar met ingang van 1 November 2021 tot 31 Oktober 2024.
All right, thank you very much, MM. Can we have deliberations? Councillor Donald, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also wanted to bring to our attention, and we were all there as councillors, that there has been a lot of, we noticed and appreciate that Mr. Haan has gone through the correct processes. But we also noticed while we were there that there's been a lot of land grabbing along that road, and there's many of the properties along that road have fenced off right up to the street and have land grabbed the pavements, built over building lines, or put up palisade fencing. And I would like to suggest that, I think we discussed it there, that we would do a study or investigation of all the applications that have or haven't been approved.
Right, someone else, I think Councillor Donald, you're making a valid point with regards to land grabs, because some people have a notion that land grabs only happen in townships or informal settlements. Land grabs happens also in our suburb or in our inner town. Any other person that would like to elaborate? I see Mayor, your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Ek wil net vra punt 3. Ek wil net verduidelik het so wat dat 'n oorskryingsooreenkoms by die aansoek aangegaan vir 3 jaar. As ons die oorskryingsooreenkoms aangaan, ons verstaan die persoon gaan seker goedes daar in plek sit op daai spesifieke grond. En dit is eintlik 'n permanente reëling wat ons dan aangaan met so 'n aansoeker. Ek wil net vra, is dit gepas dat ons aangaan vir 3 jaar as ons dit toestaan teen R4015 per jaar? Ek weet nie of daar eskalasie by is nie, maar dat dit is ook part of beautifying our towns. That is land that's laying there that can be used, and it's just for clarity that point number 3 is only for 3 years, and the investment that some people will make. And the effort that they will put in there, and alluded to what Councillor Donald has just said, where the day when we visited that area, alongside in that same street, there's so many people that already use that extra land up until the road. And that is a permanent structures that they actually put in. They plant trees, they make gardens, and there's in some cases there's already fencing around municipal land. But if people going through the right processes, that are we still just allowing it for 3 years? and what will happen after 3 years. For me, it's more a permanent solution in that case.
Right, anyone that wants to, Councillor Jantjies, your hand was up?
Dankie, nee, ek wil regtig waar saamstem met dan Donald oor die man se eerlikheid. Jy weet, hier kom so baie versoeke na ons toe. Ek meen, ek is nou vooruit, maar ek meen, die, ek amper sê ek speaker, Deputy Meyer, sy kan dieselfde ook gedoen het, want daar is 'n versoek van haar, sy kan ook net toegekamp het. En ek meen, ons moet aandag gee aan daardie goed. Dit is ons moet die regte boodskap, ek is hou daarvan om die regte boodskap vir die gemeenskap uit te gee. Ons is natuurlik baie gelukkig dat Raadsdame Martinez nou nie in die vergadering is nie. Maar ek wil dankie sê en ook vir hierdie persoon wat aansoek gedoen het. Regtig waarom die regte prosedure te volg. En dan net wanneer ander mense sulke goed doen, dan word daar te neergekom op hulle. So regtig waar ek dink is 'n baie goeie voorbeeld wat hy stel.
Anyone, Councillor Jacobs, you want to say something to me?
Seeing that you're asking, Madam Chair. The Napier has got a lot of bigger problems than this specific one. And is that the main road going through Napier is, no, I just want to say that the main road of Napier is going over a lot of people's private land. If you look on the specific site map of Jubilee Street, you will also see that 396, 395, these old urban are long, and our Jubilee Street is going over other people's land. So Napier in all, the next council will have to deal with Napier with long-term vision when they grant certain rights like this, because we will have, and it is not necessary that we appoint a consultant for hundreds of thousands to do this. If our building department under Sunel's guidance just draws simple lines where the streets are with dotted lines, then we can easily just say, okay, we respect that line. And that is the road servitude. And even if it's still informal and not registered or whatever, because we're talking about millions of rands now, vice versa, square meterage, land ownership, right of ways, servitudes, and so forth. So yes, I think let's grant this. It's the start of that, and that this council instructs the building department under Sunel's guidelines to look at the situation, specifically these few streets in Napier that do this, and that we have got a preempt idea of how we're going to deal with applications in future.
Thank you very much. I think Councillor Donald has also mentioned it. When we were there, it was said that a study should be done, because that is what we found, that exactly what you are saying, that there's a lot of errands that are, the road reserve is also somebody else's errand. So a study should be done to determine what is what and who has to have what in Napier, so that we know in the future how to deal with applications such as these. I think it will be part of the recommendations that a study to be done to determine which errands are for what in Napier. And also, Marius, can I just ask, this application, will it have to be advertised before we grant the approval?
Ma'am, in the past we haven't advertised the encroachment agreements, so we haven't advertised it in the past. So.
Right. About advertising.
Yeah, just very important. Is there any legislation that requires us to advertise, or is legislation silent on that? What does our policy say in terms of encroachment?
No, our new policy is mentioned that we had to advertise encroachments, but there's nothing at this existing time.
For die tydperk. Ons kan net so goed sê, okay, vir my is dit die mense gaan die stukkie grond gebruik op 'n permanente basis. Kan ons op 'n stadium mens kan dit oorlaat aan die volgende raad as ons die ondersoeke doen? For me it's a question why 3 years. It's going to be on a more permanent basis. Then the council can just have, decide whether we can to sell that piece of land adjacent to the earth, to that specific owner.
Sunil, do you want to comment? Tracy, do you want to comment on this one? No. So what are the possibilities, Marius, that we remain in the 3 years and then we look after 3 years, how's it going? And the study that we will do will also give us a guidelines in terms of where to in the next future with regards to what do we do after. So I would say, I can't make recommendations, but I would say let's go with the 3 years, and then the study will be done. That will give us a way forward how the future would look like.
I think what we have done in the past with the 3 years, all our encroachments was for 3 years. After 3 years, council will have a review and say that if it's still necessary, we just extend it for another 3 years. But if council, anything can happen within 3 years' time. Maybe we want to get hold of the property again. So, and there is a terugvallingsclausule ook included in the encroachment. So that is why we don't want to give it on a too permanent base, so that we just have that leverage to review the options after 3 years.
So, okay. What else? Is there anyone else? Yeah.
Chairperson, are we at 11.7 now? The same, we must apply the same principle as we did in Arniston with that Leonard guy. So it was for 3 years, oorskreding, and that's it. I will voorstel dat ons by die bestuursaanbeveling.
Yes, and we add that a study to be done to determine the issues in Napier. Thank you. Can we get a proposer and a seconder? Councillor Baker, Councillor Sauls, thank you very much. 11.8.
Thank you. 11.8 is oor die vervreemding van 'n gedeelte erf 1794 in Napier. Die doel van die beslag is om oorweging te skenk soortgelyke aansoek van meneer en mevrou Besidenhout ten einde gedeelte van erf 179 Napier by die raad te huur. Hierdie is ook 'n aansoek vir 'n oorskredingsooreenkoms, min of meer in dieselfde area. Is die buurmense, so ek dink ons kan verwag dat daar meer mense gaan ook aansoek doen vir oorskryding. So ek neem aan die bestuursaanbeveling is presies dieselfde, tydperk van 3 jaar en dan ook die bedrag wat betaalbaar is in terme van die raad se tariewe beleid. En ook dan nog die ondersoek wat gedoen moet word.
Yeah. And can I just also ask Marius that the same, that terugvalklausuul is dat, want op die ene is daar nie 'n terugvalklausuul, maar as ons nou die brief uitreik, dan moet dit al daai geen permanente strukture mag.
Dat in die ooreenkoms.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Can I get a proposer and Councillor Donald, a seconder? Councillor Sauls, thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. 11.9 has to do with also an application for an encroachment, oorskryding vir 'n gedeelte erf 574 in Agulhas. En dit is dat oorweging geskenk word aan die besoek van meneer M.J. Steyn ten einde gedeelte van erf 574 Agulhas te huur. Nou die mense wat nou al reeds op 'n paar van die terreinbesoeke was daar in Agulhas sal verstaan it's a fairly controversial application, this one, because we've already had numerous lawyers' letters flying around without even this having been brought to council yet. So we expect quite a lot of controversy in terms of this application, but it has to do with somebody that is utilizing a piece of land next door to their property. They normally utilize it over the holiday season, obviously to the dismay of the neighbors, and there's always these neighbors complaining of each other's activities over the festive season. And now the one owner has now applied to the municipality for an official encroachment in terms of that portion of land. In fact, they are applying for 10 meters of encroachment into the public open space adjacent to their property. En dan die bestuursaanbeveling op hierdie stadium is dat die aansoek nie aanbeveel word nie, en dit is nie as gevolg van die, hoe noem mense die twist tussen bure nie, maar dit gaan maar basies oor die feit dat daar onderliggende dienste onder die area is, en dit sal toegang van die munisipaliteit verhinder, indien ons so oorskridingsooreenkoms toestaan.
All right, can we get deliberations or approvals? Councillor Martinez?
Voorzitter, dankie. Ek stel voor dat die bestuursaanbevelings aanvaar word.
Thank you. Can I get a second to that one? Councillor Donald or Councillor Baker, thank you very much. Can we move to the next one?
Okay, 11.10 is die vervreemding of 'n gedeelte erf 1837 Struisbaai. En die doel van die beslag is om oorweging te skenk aan die versoek van meneer T. Oberholzer ten einde gedeelte van erf 1837 Struisbaai by die raad te huur. Die liggingsplan is aangeheg op bladsy 65. En ek neem aan raadslede het dit reeds onder oog gehad. En dit is ook 'n aansoek vir 'n oorskridingsooreenkoms vir 'n gedeelte grens aangrensend aan die eienaar se eiendom. Die bestuursaanbeveling is op bladsy 21 dat die aansoek wel goedgekeur word en dat 'n oorskrydingsfooi van 4015 per jaar vooruit betaalbaar sal wees. Dit is ook vir 'n 3 jaar termyn met 'n terugvalklousule en uit die aard van die saak dat geen permanente strukture mag oor ondergrondse munisipale dienste opgerig word nie.
All right, can I get deliberations or approvals? Councillor Jantjies and Councillor Martinez?
Ja, Speaker, ek wil net sê, ons het gesien, hier word aansoek gedoen vir 'n gedeelte, maar nergens is die gedeelte hier nie. Maar ons sien die erf is 9553 square. Dis amper sê ek nou 'n moegse stuk grond. So wat is die grootte wat die man wil hê?
Dis nie, is 43.
43 meters.
It's only 43 square meters.
43 square.
Wat hy wil oorskry.
Op bladsy 20 raadse Jantjies.
Daar is hy, sorry.
Daar is hy.
Voorgestelde grootte wat hy wil hê is 43, sorry, ek het nou daai. En so min laat ek dit glad nou raak gesien, maar ek wil sê, die groot getal is allemaal 'n bietjie te groot vir daai bedrag. Nee, dis right.
Raadse Martinez?
Voorzitter, ja, dankie. As ek so kyk na die gedeelte wat hy wil hê, dan is dit nie 'n erf nie. Is 43 square meters, maar dis nie 'n erf nie, is 'n lang gedeelte. So met dit het ek nie probleem nie en wil ek die bestuursaanbevelings so aanvaar. Voorstel.
Can I get a second to that? Councillor Meyer Swart, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
11.11.
Thank you, Speaker. Miskien op hierdie stadium net die administrasie baie dankie sê. Ek sal raadslede sal agterkom, die agenda lees almal basies in dieselfde. En Marius en sy span baie dankie dat ons soortgelyke aansoeke by mekaar het. Thank you.
Abdul, you want to say something?
So approved and the coming from staatsbeplanning sê en die raadbeskrywing sal toestaan behels tot onderverdeling, konsolidasie en hersenering wat Afrikaans al vertaal goedkeuring. Wys nie dit in die bestuursaanbeveling nie. En hy sê meer wat op die straatgrens gebou is in die munisipaliteit behoort. En dis hoekom die aansoek voor die raad is vandaag.
Okay, thanks. Sonel, you want to comment on that?
Okay, Councillor Martinez.
Voorzitter, maar in daai geval moet ons dit oorweeg om dit liewer te verkoop aan iemand. En dan moet ons mos hier al die prosesse gaan vir die onkoste van die aansoeker. As die muur nou al klaar daar is, as die muur klaar daar, dan moet die mense dit oorweeg om dit liewer te vervreem.
Marius, this wasn't part of the site visits, eh?
No. That's why. I think let's ask that we refer this one back and that all other evidence that has come to the light so that we can deliberate it more. Thank you.
try to refer it back to the original applicants of this property. En dan die bestuursaanbeveling is op bladsy 23. En dit is dat R538 Napier aan Nieuwerus nasorg beskikbaar gestel word om as 'n safe house te gebruik vir 'n termyn van 3 jaar, beginnende 1 Januarie 2022 tot in Desember 2024. En dan hier is die huurbedrag weer van R500 per jaar vooruitbetaalbaar. En dan dat die munisipale dienste deur die huurder betaal sal word, dat die fasiliteit vir geen ander doel aangewend sal word, as die oorspronklike goedkeuring nie, terugvalklausule is ingebou, en uit die aard van die saak dat die raad se voorneme per publieke deelname bekend gemaak word. So hierdie is as die raad dit oorweeg, dis 'n in beginsel goedkeuring, en dan sal dit geadverteer word vir publieke kommentaar.
All right, can we have deliberations or approvals? Raadslid Martinez and Councillor Donald or Councillor Sauls?
Voorzitter, ek het geen probleem daaraan dat dit moet verhuur word aan die mense vir 'n safe house nie. Ek wil net hê dat ons dieselfde beginsels moet laat geld soos wat ons huidigelik het met die safe house hier in Bredasdorp. Die safe house in Bredasdorp is die raad se eiendom. Daar is 'n huurbedrag aangekoppel en ook wat betref die munisipale dienste en sovoorts. Wat ons hier doen, moet ons daar ook gaan doen. En ek is nie seker dat die bestuursaanbeveling dit aanspreek nie. So as dit nie die geval is, die voorsitter sal ek voorstel, omdat dit eers van Januarie af is, dat ons dit ook moet terugverwys, om seker te maak dat ons die twee in lyn bring met mekaar.
Councillor Sauls?
Speaker, wat ek wil sê is, ons het 'n safe house nodig, soos raadsdame Martinez nou gesê het, ja, maar op die huidige oomblik raadsdame moet ek sê, ons het 'n safe house baie dringend, ons kan nie nou wag vir volgende jaar, so die gevalle nou in Napier is, kan ons eintlik vra vir die raad, as ons nie onmiddellik kan begin nie, want dit is 'n saak van dringendheid in Napier, wat ons mee sit en die safe house in Bredasdorp het ons die afgelope paar jare baie gestaan, maar vir my as raadslid van Napier weet ek die omstandighede, die behoefte in Napier, so vir my voel as ons onmiddellik kan begin met die safe house in Napier, sal ek dit baie waardeer, baie dankie.
Right, thank you, Councillor Sauls, that you gave that explanation. But remember, this is not an issue for Councillor Martinez. It's a council issue that you can't just speak to Councillor Martinez because this is an issue for all of us. Raadslid Jantjies, you wanted to say something?
Speaker, dankie. Ek wil presies dieselfde gesê het, dit is 'n oningeligte bestuursaanbeveling. Omrede, ek stem volkome saam wat sy sê, wat ons hier doen, moet ons daar ook doen. En dit is baie nodig vir 'n safe house op Napier met al die elemente. Maar ek sal lyk net dat die volle raad bewus is, wat is die koste wat die raad het met die safe house op Bredasdorp, wat ons alles doen. En dit moet hier staan, want Napier se mense gaan terugkom en hulle wil dieselfde ook hê. En is dit haalbaar, is dit bekostigbaar? So laat almal net weet. Daar's geen probleem. Ek dink almal is dit eens dat dit kan aangewend word vir 'n safe house, maar dit moet ook bekostigbaar wees vir die raad om die goed uit te rol. Dankie. Ek sal my steen gee sodra ek al daardie syfers so goed weet het. Dankie.
Voorsitter, en die ander ding wat moet oorweeg word is daar sekere vereistes verbonde aan die operasie van 'n safe house. So departement, ek weet nie wat die departement was daar betrokke met die safe house nie, maar Luzette Smith se afdeling was baie nou betrokke in wat is die vereistes wat moet nagekom word en sovoorts en sovoorts. So ja, ons wil almal hê dit moet daar gebeur, maar dit kan nie soos in oornag nie, daar is sekere goed wat daarin voldoen moet word.
Councillor Sauls?
Speaker, ja, wat ek wil sê is as in plek ons werk, hulle werk saam met DSD, so DSD gaan betrokke wees en kindersorg, so die hele departement saam wie hulle werk wat betrokke gaan wees.
Okay, but the issue is, this thing can't happen just overnight. The issue is we need to vergelijk appels met appels. where we want to know what is happening with the one in Bredasdorp and all of that. And also I would have wanted to see what is in place already, if we say today, what is in place from their side to ensure that the decision that we are making, they are also ready. Mayor Swart?
Ek wil net seker ek is net bekommerd wat raadsdame Saul sê, die nood in 'n pier is nou daar. En dit raak groter oor Kersfeestyd, waar almal op vakansie is, dis die nood dat mense op die straat is. Ek wil vra, en ek weet ook, ek is net nie seker in dit wat na raadsdame Martinez na verwys, wat 'n impak finansiële impak het die Safehouse op Bredasdorp op die munisipaliteit. Ek weet ons gee jaarliks R100,000 nou op die oomblik vir die Safehouse, wat seker kostes dek van die Safehouse, en ons sal ook vir hulle ondersteun, want dit is 'n social responsibility en van die raad ook om te kyk na ons gemeenskappe. Ek wil net weet, betaal die Safehouse op Bredasdorp dienstegelde of word hulle gesubsidieer deur die raad? Dit is die issues wat ons seker wil weet. Maar is dit maklik om vandag daaroor te praat en dat ons onmiddellik hierdie versoek kan goedkeur? En dit is presies, dit is 'n Safehouse. En ons kan eintlik net vir mekaar sê wat hier gedoen word, moet daar gedoen, en dis binne die grens van Kapagallas.
Right, can I give over to your CFO?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what is important is, I think this one is for them to allow them, yes, to make use of that facility. So if council say principle, yes, it's fine. But I think what I suggest then is let them then submit another request to the municipality for support based on the same principles that we currently apply. And that I know we give them a 50,000 rand to support, and then also their support in terms of their services to the Safehouse. But I think if we can say in principle, yes, we approve this, so yes, then we know the first step is in the right direction, and maybe then the second one is for them to apply based on those principles for support, so that at least we can incorporate it as part of our adjustment budget.
All right, Marius, die ene moet ook geadverteer word, né? So it will also give us time if we say in principle we approve, and then that all the processes be taken into account. So let's start the process now and see how the process and where the process takes us from there. But as we stand today, it does not look like they will be able to work there as of tomorrow, because there's a lot of wetlike aspekte wat 'n mens moet in ag neem. So can I get a proposer and a seconder for this one? Die hier moet ons 'n markverwante hier kry, of what is the process with regards to that one?
Madam Chair, wat ons nou net gesê het, wat in Bredasdorp geld in Napier. En ek wil vra dat dit in my voorstel dat dit beginsel goedgekeur word, die publieke deelname op dit adverteer word, as daar geen kom dat mense daar teen is, dat dit voortgegaan word, en dan soos wat anders sê, dat die bestuur net dan sou dit verskil, en dat daar 'n groter finansiële impak vir die bestuur is, dat hulle dan die aansoek kan doen, daar kan ons kyk wat ons vir Bredasdorp gee, dat ons self dit daar kan toepas.
We move to the next agenda point.
Thank you, Speaker. Verhuuring van 'n gedeelte grond, ERF 601 is natuurlik die meengrond rondom Agulhas. Daar's 'n aansoek van die Agulhas Erfenisvereniging om daar's 2 geboue, of is eintlik 1 gebou wat staan op 'n gedeelte van ERF 601. Wat huidiglik gebruik word vir die water en riooldienste departement, maar daar's 2 baie mooi woonstelletjies wat ook daar staan, en die Agulhas Erfenisvereniging het die potensiaal gesien om dit in 'n tipe van 'n kultuur erfenismuseum te omskep, en dit is hoekom hulle aansoek gedoen het vir hierdie spesifieke eiendom om dit vir daai doeleindes aan te wend. Daar was 'n terreinbesoek gewees, heelwat raadslede was betrokke op die 9de September. Ons het ook die departement van water en riool se bestuurder daar gehad en ek dink al wat hy wou gehad het is die geboue staan leeg, maar hulle wil net toegang hê tot die waterinfrastruktuur wat op daai perseel geleë is. En die aansoekers het baie duidelik gestel, hulle stel net belang in die 2 geboue wat huidiglik vakant staan. En hulle is daarmee eens dat daar altyd toegang sal wees vir die bestuurder van riool, water en riool om die infrastruktuur enige tyd van die dag of nag te kan besigtig. So die bestuursaanbeveling is basies op bladsy 25, speaker. En dit is dat die raad in beginsel goedkeuring gee vir die verhuuring van gedeelte ERF 601 Agulhas. Hier is ook dat die jaarlikse huurgeld R500 beloop vir die huur van die 2 woonstelle op die erf en dat die opgestelde ooreenkoms ook 'n terugvalklausule soos normaal in het, dat alle verbeterings aan die fasiliteit vir die Agulhas Erfenisvereniging se rekening sal wees. Die versekering gaan hulle ook dan nou dek en dat die raad kennis, dit is maar net, daar was ook voorheen 'n aansoek gewees van Zoetendal. In feite, ek dink die raad het dit reeds aan Zoetendal Akademie toegeken. Zoetendal Akademie het teruggekom en gesê, maar hulle sien nie meer hulle weg oop om die perseel te gebruik nie. En dis waar die Agulhas Erfenisvereniging toe gesê het, maar as hulle dit nie wil hê nie, ons sal dit graag wil hier van die raad. So dit is basies die verslag op hierdie stadium vir bespreking en oorweging deur die raad, speaker.
Any deliberations, comments? Meneer?
Baie dankie. Eerstens wil ek net vra, as 'n versoek, een of twee van die publieke lede is dat wanneer die raadslede praat, dat dit seker maak that the mic is on, because sometimes it's frustrated that they want to be part, and they can't hear the councillors. Dan is daar 'n wyk 6 uit. Voorsitter, ek dink dat die aanbeveling is reg. Ek is ten gunste dat ons hierdie die 2 gebouetjies aan die erfenis bewaringsvereniging verhuur. Die gebou staan en daar's baie, dit gaan agteruit. En dit word vir 'n goeie doel nou aangewend. Ons kan hierdie gebou, daar's 'n klomp waterwerke gebruik dit en wat ek daai dag gehoor het is dat hulle wil regwaar die plek opruim en dit kan net tot voordeel wees vir die area en van Kaap Agulhas. So ek stel voor dat ons die plek aan hulle verhuur. Thank you.
Alderman Jantjies.
Ek ondersteun dit ook net, ek wonder net moet ons die punt inbring dat die raad het moet in alle tye toegang hê tot die perseel, hy moet dit inkom. Thank you.
Just a question from my side. I'm questioning the issue of I would always question the consistency. I'm just asking about the consistency of social civic organizations. For the one, there's a certain amount with a 5% escalation, but for others, there's just a bedrag without a 5% escalation. Why is there no consistencies when it comes to organizations within the Cape Agulhas region? Mayor, Swart?
Lady Chair, I think it was discussed earlier that ons van nou af die consistency moet toepas. Dit is nou 'n gesprek gewees hierso. Daar's ook net, jy weet, as dis dieselfde, soos byvoorbeeld, ek maak net 'n voorbeeld, Concerned Mothers, dis nie iets wat hulle vir hulle self gebruik, hulle wil iets vir die gemeenskap doen. Dit moet bekostigbaar wees, maar dit moet ook binne ons beleidsraamwerk geskied, maar ook dieselfde vir hierdie geval. Ons moet kyk en as dit in gevalle as daar jy weet iemand kan sê dit is wat maagverwant is, die raad kan nog sekere goedes, jy weet, maagverwant kan terugkom na die raad toe. Ons moet kyk na sekere goedes. As byvoorbeeld 'n Concerned Mothers dit nie kan bekostig, kan die raad 'n besluit neem daaroor. Maar ons moet consistency moet ons probeer en dit is die gesprek vanmiddag gewees. So ek sal ook sê dat hierdie die huurgeld kan ons sê maagverwant met die eskalasie, maar dan moet ons ook kyk wat die mense inploeg, die waarde wat die mense toevoeg tot raadseiendom.
We noted like that. Emma, do you want to comment?
No, it's fine. I agree with that. We really should build in consistency, and I think I'm actually looking forward to the workshop that we're going to have, Marius, on the policy or the property management policy of the municipality, so that all these principles can be incorporated into policy of the council. Dan hoef ons nie ad hoc besluite elke keer te maak nie. So dit gaan vir ons baie help. Net een vraagie Sonel, ek merk dat jy sê moontlike sonering sal moet plaasvind, moet ons dit inbou binne in die aanbeveling self, of gaan dit as 'n sê maar 'n gegewe aanvaar word? Okay.
Okay. And all right. Okay. Can I get a proposer and a seconder for the management recommendations?
Okay, maybe just the recommendations also include, I know it's 3 years, they've actually asked initially for a 9 years and 11 months, but council has adopted this principle, let's give it for 3 years, but I would really build in what do you call it, extension option for another 3 years, want die mense sal hierdie aard van die saak moet investeer in hierdie gebou, so is net 'n billike.
Okay.
Sorry, Speaker, I just want to have clarity on that point number 2 now, and what you've raised from the front now. What are we going to tell the people now? Are we going to build it now that die huurgeld R500 sal wees, of wat gaan ons daar nou insit? Ja.
Are we going to say 500?
Or markverwant.
We need to make a decision. My issue is, yes, we don't have, the policy was supposed to have been workshopped, approved by council. In the space that we don't have a workshop, we have not had a workshop with regards to property management, there should still be consistency. You cannot say, I will also make an example with Concerned Mothers, that's in the informal settlement. You ask a bedrag, they're doing the same as Erfenis organization, but you ask a much more lesser. I don't want to say that racially, it's wrong. But we need to fix it. How do we, as council sitting here today, how do we fix that? Do we say then, we say to Concerned Mothers, all of you, in the space of not having a policy that speaks to the issue, let's use the 500 rand as or we say with this one, we will go out and get a markverwant. But also when you look at the markverwant, will it be affordable for the organization? Because the organization is not making any money. They are dependent on handouts from people. So we need to make a decision today. What are we saying? Councillors?
That's what I ask, and it's not that easy. But in this specific case, these people will invest in our property. Ek het al op 'n stadium gesê in sulke gevalle kan ons dit eintlik gratis ook gee. Want hulle gaan die gebou in stand hou, hulle gaan dit mooi maak, hulle gaan 'n natuurtuin daar rondom maak, maar en ek sal eintlik in hierdie geval voorstel dat ons nou by R500 met 'n eskalasie van 5% per jaar. Dankie.
Can I get a proposer? That's a proposer and a seconder. Mayor Swart and Councillor Jacobs, thank you very much. We move.
Sorry, 11.13, vervreemding of verkoop van gedeelte erf 1148 Bredasdorp. Daar's 'n aansoek van meneer Jyprins ten einde 'n gedeelte grootte 15 meter by 20 meters vir erf 1148 Bredasdorp te koop, te konsolideer met erf 2210 Bredasdorp. Die beliggingsplan is aangeheg op bladsy 71. Jy sal sien die verslag is voor die hand liggend, dan is bladsy 27 is die bestuursaanbeveling, dat daar in beginsel goedkeuring verleen word vir die verkoop van 'n gedeelte erf 1148, ongeveer 182 square meters in grootte aan meneer Jyprins. dat die raad 'n landmeter aanwys wat die genoemde gedeelte sal registreer, onderverdeel, hersonier en konsolideer met die koper se bestaande erf vir die koste van die koper en dat die markwaarde soos bepaal op hierdie stadium iets so 26.250 van toepassing sal wees en dat alle wetlike prosesse gevolg sal word, soos onder andere die voorneme van vervreemding aan die publiek bekend gemaak word. Nou hierdie was ook deel van 'n terreinbesoek wat gehou was op die 20ste Augustus waar ons gesien daar is omtrent 'n tipe van 'n werkswinkel. Ek dink dit is, ek is nie seker is dit week 6 of week 3.
Week 2, week 6.
Ja. Waar daar op die hoek is die persoon besig om 'n tipe werkswinkel daar te bedryf en daar was juist gevra dat indien dit verkoop word aan die eienaar dat daar nog altyd net toegang sal wees, want jy kan sien daar is uitbeplande ontwikkeling wat daar mag kom en 'n mens wil nie hê daai gedeelte moet dan aan die pad van waar 'n mens baie duidelik kan sien waar die pad gaan loop. So dit is basies die aansoek op die tafel.
All right.
Op hierdie stadium.
Anyone that wants to, Councillor October?
Baie dankie, Speaker. Ja, ek stel voor dat die bestuursaanbeveling aanvaar word en soos dit hier staan, is nie by 2 nie, is by 6, soos ons pas nog gesê het.
Right, en ek gou
Erfnommer is reg, is deel van 1148.
Ja, voorzitter, ik wil net vragen, hoe werkt het? Meneer Prins heeft nou aanzoek gedaan. Hij is bewust van die kosten en hij weet van die landmeterkosten, hoeveel het is en hoe werkt die betaling en goed.
Marius, misschien kan je net...
Dat hij daarom net weet voor die tijd.
Ja, ons sal nou die beginselbesluit wat die raad geneem het en aan hom teruggee. En dan moet ons nou die proses adverteer. As ons nie besware kry nie, dan sal ons 'n koopooreenkoms opstel. Die koopooreenkoms sluit hom halfweg in 'n 10% deposito met die ondertekening van die ooreenkoms en dan die finale bedrag met die oordrag betaal uit die balans.
Councillor Martinez. Voorzitter, ja, die munisipale bestuurder het nou uitgewys die hele gedeelte wat versoek word. As dit overdag toegestaan word, dan gaan dit in die pad wees van toekomstige ontwikkeling van 'n pad, of het ek verkeerd verstaan.
Jy is gesê die terrein inspeksie het eintlik vir ons gewys. As dit net daai een gedeelte is, dan sal dit nie sê daar's 'n pad wat of ek sou sê daar's 'n pad wat eintlik regdeur gevat kan word.
Ek sien hom hier ja.
Ja, nou as daai pad gedoen moet word, dan gelukkig is hierdie gedeelte buitekant die pad, so die pad sal gedoen kan word.
All right, I had a proposal. Can I have a seconder to that one? Okay, wait. There's a hand, Sunel.
Sunel proposes.
Number 2, the owner, the first owner, must actually be responsible for the subdivision and all the planning issues, not us. That's the
Yeah. Okay.
Hij zei dat die raad de landmeter aanwijst. Dat betekent dat ik koper moet die landmeter taal.
Ja, ek dink dit is net 'n bietjie omslagtig geskryf. Jy begin met dat die raad die landmeter aanwys, maar aan die einde sê ons dat die koper die kostes dek. So ons moet dit maar net hoe sal ek sê, daar's nie hoe noem mense confusion daaroor, die kostes gaan vir die koper. En soos wat raadsheer Jantjie sê, die koper moet ook net deeglik bewus wees van wat is die kostes ter sprake.
All right. Can I get a seconder to that one? Thank you, Councillor Sauls. Right, can I then, sorry, yes.
Madam Chair, I would just like at this point, from now on, there's going to be a few proposals from the Town Councilling Department. I would like to congratulate them in the quality of the proposal. Number 1, it's an aerial photograph in color. Our grid is overlaid in it with the correct earth numbers. There's common sense applied by our department for the future extension of roads and whatever. It's accurate with square meters. It's corresponding with the document we have in hand. And it's a pleasure to look at a document like this and make a quick decision. Thank you, Sunil.
Yes. Ja, nee.
Raadslid Jacob, ek wil net nie remind, Sunel is getroud, né?
Munisipale bestuur, ek kan vir jou nou 'n baie ironiese antwoord gee. My vrou se naam is Sunel.
personeel bloos nou so lekker. Okay, thank you very much. We move to 11.14, where I would ask to excuse myself. Thank you.
So now it's difficult, Marius. What does the rules of order say in a case like this? We should appoint a new speaker. Do we appoint the new speaker before Councillor Zuki leaves, or is it? Okay. Yeah, just for the record that Councillor Zukiswa Tunisi has declared interest right up front of the meeting and has now recused herself from the discussion of the item 11.14, which she has a particular interest in the agenda item. So that brings us, we don't have a speaker for the meeting itself, so can we just get a proposal or nomination for an acting speaker just for this item? Unfortunately, it must be a councillor that can preside over.
Ek voorstel Sister Marjorie Rector.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Souls. Is there any other proposal? Okay, so thank you very much. Councillor Margaret Tober, can you just come to the front? Or you can sit there, it doesn't really matter. You can sit there and just preside over this item on the agenda. Thanks.
Het nog verduidelijk, hierdie is een aansoek van Raad van Tunisië en dat ons een voorstel kan krijgen en een secondant. Ons sien wat die bestuursaanbeveling daar is gezet. So is daar enige iemand wat iets wil uitspreken oor? Of so nie kan ons dan de voorstel krijgen en een secondant oor die aansoek van Raad van Tunisië. Een voorstel van Raadslid Karen Donald.
Nee, ons wil eerst bespreken, voorzitter.
Ik wil eerst vragen, als daar eerst, ja? Je wil een voorstel maken, je wil bespreken.
Ja, I think
dat
this
kan
is...
dus bespreken gehoor.
Voorzitter, ja, dankie. Munisipale bestuurder, as ek kyk na die versoek nie, en ek lees wat sê die departemente, wat is die kommentaar van die departemente, dan sal ek sien dat financiële dienste sê have to deal in terms of appropriate legislation in a fair and transparent manner which be marketed related. Elektrische bestuurder, administratieve dienste sê die aansoek word nie ondersteun nie, aangezien dis nie duidelik wat 'n 4 meter die eienaar versoek nie, en ek het ook gekyk daarna wat 'n 4 meter is dit. Ja. Stadsbeplanning sê dat die eiendom sal moet onderverdeel word, gesluit, hersoneer en konsolideer word. So, as die bestuursaanbeveling sê dat in beginsel goedkeuring gegee word, van ongeveer 4 meter, jy kry nie grond van 4 meter nie. Is dit 4 kilometer of wat gaan nie in?
Ja.
Onvolledige item, voorzitter, so ek stel voor dat het weer terugverwys moet word. Vir goedkeuring deur die volgende raad.
Baie dankie vir u.
Ja, voorzitter, u weet, die item kom ook al lang aan.
Ja.
En ek wil voorstel dat ons hierdie item goedkeur met die volgende byvoeging daarbij. Dit is soos Raadsdame Martinez sê, ons weet nie wat 'n 4 meter het is nie. Ek dink ons was op terrein en toe het die deputy gewys wat 'n 4 meter het is. En as dan die dienste van ons sê, ondersteun ek dit omrede, as daar dienste is ons kan het natuurlijk nie vervreem as daar van ons dienste is nie. Maar volgens wat sy vir ons gewys het, is daar nie dienste nie. En ek wil hê ons moet die saak afhandel. En ek wil voorstel dat ons aangaan met regter. Maar dit moet nie, ek meen, ons kan nie 'n stuk grond vervreem waar daar dienste van ons is. Dit kan ons nie doen nie, want ons moet toegang neem ons tot die dienste. So dit is die voorstel wat ek wil hê.
Ons het nou 'n voorstel van die raadsheer Jantjies. Ek sien hier hand is weer op.
Ja, voorsitter, klarigheid oor die 4 meter. Wat presies is die grootte?
Maybe Marius can just allude to the 4 square meters that is indicated on the map itself.
Dames en heren, kan ek u vat na page 77 toe, waar die liggingsplan is. Daar is 'n swart gedeeltjie wat ingekleer is. Die 4 meter wat verwys word in die agenda item is 'n breedte van die stuk grond wat sy wil hê. Die 4 meter, met ander woorde, dis aansluitend aan haar bestaande erf, soos ons die dag op die site gesien het, 4 meter breed en dan die vollengte van haar erf. Met ander woorde, op bladsy 81 het die Bolandwaardeerder bepaal in sowel a house in the valley of the residential plot with a sub-economic area in Bredasdorp, R140 per square meter, bearing in mind that the subject property has no services and value can be calculated as follows. 140 less 25% is 105 per square meters times the 48 square meters. Met ander woorde is 4 meter breed, soos in die item, en hy is 12 meter lang. That brings you to the 48 square meters that will be sold to the... So die agenda item praat van 4 meter op bladsy 27, dis net die breedte van die grond, nie die hele lengte, nie die totale oppervlakte nie. Dis nie 4 vierkante meter, dit is 4 meters and then 12 meters lang.
Dankie mevrou Speaker. My vraag is net deur u aan die stadse streeksbeplanning R5585 wat die gedeelte is waarvan dit dan nou afgesny word soos wat ek dit lees hierso. Ek sou net graag wil weet daai hoek is daai hoek lyk nie nou vir my dit wat oorbly of dit feasible is vir toekomstige erf nie. En ek verstaan dat hierdie is 'n sirkelpad en daai is 'n sirkelpad. Ek sou net graag wil weet wat is die toekomstige beplanning vir 5585 en wat sal die impak wees hiervan, want daai hoek lyk nou vir my te klein vir 'n erf.
Ja. Ons was op die terreininspeksie kaartjie wat bestaan en dit gelyk op ons hierdie studie kan akkommodeer. Dit is 'n kilometer breed wat maar is nog uitgeboor het. Kyk ons daarna. So van stadsplan af, ons kan dit 'n stukkie eintlik akkommodeer. Maar dis hoe ons die terreininspeksie gaan doen en maar daar is ons ons moet afsny, ons moet onderdeel inkomstebeheer en ons sal natuurlik kostes van
As ek kan nou, as jy voor die huis staan, links, daar is eintlik amper 'n deurloop, is 'n probleemerf. Ten minste is 'n probleemarea waar daar opening tussen mense is. Dis eintlik die rede.
Ja, ek wil net wat raadsheer Jantjies nou gesê het, dis op oomblik nie 'n erf wat toekomstige huisgebou gaan word, dit is 'n deurloop en die wat by die terreinbesoek was duidelikheid gegee. En dit staan ook duidelik in die aansoek is nie 4 square meter nie, is 4 meter. So ja, ek sal met die voorstel saamgaan en wat raadsheer Jantjies ook gesê het, dat ons hierdie item agter die rug kry en goedkeur. Dit is nie ek sien ook, jy weet, en ek ervaar ook seker goed as word, ons het gesê consistency, maar dat in seker goed is nie politieke onderhokke moet nou uithang nie, maar dat ons hierdie ding wat ons voor ons het, moet ons mee handel. Dankie.
Voorsitter, ek het nie 'n probleem dat die grond moet afgestaan word nie. My vraag was gewees, jy's oor die 4 meter inskrywing hier. En as Marius nou vir ons presies gesê het wat is die square meters, dan skryf ons dit so in hierso, sodat daar nie verwarring agterna moet kom oor die grond nie, oor hoe groot nie. Dis al.
So kan ons dan voortgaan. Ja, kan ons dit aanvaar en hier het jy 'n voorstel in?
Ja, die regte inskrywe.
Net daarbij is goed. Baie dankie dan. Heer Jantjies het 'n voorstel gemaak, is enige een wat sekundeer daar?
En al die opkomste is op die voorkant.
Yes, dis reg. Sekundeer deur Raadsmeneer Sols. Baie dankie. Pensioen.
Ja.
Thank you very much, Councillor October, for taking charge of that item on the agenda. Just for the record, Councillor Zukiswa Tunisia has returned to the council chambers and is going to preside over the next portion of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move to point 11.15. Can you take us through? Thank you very much.
Okay, 11.15 is ook die verkoop van 'n erf 1576 Bredasdorp en dit is om oorweging te skenk aan die versoek van meneer en mevrou Voliter ten einde 1576 Bredasdorp te koop. Die liggingsplan is ook aangeheg op bladsy 22 met al die algemene inligting rondom die spesifieke perseel. Kyk of dit ook deel. Daar was 'n terreininspeksie gedoen op die 20ste Augustus. En dis word die volgende aanbeveel, dat die erf 1576 Bredasdorp op 'n publieke tender verkoop word met die waardasie as insetprys. Ek dink dis die erf wat ons daar gewees het in wijk 4. Sorry, is dit die onder wat redelike groot erf is en wat mense gesê in plaas van dat ons net die, dink is 10.000, hoeveel 100.000 rand wat hulle 110.000 wat aangebied is, dat ons dit liewer verkoop op 'n tender en hier gaan ons nou weer dink die gesprek moet oopmaak, is dit the public auction versus the public tender en ek dink raadslid Jacobs het nou al reeds voorheen genoem dat die publieke veiling opsie moontlik die beter besigheidsbesluit van die munisipaliteit kan wees. Ek weet nie raadslid Jacobs wil jy bietjie meer uitbrei daaraan. Ek dink dit sal die punt net baie beter toelig.
Ja, ek praat al baie jare daaroor om die markwaarde te bepaal van iets, stel ons gewoonlik 'n waardeerder aan en ongelukkig sou dit is al reeds bewys deur 3 van ons verkope in die laaste tyd dat ons baie beter gedoen het met op veiling gaan as om op tender te verkoop. Die laaste voorbeeld wat Tracy Stone my net nou genoem het, was 'n voorbeeld in Arniston waar die erf vir R12.000 waardeer is en ons het op veiling R80.000 daarvoor gekry. Buiten dat ons finansiëel beter sal doen en ons finansiële viability beter sal kry, is dit dat dit is 'n oop, regverdige, publieke proses wat enigeen kan deelneem en dit is free and fair. So selfs hierdie mense sal dan die geleentheid kry om dan daar te kan be en dan as raad kan ons terugstaan met 'n geruste hart om te weet dit was oop, regverdig en die beste wat ons kon doen vir ons batebestuur.
Thank you very much. Can we have other deliberations? Elder Lady Martinez.
I want to second the proposal of Councillor Jacobs that we go for failing.
Ja.
Raadslid Jantjies.
Ja, speaker, ja, ek het nie 'n probleem daarmee nie. Ons moet net die riglyne moet ons net baie clear sit. U weet, ons het vanoggend het ons hier 'n behuisingsprojek ook goedgekeur hierdie rent to own of rent to buy. En ons moet net goed in plek sit. U weet, hier is geweldig by ontwikkelaars nou. En as ons goed op 'n publieke veiling gaan sit en mense wat nog nooit die geleentheid gehad het om 'n erf te kry nie, hy sal nooit 'n geleentheid kry nie. So ek kan nie saamstem dat ons ek weet as ons dit erf moet opsit ek het nie 'n probleem nie, maar die groot ding is, ek kan nie saamstem dat ons al ons grond vir ontwikkelaars gee en die mense kampeer van die ellende nie. Ek meen ek steun nie dit nie. Dit moet vir eerste, ons het dit hoeveel keer, dis ook al besluite wat geneem is, nee. Dit moet vir eerste huiseienaars. Ja, ons kan nie net besluite neem en môre net sommer weer ander goed doen nie. So ons wil net terug gaan en kyk wat was die besluite goed wat ons geneem het. Ek wil ook die beste pryse vir die raad wil ek beding, maar ek meen ons kry ook variasies en die wet sê ook ons mag nie onder daai markwaardes gewoon verkoop nie. So ja, dankie.
All right, can I give to Councillor Swart and then Councillor Jacobs?
Speaker, ek wil volmondig saamstem met Raadheer Jantjies. En dit was die gesprek in 2016. En ons het vir Evans gehoor, daar gaan 'n werkswinkel wees oor batebestuur en hoe ons ontslae raad, dat ons dit vir eens altyd kan debatteer, maar ons moet in gedagte hou dat binne wanneer ons dit in open mark verkoop, dan moet die uitsluitlike doel van die raad wees om geld te maak. Wanneer ons dit op tenders uitgaan en ons kan sekere voorwaardes aanstel, dan moet ons in gedagte hou ook van mense wat voorheen nie kan of wat nie kan op 'n openmarkveiling kan meeding nie. En dit was 'n gesprek van sedert 2016 waar ons die twee verskillende, daar's tenders en daar's veilings. So ek sal dit baie graag wil ondersteun dat ons die twee werkbaar moet debatteer weer. Dat die nuwe raad daai werksessie het so gou as moontlik, maar ons moet in gedagte hou dat almal nie op 'n openmarkveiling 'n plek sal kan kry nie wat nooit 'n erf gehad het nie. Maar die vorige MM gesê die dag toe ons ook gepraat binne 'n tenderdokument kan ons spesifiek sê wat ons by so 'n tenderprojek wil insit.
Right, Raadslid Jacobs.
Ek sal baie genee wees dat ons slegs kopers registreer by 'n veiling vir 'n residensiële erf wat 'n plaaslike inwoner is. En wanneer ons kyk na kommersiële gronde, dan kan ons iets anders doen, maar dit is natuurlik iets wat ons op sal besluit in die toekoms, maar ja, ek steun dat ons eie mense bevoordeel, dat hulle die geleentheid om te koop, en dat ons nie noodwendig dit vir 'n buitepersoon sal gee en daai voordeel nie.
Very much. So, Councillor Jacobs, we must also remember, councillors, that when we talk about localization, what are we saying? Is localization Bredasdorp for Bredasdorp or Bredasdorp for Cape Agulhas? Because you'll find that I would want to buy a plot in Arniston and what is it? What is localization? So we also need to put that into account, but very importantly, we also need to note that we need to say first-time owners, homeowners. That is something that we really need to advocate, because the normal people in our communities would never afford to as much as they need to compete, but we need to also look at the housing backlog that is there for the middle class, the 3,500 to 22,000. That is where the need is. Tracy, I see you've moved a little bit forward. Do you want to comment?
Yes, thank you. I very much agree with what you're saying. I just think we need to, in a way, maybe define what are we calling a first-time buyer. Because let's just say, for example, you have person A who's married to person B in community of property. And person B was previously married and had a property, but person A has never had a property. Obviously, being married in community of property, that property would then be registered on both names. So I think we just need to be very careful in how are we going to define that. And you also have a situation, what if a person inherited a property? So they are an owner of a property, but they didn't necessarily buy it. It could be a shared property with other siblings or something. So yeah, that is just a bit of a concern that I have, is that we would need to very clearly define what the council's intention is actually here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Very, very valid points. Raadheer Jantjies.
Ek dink wat die raad moet doen, hy moet net soos ons gesê het, eerste kopers, dit moet kopers in Kaap Agulhas, byvoorbeeld soos in Bredasdorp wees. Ek meen, ons het nou gehoor van waar kan ons koop? Ek dink het van EF gekoop, kan ons in Arniston koop. Ek dink nie die raad is hier om vir mense vakansiehuise grond te gee. Ek dink Arniston se mense, as daar behoefte is, daar is klaar die grond hier. Dan moet het vir Arniston se gemeenskap wees. Ek dink dit is wat die raad moet doen, maar dit moet eerste kopers so goed wees in Arniston. En wat by die raad gekoop het. Ons kan net goed oor, as mense al by die raad klare erf gekoop het, kan nie nog 'n erf koop nie. Maar as jy by 'n ander ou erf gekoop het, niks met die raad te doen nie. So dit is wat die bedoeling moet wees. Ons moet net oor die raad se eiendom besluit. Dat ons nie al die grond vir een man gee nie.
Okay, maar Raadse Jantjies, what Trace, Emma, you want to comment?
Ek wil net vir Deputy Speaker is dat wat ons nou mee besig is eintlik nou 'n werkswinkel gesels, wat ons nou mee besig is. Ons moet kyk na die punt op die agenda. En op punt op agenda wat ons nog gepraat vir my is dit dat hierdie erf per tender van die hand af gesit word. Dis spesifiek op hierdie erf gelees. Is dit 'n first time homeowner?
Ja, Speaker, dit is basies maar wat ons moet besluit. Dat ons publieke veiling of publieke tender die erf gaan verkoop. Dit is maar die besluit wat vandag gemaak moet word. En dan, soos ek sê, gaan die gesprekvoering ons nou juist by ons property management workshop bietjie uitgetrap word. Wat is die doelstellings van die raad in terme van batebestuur?
Raadse Jantjies?
Ja, ek wil jy moet net gaan kyk en Marius kan miskien vir ons sê, kyk, as ek mis het die Marius, kom die dame nie al lang al aan op wat sê, nee maar nee, is het nuwe mense? Ons het nuwe mense staan, dit moet net nie van dieselfde erwe wees wat aansoek gedoen is, wat ons al so lang terughou nie, want daar het ons 'n besluit geneem. Dit gaan op tender. Jy sien, ons moet nou nie afwyk as nuwe mense is. Kijk, dan is daar nie probleem wat een van die twee ons gaan doen nie. Ek meen, dan het ek geen probleem aan met die.
Yes, please assist me here. Is it public tender or public auction? Because in the document it says public tender.
Ja, public tender.
Voorsitter, ek dink die rede hoekom ons nou debatteer rondom tender of veiling is ons het agtergekom dat as ons uitgaan op die tenderproses, dan kan die amptenare van die raad nie meeding nie. Maar as ons gaan vir die openbare veilingproses, dan mag hulle. En dit is waar Raadse Jacobs se voorstel ingekom het oor die openbare veiling. Niks verhoed ons nog steeds om te sit dat slegs Kaapagullis inwoners geregistreer moet word by die veilingproses. Raadslid Donald?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I've got a question for Mr. Mule. When we did the site visit, was this the site that actually has two plots there?
That's right, ma'am. That's on the other side, as I mentioned, that day, Swartstraat 17 houses is just on the other side, and it was quite a big plot, and I said, no, it's 2 pieces of land, so that is just the 1 piece. You will see that on page 82 of the documents. It's just a 1 piece.
Should we maybe consider
I think that is
those plots?
that is the property where somebody has indicated is a very good site for low-cost housing in that affluent area.
Ek wil net agtervolg as ek net by aandag spesifiek op hierdie aansoek is die aansoeker 'n first time home owner, is hy 'n Kaapagullis inwoner. En dan as hy 'n first time owner is, op hierdie geval tot en met ons werksessie het, dis 'n een persoon wat vir 'n spesifieke erf nou aansoek doen. En op hierdie oomblik het ons dit nog hanteer en seker wel as daar first en dan gaan dit op tender uit. En dit wat die ander erf ook doen. In hierdie geval sou ek dan voorstel dat hierdie erf op 'n tenderbasis met die markverwante prys as die basis verkoop word en dat ons dan die adjacent erf dan hou tot na die gesprek wat ons het.
Gemeester, die adjacent erf is nie ons erfie.
Is dit nie ons erf?
1577 is nie ons erfie, is net 1576.
Okay, want jy het die dag gesê dat as 2 erf op die spesifieke oop wat die raad se is.
Ja, waarvan die ene privaat eiendom is, 1577 is privaat en 1576
Okay.
is public.
Daar is iemand langs aan die huis staan wat nou gebou word. So. Voorzitter, om net te move, ek sal voorstel en 'n voorstel op die tafel sit dat erf 1576 bedraagstop per tender met die waardasie as insetprys.
That's a proposal. Can I get a seconder of a TN stem? Councillor Stolz is supporting that, and council has approved. Thank you very much.
Ik ga dan voorstel dat die nuwe raad hierdie werksessies gehoorsaamlik het om te praat oor bates van die munisipaliteit, hoe dit dat het gedebatteer word. Ons kan heel dag sit en dat ons spesifiek duidelikheid kry oor alles. Ek het duidelikheid op hierdie oomblik, maar daar's te veel gesprek voor wanneer dit kom by sulke gevalle. Volgende 3 maande kom 'n soortgelyke aansoek, dan gaan ons weer gesprek oor daaroor.
11.16 is die vervreemding van erf 1268 in Napier. Daar's 'n aansoek gewees van Mr. A.A. Mohammed ten einde erf 1268 Napier te verkoop. Nou, julle sal onthou, ons was ook daar by die terreininspeksie waar dit so 'n lekker hoekerf is wat ook amper lyk asof dit 2 erwe is. Dit is 'n redelike groot erf wat op daai hoek is. En daar's 'n aansoek gewees van 'n spesifieke persoon, maar die bestuursaanbeveling is ook konsekwent met die vorige een, dat die erwe nie op hierdie stadium nie vir munisipale doeleindes benodig word nie en dat die erwe, dit is 2 erwe, erf 1268 en 1269 Napier per publieke tender verkoop word met die waardasie as die insetprys.
Okay, let's not discuss the other stuff. Councillor Martinez.
Voorzitter, dankie. Ek was ook op die terrein en ek stel so voor dat ons die bestuursaanbeveling aanvaar, want dit is op die oomblik 'n dumping site.
Councillor Jacobs.
Madam Speaker, I cannot understand how this municipal valuation can be 6,000 rand compared to the previous item that was 150,000 rand. So something is just not right for me. It just feels funny.
Marius, kan jy vir ons daar is 'n waardasiesertifikaat vir hom aangegee.
Ja, seker waardasie. Is ook aan die Muurbouwbaan en die ander een in 1268 en 1269 is 'n nuweres in Napier. Ja. So dis gee vir jy aanduiding van hoe is die waardasie verskille. Dis vir die munisipale waardasie 6000.
Okay. Meneer.
Is daar by die begraafplaas moet?
Dis 'n nuweres in Westerraad.
Okay, laat ons nie ek kan almal praat. Deur die voorsitter, laat ons nie baie mense het wat heen en weer praat. It does not look nice. Can we have, with a show of hands, who wants to ask questions or comment? Councillor Swart.
Ja, nee, ek wil eintlik net my voorstel wil ek sommer nou 'n comment nou maak. In hierdie geval wat ek gesê het, consistency dat ons dit op tenderbasis uitdruk met munisipale waardasie. Met voorskrif dat het inwoners is van Kapagallas en ek weet nie wat die erf gesoneer is nie en dat het as het vir behuising is, dan moet het vir behuising gebruik word.
Okay, Mayor, unfortunately, you must assist me here. We cannot restrict people if, yes, you are saying it must be residents of Kapagallas. We can't say that know if you are from Netherlands, you can't buy property. We cannot do that. So, am I speaking out of tune?
Tenor proses, dan kan ons dit doen.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think
I'll give now. Okay, Councillor Baker and Councillor Yankees, then we move on this point.
Ja, ja, Speaker, daar was 'n voorstel gewees deur Raadslid Martinez dat die bestuursaanbeveling aanvaar word soos dit staan. So ek wil dit net sekondeer.
Alright, Raadslid Yankees.
Yes, die F is maar 200 square groot, so hy is daarmee, so is 'n opheisie, so laat hom op tenor sit.
But, okay, I hear you. I don't want to comment on the amount, as daar 'n tik fout met die bedrag.
Nee.
Nee.
Is the value of the property 6,000? The full property?
Ja.
And how can we
twee
get a full property that is 6,000 and you get a 4 meters that is 5,000? How do we get that logic right?
Wat was dat jou R5 vanaf jou 4 meter?
Sorry,
What 4 meters are you talking
What
about?
is in the agenda?
Which one? Your one?
No, not my one.
Don't discuss your own property here.
No, I'm not discussing my own property. All right, can we?
My hand is up.
Okay.
Ek wil net vra, ek stem saam met bestuursaanbeveling, maar ek sê as ons die tenderdokument uitsit, kan daar sekere voorwaardes ingeset word. Ek wil net duidelikheid hê. Kapagallas Raad ken die behoeftes van Kapagallas. Mag daar 'n voorwaarde in wees dat wanneer ons die behuisingsbehoeftes van Kapagallas sien of die besigheidsbehoeftes, kan ons sê in 'n tenderdokument, ek praat van 'n tenner, nie van 'n veiling nie, dat ons kan sê dit is vir inwoners binne die grense van Kapagallas.
Can I just comment also what Tracy said, where there was a marriage that was in community of property, where the person was married, let's say for example, Pete was married to Sanki, and they had property together. Now that they are divorced, we are going to accommodate Sanki that because she will be registered as not first-time property owner. So we also need to take that, what Tracy said, into account. People that have been divorced and they had properties before, when we look at this. So when we structure the recommendations, we must take that need also into account for the first-time owners. All right, can we then, we saying both of the properties are going to go on public tender? There was a proposer and there was a seconder. All right, thank you very much. Can we move?
Okay, 11.17 is die verkoop van 'n gedeelte verkoop van 'n gedeelte R574 Agulhas. En dit is om oorweging te skenk aan die versoek van meneer De Wet ten einde 'n gedeelte van 574 Agulhas te koop, die bestaande stoep te vergroot. So sien die liggingsplan is op bladsy 84 van hierdie agenda. Al die departemente se kommentaar is ingebou in die verslag self en ek dink is omdat die bestuursaanbeveling is op bladsy 34 en dit is dat die aansoek op hierdie stadium nie goedgekeur word nie. En jy sal sien die rede daarvoor is dat daar ondergrondse munisipale dienste op die genoemde erf geïnstalleer word. Dit was ook deel van die terreinbesoek wat ons gedoen het waar daar 'n hele paar huise eintlik langs mekaar is en waar mense aangedui het hulle wil graag hulle erwe bietjie uitbrei na die seefront se kant toe, maar ons het ook agtergekom if you allow the one then obviously the other applications will follow suit. And I think that is why we're taking the cautious route and rather not approve it at this point in time.
All right, yes, Councillor Martinez.
Voorsitter, ek wil voorstel dat die bestuursaanbeveling so aanvaar word as 'n besluit van die raad. As ons kyk na die aansoek, nee, dan gaan hy uitsteek soos 'n seervinger in daai hele ry properties wat daar af is. Soos die munisipale bestuurder sê, ons gaan nog aansoeke kry en ons gaan al nader na die seefront toe beweeg en dan gaan daar geen public open spaces meer wees nie. So, no.
Thank you very much. We Are we getting a seconder to that? Councillor Baker. Thank you very much. 11.18.
11.18 is 'n vervreemding of in hierdie geval 'n skenking van gedeelte erf 609. Dit is was 'n aansoek van mevrou Carol Zima namens die Shash Everett Cape Agulhas om 'n gedeelte van erf 609 Agulhas te vervreem. Ons sal agterkom sy is Everett is 'n eiendomsagent, maar hierdie gaan spesifiek oor die vestiging van ek dink is 'n squash court, waar is 'n muurbalbaan wat hierdie mense baie keen squash players is and they want to establish a court in that vicinity en hulle wil graag dit as 'n skenking van die raad, maar is miskien net 'n bietjie verduidelik. Hulle sal die gebou oprig en dan sal dit weer terugval na die raad om aan die verbruikers van daai perseel dan gehuur te word teen die voorwaardes soos op bladsy 36 gemerk. Maar is miskien kan jy net so 'n bietjie meer agtergrond gee asseblief?
Ja, dames en here, ons het op bladsy 35 het ons die skrywe gekry van die spesifieke donateur wat bereid is om 'n muurbalbaan op te rig op die bestaande sport by die sportfasiliteite in Legallus. Nou soos jy onthou 609 609 Legallus is Legallus se meengronde. So hierdie persoon wil 'n muurbalbaan oprig op die sportgronde wat dan deur die Legallus sportklub bestuur sal word. Die instandhouding en daai tipe goed. Die munisipaliteit doen die buitekant van die instandhouding soos die meeste van ons sportfasiliteite. Die huurder wat dan nou in hierdie geval die sportklub is, sal die instandhouding aan die binnekant van die bane doen. Die ooreenkoms wat ons met hulle sal aangaan, mens sal 'n ooreenkoms moet aangaan van 'n skenking waar ons die eiendom sal aanvaar en dan hulle betaal vir hulle eie wateraansluiting en alles. Vir hulle eie vir die sportklub se rekening. Ek neem aan dit sal seker die besprekings van die muurbalbaan sal by die rolbalbaan wees of hulle sal seker soos wat by Bredasdorp muurbalbaan wat jy ook op verskillende plekke sê net maar by die OK-Kaap hulle 'n bespreking kan gaan doen en betaal. Jy koop jy token daar vir jou ligte en so en so. Ek dink hulle sal seker daaraan dink. So dis hoekom ons bestuursaanbeveling geskryf het. Die persoon is bereid om die hele muurbalbaan vir hulle koste op te rig op ons grond wat dan deel vorm van die Legallus sportfasiliteite.
Any comments? Stem? Right. There we go. 11.19. Heavenly Promise.
Ja, Heavenly Promise, verlenging van 'n huurooreenkoms sal Heavenly Promise has got an existing lease agreement with Cape Agulhas municipality, and you will note that it only expires in 2024. But Heavenly Promise has got a potential, is it a donor or somebody that can invest in that property? But one of the requirements of that investor is that they at least have a longer term lease with the municipality, and that is why you will see that they now apply that once their lease expires in 2024, that it be given for a period of at least 9 years and 11 months from that period, and that will justify the investment that the sponsor is willing to invest into that safe house facility, which is currently run by Heavenly Promise. So the bestuursaanbeveling is op bladsy 38 dat die bestaande ooreenkoms met Heavenly Promise vir die huur van erf 2139 vir 'n verdere tydperk van 9 jaar en 11 maande verleng word onder die bestaande voorwaardes soos in die aangehegde ooreenkoms. So that is open for discussion, Chairperson.
Any comments from the councillors? Raslik Yankees, Jacobs, why are you laughing so nicely? I like the way you laugh about this. It says a lot. Okay, talk to me.
Speaker, we've got the problem now that we've been here 3 or 4 times today, and that we've had similar proposals from other concerned mothers and whatever from Napier, and we only granted them 3 years. For the same reason they wanted 9 years and 11 months. So in that case, we didn't approve it. So in this case, we can't. Otherwise, we have to go back to that decision.
Any other comments? Yes, Councillor.
I also see here, as ons sê vir dieselfde voorwaardes, dan moet ons ook kyk na wat is die rental tans vir die safe houses, R10 per jaar.
All right, there is a proposal on the table that the extension not to be approved, then it's not going to speak to the consistency of what we want to do. Councillor Meyer?
Voorzitter, in ieder geval wil ik voorstel dat ons die vorentoe en achtertoe nie. Dit is 'n bestaande faciliteit en dit al reeds bewys dat hulle diens lewer. Die concern mothers het ons gepraat oor 9 jaar en 11 maande, maar ek het verstaan dit is soos het geadverteer het. Na 3 jaar, as hulle bestaan het en hulle die diens gelewer aan die gemeenskap, kan ons dieselfde die termyn dan vorentoe verleng vir 11 jaar, 9 jaar en 11 maande. In hierdie geval sal ek het voorstel dat 9 jaar en 11 maande van toepassing is.
Okay, any other comments? We should just note that they were given 9 years, 11 months those years. The expiry date is only in June 2024. So now already it's 2021. They are pre-applying before the end of the term. They are applying, so that's why they are bringing it to council, so that now already it must be extended. So what are we saying? Are we saying no to the extension? Because 2024 is only in 2 years, 3 years, no? 3 years. So what are we saying? No to that extension. Let it wait until 2024, and then only in 2024 we will make a decision. Yes. Okay. So what's the difference? The difference is that only in 2024 we'll be able to grant them an extension. So they must, hulle moet hulle contract vol uitloop. MM?
I think the big difference here is that they've got now an organization or institution that is willing to invest in that and upgrade and extend and assist them. So that is why they've come now already. But I agree, the rest with council can wait. But I think the reason why they applied now is just that they are concerned that they might lose out on this opportunity for somebody to invest in this.
Lady Martinez?
Yes. Ek sien regtig nie die rede hoekom moet hierdie sponsor nou onttrek nie. Want die eiendom bly nog steeds die raad se eiendom. En hulle kan mos invest in die munisipaliteit ook as hulle wil invest vir die doel natuurlik. So, nee, dis kanspatters.
All right, Raadslid Jantjies, u wil iets sê? The mic.
Speaker, ja, nee, ek wil vir u sê dat ek stem saam met wat u hulle gesê het. Ek wil sê dis die eerste keer in my tyd hier op hierdie raad dat hier so versoek kom. Ek het nog nooit van so iets gehoor nie. Regtig waar. Maar as dit so is, ek wil nie in die pad staan nie, want omrede dit is iets wat ons nodig het in Kaapagalis. Ek wil nie in die pad staan nie. En as dit 'n vereiste is van 'n donateur van hulle, en hulle bring vir die raad 'n bewys van die donateur, maar so, dan moet die raad het gee vir hulle. Of anderste, moet die raad vir die donateur sê, daar is 3 jaar nog oor van die huidige een, en die raad sal nie seker maak nie, maar stel voor dat hy sal dit verleng vir die volgende, na het verval vir die nog 6 jaar en 11 maande. As hulle dit, ek weet dat is die getal, maar ek weet jy kan nie 'n jare kontrak hê of 2 jaar kontrak en nou weer vir 9 jaar en 11. Ek het nog nooit van so iets gehoor nie. So, maar ek het as dit dringend is, moet ons kyk aan om die organisasie te help om nie die fondse te verloor nie, maar dan moet hulle ook net vir ons wys die mense is ergens waar hulle wil dit hê. So dan
Right. Meneer Swart, you want to comment?
Net nou wat ek gesê het wat MM nou ingekom het, miskien is dit nou van 'n potensiële skenker. So hulle sal vir ons dit moet openbaar. En dan kan ons, daar's nie 'n probleem. Ek meen daar's nie 'n manier hoe hulle die raad nou hierdie ooreenkomste onder hulle voete uittrek nie. Ons wil graag die diens gedoen hê. Daar hoef nie bekommerd te wees dat hulle binne die volgende 3 jaar die plek sal verloor nie. Soos iemand gesê dit is eiendom van die raad, dit is vir 'n spesifieke doel gebou en ons het in Suid-Afrika, jy weet die vulnerable is die vroue en dit is safe haven vir vroue, maar as hulle dan as daar voorwaardes is van die donateur dat ons dit sal oorweeg dat ons onmiddellik so besluit kan neem, sodat kan by die volgende council meeting met die nuwe council kan doorgegaan word.
All right, thank you. Councillor Martinez?
En niks verhoed ons moes homself met die donateure te gesels nie. Dan is ons eiendom en dit is vir 'n sekere doel soos die burgemeester nou net gesê het, dat ons dit beskikbaar stel. Niks verhoed ons om met hulle te gesels nie.
Right, so we refer this one back. One of the things that we are saying that they must bring the proof that says that this is urgent, that the donor is saying. But I also want to bring it to the attention. So it means that we will only extend for 6 years, not 9 years, if it comes to that. Yeah. So they must bring the proof, and Maria said it so. Dankie. So this one goes back. Thank you very much. 11.20.
Thank you, Chairperson. That is, the next one is also an extension of a current lease agreement. Ons was uit daar in Struisbaai, waar daar 'n paar erwe alreeds op tender toegeken is. Dat was de veiling. Okay, daar was 'n veiling geweest en dat daar daar is 'n persoon wat huidiglik die 2 industriële erwe in Struisbaai bedryf. Ons kon agterkom hy gebruik het om boumateriaal daar te vestig, is 'n hele paar bedrywighede wat daar aangaan en ek dink daar was net 'n versoek van hierdie persoon dat sy huidige hier in plaas van dat hy 2 erwe ook dan nou op die veiling verkoop word, dat sy huurooreenkoms net vir 'n volgende tydperk van 3 jaar verleng moet word, sodat hy basies nog kan aangaan met sy besigheid wat hy besig is daar om te doen. Die bestuursaanbeveling is op bladsy 39. Dit is dat die raad goedkeuring verleen dat die bestaande huurooreenkoms met meneer Van Niekerk vir die spesifieke 2 erwe 4202 en 4203 in Struisbaai op dieselfde voorwaardes verleng mag word vir 'n tydperk van 3 jaar, wat sal strek tot 2025, en dat die terugvalklausule tussen steeds bly in 'n geval waar die owerheid die grond benodig vir munisipale doeleindes en dat die huurder en verhuurder mekaar wederzijds 3 maande kennis kan gee vir die opskorting van sodanige ooreenkoms en in hierdie geval dat dit ook geadverteer word. So dis 'n in beginsel goedkeuring wat geadverteer word vir publieke kommentaar.
Any comments, deliberations on this agenda point? Raadse Jantjies?
Ja, Speaker, ek sal net graag wil weet, my geheue is nie so goed, wat is hier naaste by wat iemand betaal, net so vir interessant is alwe.
Die item is R2000 per maand.
2000 is 24 jaar.
It's R2000 per month, Councillor Jantjies.
Ja, so is 24 jaar, is 3 jaar, nee? 72. Dat is 144, is 2 erwe. Dat is 144. Ek weet nie, wat sê die finansmense? Ek meen, ek weet nie, Speaker, die laaste erwe wat ons daarop veilig is, wat het ons gekry? Ek kan nie onthou nie.
Can you give us, Claire, if you have the information?
Die vorige industriële erwe het in die omgewing van so R600,000 'n erf gegaan. Moet dit Desember 2019.
Okay.
Ons wil mense help ook. Maar ek weet, en vir alle Struisbaai ek dink amper is ons nie nou besig daar, is daar nie 'n pad ergens wat deurgaan deur 'n erf wat ons moet maak vir mense wat vir ons bitter baie geld kos, en dan vir hier ons, hoekom sit ons nie die erf op, dan kan die man mos maar koop. Maar nou moet ons vir hier ons goed vir next to nothing, en ons moet duisende rande betaal om 'n paaie te voorsien vir die mense daar. So ek stel voor, en gee die man 'n kaas, laat ons op tender sit, hy 2 erwe, laat ons hom slaag raak van die goed, want daar is 'n groot behoefte by Streys by industrieel gebied.
Meneer Swart?
As jy net my toelaat om net so 'n bietjie agtergrond te gee, spreker. Hierdie persone het 'n erf gehuur wat toe op 2 jaar op veiling verkoop was. En hulle was verplig om daai erf te ontruim. Die huurder wat dit gekoop het, het vir hulle baie kort kennis gegee, dit was eintlik 'n dwing van die erf af, die huurder wat gekoop het. Toe het hulle gevra om 2 erwe by ons te huur. Hulle het op hulle kostes die erwe laat skoonmaak. Daai tyd hulle die erwe wat ons die erwe van hulle gegee het, was daar geen besluit van die raad dat ons weer nog erwe op tender of op veiling kan sit nie. En hy spesifiek nadat ons erwe aan hulle toegestem is, laat dit skoongemaak het, was daar 'n vraag dat ons meer erwe beskikbaar gaan maak vir veiling. Nou behalwe die 2 is daar nog ek dink daar's nog 6 erwe wat ons nou op veiling gaan sit. En dit is waarvoor ons die pad maak, nie vir hierdie erwe nie. Die infrastruktuur word nou gemaak vir die ander 6 erwe wat ons nou op veiling gaan hê. Ek het gevra dat dit voor Desember maand kan gebeur. Maar hierdie persone was nou net gevestig op daai erf, min te weet dat ons dan weer erwe sommer nou hierdie gaan verkoop. So hulle is skoongemaak, hulle is nou net daar gevestig en nou wil ons weer afsit. Wat hulle net gevra het, luister, gee ons die geleentheid dat ons hierdie erwe nog vir 3 jaar kan vier. So dit is te verstaan.
Maar niks staan in hulle pad as daar 'n veiling is, dat hulle kan koop nie.
Ek meen hulle sal nie onnodig vra dat dit verleng kan word. Hulle mag deelneem aan die veiling as hulle 2 ander erwe wil koop. Maar dit staan op hierdie spesifieke erwe wat hulle voor aansoek gedoen het om te huur op daai stadium. En hulle het op hulle kostes, ek dink ek weet nie hoeveel dit was nie, 100 hoeveel duisend rand om die erwe te laat skoonmaak.
Okay.
So ek sal hierdie voorstel, so dit is wil ek wel voorstel spreker.
Okay, Marius, you want to say something? Ek gaan nou
Ja, mevrou Speaker, as jy gaan kyk na die liggingsplanne op bladsy 38, hulle 2 erwe is in rooi aangedui. Die erwe wat op veiling gaan kom of wat ons beplan om op veiling te kom is net aan die oorkant van die pad. Dis af van R4188 af na 4194 toe. So dit is die erwe, dit is nou wanneer die pad klaar is. Jy sien dit is 'n hulle loop 'n pad. So ek dink in die pad gaan klaar gemaak word en dan gaan ons daai oorblywende erwe aan die oorkant op veiling sit. So die erwe wat aan dieselfde kant is hierdie gemerkte 2 erwe, is tog nie van dienste voorsien nie, so hulle is ook nog nie uitgemerk nie. So ja, ek dink dit sal seker vir ons 1 jaar of 2 jaar vat en dit is dan die termyn wat meneer van die kerk die voorreg sê om daai 2 erwe te hier aan die oorkant van die pad.
Ja, Speaker, met die agtergrond wat ek nou gekry het, stem ek saam met die aanbeveling, die bestuursaanbeveling. Ek het nie geweet van die 6 erwe wat nou op veiling kom nie, en het is goed dat ons hierdie almal op 1 jaar op veiling sit nie, maar ek sal net lyk ons met 1 puntjie daar byvoeg by die bestuursaanbeveling, en dit is, laat ons gaan oor 3 jaar daardie 2 erwe op veiling sit. Laat dit net daar aankom, laat die meneer al weet, maar ek stem saam, laat hy nou aangaan aan my. Dankie.
Okay, thank you very much, noted. And can we get Ratse Jantjies, who proposed, or the mayor proposed, and Ratse Jantjies seconded. Thank you very much. Can we move to 1121?
1121, Madam Speaker, is the registrasie van
the garage has been built on the other side of the house, and all that the owner requires is that he's got right of way from the southern side of the connecting road to his property. Mense het selfs dit afgetree, en ek dink dit is hoekom die bestuursaanbeveling is dat die raad in beginsel goedkeuring verleen dat is van 'n steeg in Suiderstrand as 'n right of way predial servitude for vehicular access geregistreer word vir toegang vir die eienaar van R85 Suiderstrand slegs tot aan die einde van sy motorreis en nie die hele steeg as reg van weg mag gebruik nie, maar Kaap Agulhas munisipaliteit bly aanspreeklik vir die geregistreerde reg van weg dat 'n volledige publieke deelname proses gevolg word, so dit beteken dis 'n beginselgoedkeuring en sal geadverteer word vir publieke kommentaar, en dan ook dat die servituut moet deur 'n landmeter uitgemeet en geregistreer word en dat die eienaar van R85 dan verantwoordelik sal wees vir die kostes. Geen permanente strukture behoort aangebring te word in die steegie, en ook dat die stadsbeplanning die right of way predial servitude for vehicular access registreer ingevolge die wetgewing soos en die bepaalde verordeninge soos genoem in die bestuursaanbeveling. So that is the management recommendation at this point in time, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any deliberations or any or approval of the recommendations? Dis reg. Okay, Mayor?
Ek sal so voorstel dat dit so aanvaar, wetende dink ek met die publieke deelnameproses gaan ons natuurlik nog 'n bietjie van die bure afkos nou teenkant te kry.
Ja.
Dit wat Marius was verduidelik het, en ek meen daar is maar ek dink dat is net die regte ding op hierdie oomblik om te doen. Dat ons dit goedkeur.
Right, so Raadslid Jacobs.
Speaker, die woorde reg van toegang is eintlik baie goed beskrywing. Hy kry 'n reg. Gewoonlik wanneer mens 'n reg kry, koop jy dit. Al is dit net 'n servituut of al is dit net 'n reg van toegang. So in my opinie sou ek sê daar moet 'n prys gekoppel wees daaraan, want dit is iets wat ons afgee.
Things moet town planning.
Ja, ek wil net my lawyer inroep, Tracy, kom jy help, Tracy, kom jy help.
Okay.
I know there is I don't know much about valuation, but I know there is a specific valuation formula that they've been used for servitude, so that can be done there.
All right. Value to be determined. Okay, thank you very much. So in principle, we approve it, but the value that needs to be determined, how much is it that is going to have the right of way to that property? Thank you very much. Yes, Marius?
Mevrouw Speaker, miskien kan ek net vir julle dan attent maak dat as ons na daai liggingskaart kyk, daar gaan ook nog ander ontwikkelings kom, daar gaan ook nog een of twee huise ook op dieselfde paadjie gebou word waar daai ouens dan dieselfde reg sal hê. Want hulle sal ook nie tot by hulle eiendomme kan kom sonder om hierdie steeg te gebruik nie.
Right. Can we then move to the next one? 1122.
Thank you, Speaker. 1122 has got a more or less similar application from applicants in Agulhas. Dit is om oorweging te skenk aan die vergunning aan die eienaars van aangrensende erwe 952 en 954 Agulhas, om in beginsel dit toe te staan om 'n servituut en hier ook natuurlik 'n reg van weg te registreer om toegang tot hul eiendomme te bekom. Nou u sal merk op die foto's of die ligfoto's dat dis omtrent in daai area waar spookdraai geleë is, daar's 'n gedeelte van grond wat aan die munisipaliteit behoort. Daar is reeds mense wat ek dink iemand wat sy boot daar probeer parkeer of ten minste gebruik. Daar is iemand wat die erf net langsaan gaan ontwikkel en dit is hoekom hulle graag sal wil versoek dat albei property owners dat hulle dan nou reg van weg gaan kry in terme van daardie servituut. Die Die kommentaar is daar na aanleiding van die terreinbesoek wat gehou is op 9 September en dan het ons 'n bestuursaanbeveling op bladsy 44 en dit is weer eens dat die raad in beginsel goedkeuring gee dat die gedeelte van erf 953 in Agulhas as a right of way, same predial servitude for vehicular access, geregistreer word vir die toegang van die eienaar van erf 952. Maar Kaap Agulhas bly aanspreeklik natuurlik vir die geregistreerde reg van weg. Publieke deelnameproses sal dienooreenkomstig onderneem moet word en daar geen permanente strukture op gerig word op daai servituut en dan ook natuurlik dat die stadsbeplanningsprosesse dienooreenkomstig gevolg word.
Right, so comments? I'll give to you now, Sanel, councillors. Any comments before I give to Sanel? Yes, Councillor Jacobs.
Speaker, I just would like to confirm that is our earth, Cape Agulhas Municipality's earth. So that earth has got a value to it. If we give this right away, then we lose that earth. So again, I think we must refer this back so that the value is determined, and if that person would like to buy this earth from us, to put a road on it and share it with someone else, they can maybe share the price of that earth or whatever, but again, it is a value that must be determined and then the process can be followed.
Sanel?
Proposal, but then we've got a small substation when you enter the also on the site, and maybe we can subdivide it from the earth and then let the two owners buy from us. I don't know. Could be some picture.
All right.
Can we then refer this one back and say where the information
in terms of what is the best way to deal with this one? So we're referring this one back and yeah, thank you. Can we move?
Yeah, and also the comment from our infrastructure service is going to be crucial because we need to have access to that infrastructure on that property as well.
All right.
Thanks.
Can we move 1123?
Ja, 11.23 Madam Speaker is gaan oor the subletting of sê ons begin maar onderverhuuring van 'n gedeelte erf 873 en ek dink almal van ons is deeglik bewus dat die hot agterklip perseel op hierdie stadium onder 'n huurkontrak is met Lange Zand eiendomme, 'n hele paar, jy sien die name van die maatskappye is genoem daar, maar almal bekend is Johan Rood hier dit op hierdie stadium van die munisipaliteit. Die huurooreenkoms verstrek eers in 2024, het die perseel nou al gehad vir die afgelope 7-8 jaar. Ons was self daar op 'n terreinbesoek, daar gaan nie veel aan of die perseel nie, so hy was saam met ons op die perseel self, het dit aangedui, daar's 'n hele paar risiko's aan verbonde, hoekom hulle nie regtig investeer in die property nie. Ek dink een van die redes wat hy aangevoer het was die beplande laagkoste behuisingsprojek net langs aan die hot agterklip perseel. Dan is daar ook nog die hele kwessie rondom COVID, die COVID of landwyse COVID pandemie het natuurlik hulle planne 'n bietjie die nekslag toegedien. So lank storie kort, daar is nie baie goeie vooruitsigte van hulle om die perseel verder aan te wend nie, totdat ons 'n aansoek gekry het van die vorige eienaars van Seashack, wat aangedui het dat hulle graag sal wil daai perseel benut. Ons het toe vir hulle verduidelik wat is die implikasie daarvan, want dit is huidigelik onder 'n huurooreenkoms en hulle sal of moet wag tot die huurooreenkoms uitloop of ons sal op 'n manier die vir Lange Zand se huurooreenkoms moet opskort, wat natuurlik wetlike implikasies sal hê vir Kaap Agulhas munisipaliteit, maar wat hulle toe die voorstel gebring het is om liewer die perseel daar nou onder te verhuur. Nou die huidige huurooreenkoms van Lange Zand maak voorsiening dat die perseel kan onderverhuur word met goedkeuring van die raad. En ek dink dit is die aansoek wat nou huidigelik hier is vir die raad om te oorweeg om vir Lange Zand toe te laat om dit dan nou onder te verhuur aan die maatskappy wat bereid is om dit van hulle te onderverhuur. So die bestuuraanbeveling, ek dink dit was by die Finansies en Audit Komitee. die Finans- en IT-dienste komitee op die 24ste Augustus en daar was 'n bepaalde aanbeveling gewees. Ek kan ook sê ek dink die burgemeester sal bietjie meer in toelig rondom die inligtingsvergadering wat ons gehad het daar in Struisbaai self, waar daar 'n baie groot noodroep gewees het eintlik van die gemeenskap daar om ten minste iets te kry vir hierdie feesseisoen wat mense na Struisbaai toe sou lok. En ek dink in terme van dit is hoekom hierdie item nou basically voor die raad is. So dit is my basis.
Okay, councillors, Raadslid Jantjies, and I would give then to Raadslid Jacobs for inputs. Thank you.
Ja, voorzitter, ja, ek was die deel van die noodkreet en goed, jy weet, ons doen enige soorte krete wanneer hulle iets wil hê. En maar wat ek vir u wil sê, ek ondersteun nie die bestuursaanbeveling nie. Die rede is ook, laat weet, ons sukkel nou al vir baie jare om daardie plek aan die gang te kry. En regter waar ek weet, daar was 'n huurooreenkoms met meneer Rotele en of hulle op datum is, dit kan die CFO sê, dit is nie my werkie. Maar ons moet daai plek aan die gang kry. En as 'n mens mense kry, ontwikkelaars of besigheidsmense wat dit wil aan die gang kry, hoekom nie? En dit is 'n groot behoefte. Ek dink ergens het ons nog 'n item in die agenda waar hy gedeelte daar by die kampplek wat ook op die agenda is. Maar in elk geval, ek sal regter voorstel, as meneer Rotele dit dan nou wil onderverheer, laat ons die mense toelaat vir daai tydperk, en dan kan die raad dit verder vat. Want dan moet meneer Rotele kontrak ons nou eindig daar. Ek kan ons nou nie aangaan nie. Ek meen, dit sal my voorstel wees. Maar julle moet ook onthou, is jammer om te sê, ek weet die publiek hoor daar buitekant, maar dit is goed wat op die raad besluit was. Die mense wat is CSEC, nee? CSEC gehad het. Ons het met hulle ook 'n ooreenkoms gehad en nou gaan ons weer met hulle ooreenkoms en daar was besluite van die raad gewees. Jy weet, wanneer ons in 'n ooreenkoms gaan, dan gaan ons in goeie trou en dan gaan dit volgens wat ons besluit. En jy weet waar het dit geëindig? Waar het daardie kontrak geëindig? So, ons moet nie weer in so iets gaan nie. Ek meen, as ons besluit, dan moet hy gecover wees. Hy moet gecover wees as hy by die raad kom. Laat daar voorsiening gemaak word, laat die raad nie weer gaan betaal vir goed wat hy nie gesê het nie. So julle weet waarvan ek praat, daar was 'n raadsbesluit gewees en ons gaan nie dieselfde fout weer maak, laat die raad hier geld wat ons by CSEC gemaak het ons amper almal spandeer op 'n hofsaak. So dit kan nie weer gebeur nie. Ons moet dit net, maar ek stem saam dat hulle dit onderverheer, dit maak nie vir my saak aan wie hulle, solank daar iets gebeur en dit is soos die Struisbaai gemeenskap gee, daar is 'n nood vir ontspanning en CSEC regter waar hulle te baie goeie dienste goed daar gelewer in Struisbaai. Dis net wat ek wil sê, dankie.
Thank you very much, Raadslid Jacobs.
Speaker, baie dankie. Ja, die rede hoekom die bestuursaanbeveling is dat ons nie die onderverhuuring kan toestaan nie, is omdat dit 'n beleid van die raad is, dat ons nie onderverhuuring kan toelaat nie, en ons kan nie 'n presedent skep in die geval nie. Maar, daar is 'n baie duidelike oplossing. In paragraaf 3 van die agtergrond sê dit, die nuwe aansoeker is van voorname om 'n bestaande ooreenkoms net so oor te neem op dieselfde voorwaardes as ook dieselfde bedryf in plek te stel soos vervat in paragraaf 3 en dan word dit nou genoem. So die bestaande huurkontrak was in 2014 gesluit gewees vir 9 jaar en 11 maande tot en met Augustus 24 en as die twee partye kan ooreenkom dat Johan uit die kontrak uitklim en dat CSEC die kontrak oorneem, dan dink ek kan ons raad dit oorweeg, want dit gee vir die CSEC mense 3 jaar van die kontrak wat oor is om hulle bedryf te operate. Die tweede ding, stem saam met meneer Raadslid Jantjies, dat ons gee dan Struisbaai die aktiwiteit wat hulle verlang. Dit is op 'n perseel wat nie so kontroversieel was soos vir die Seesfront was nie. En die derde ding is, ons het al 'n soortgelyke transaksie 3 jaar gedoen met Change Agri, waar ons 'n kontrak geskuif het van die een party na die ander party. So dit is moontlik en ek dink ons kan hier twee partye se oplossing so bied en vir Struisbaai hulle antwoord gee.
Councillor Martinez, voorsitter, nou gaan ek eers my masker afval. En ek wil hê ons as die raad moet nou baie mooi verstaan waar kom Hot Agterklip vandaan. Hot Agterklip is 'n erfenisterrein. En as ons kyk na die huisies soos hulle daar staan, dan is dit die oorspronklike Struisbaai Noord mense wat daar gewoon het. Toe die raad destyds besluit het om Hot Agterklip te omskep in aktiwiteite, ekonomiese aktiwiteite, was dit uitsluitlik bedoel vir die mense in die gemeenskap van Struisbaai Noord. Ongelukkig, en met die raad en destyds het, ek weet nie hoeveel miljoen rand of hulle te klomp geld gekry om die huisies so te restaureer soos wat het byvoorbeeld nou is. En in die oorspronklik was daar 'n groep vroumense gewees wat het bedryf het vir bed and breakfast en vir daar was 'n kombuis gewees of 'n restaurantjie. Ek was een keer daar ook self lekker curry geëet en sovoorts. Ongelukkig was ons LED-afdeling nog nie so sterk genoeg soos wat hulle nou is, om daai gemeenskapslede van Struisbaai Noord aan die hand te vat, en om daai LED-projekte vorentoe te neem nie. En het van hierdie mense moeg geraak, en het van die mense onttrek. En dis waar die ding van verhuuring en uitgesit het op kontrak vir toe Langezand hulle dit moes nou gekry het as 'n kontrak in 2014. Wat hier moet gebeur, voorsitter, is dat Langezand of die eienaar of die huurder moet nou, wat daar gebeur niks, gevra word om die huurkontrak op te sê. Gee hierdie projek as 'n LED-projek vir die LED-departement om die gemeenskap van Struisbaai Noord vorentoe te vat, sodat hulle daar bedrywighede kan uitvoer. Maar ek gaan my sin tekort kom as ek moet instem vir 'n kontrakteur so Seashek se mense om daar te kom oorvat, terwyl dit ons Struisbaai Noord sy erfenis is daar wat moet voortbestaan en voort moet leef. Ons moet nie vergeet, ons moet nooit vergeet wat was die doel van ons projekte toe ons het geloods het destyds nie. So nee vir my, vir Seashek, nee.
Thank you very much. Mayor, do you want to follow up, Councillor Jacobs? Let me.
Voorzitter, ik wil die voorstel wat Raadheer Jantjies op die tafel het, dit is mijn voorstel. As ons is sentimenteel, ons is emotioneel en dit is wil ek baie graag onderstreep. Ons moet kyk waarvan dit kom, maar in hierdie tyd van lewe wil ons mense bemagtig, ons wil mense omarm, en wat ek al voorheen wil sê het, om mense te bemagtig, om te omarm, mense ekonomies te help en te bemagtig, dit gaan oor om mense by mekaar te bring. Economie is in die hande van al ons mense in Kaapagullis. En hier gaan het om mekaar te help, om mekaar se mentors te wees. En Raadstaat Martinez het nou juist gesê, daar was al pogings aangewend, wat nie gehou het nie, wat nie lewensvatbaar was, of dit was nie sustainable nie. En dit is 'n inkomsplek, dit is een van die mooiste plekke by Hot Agterklip wat daar is. En as ons daar ten minste 'n ankerprojek het, 'n ankerhuurder, wat in die kontrak duidelik verbind gaan word om mense saam te vat. Op hierdie oomblik, die kontrak is nou, dit kontrak was vir 9 jaar en 11 maande, ons is aan plaas nog 3 jaar oor, daar was absoluut niks gedoen, behalwe tabelle wat daar staan, wat daar is op hierdie perseel nie. Daar is veranderings aangebring aan die agterkant van waarde van R350.000 deur meneer Rood, en wat hy nou uitsluitlik gesê het dat wanneer ons die kontrak wil opsê, dan sal ons die R350.000 moet betaal. So of hy hou die raad besig tot aan die einde van die termyn. En wat ons nie wil hê nie, ons kan nie belastingbetalers se geld mof op hofsaake nie. My versoek was dat die aanbeveling van die bestuursaanbeveling nie aanvaar word nie, dat ons vir die oorblywende tydperk vir 'n belangstellende besigheid, dat dit gee met sekere voorwaardes. Dat daai R350, daar was nou ooreengekom in die gesprekke dat hulle sou die R350.000 uitsort met meneer Rood, maar dat ons dan ons mense in die hotagterklippies huisies daar kry, dat mense daar stop, dat toeriste daar stop, dat daar 'n verskeidenheid van projekte aangaan. Anders dat ons onsself weer bevind van ons begingoedes is nie volhoubaar nie. Ek het nou die dag 'n vergadering gehad met al ons die straatmaakkomitee van Kaapagalas nou. En hulle is so enthousiasties dat wat die raad gaan wil doen by LED, maar het gaan oor 'n handevat ding in besigheid, om mekaar te motiveer, om mekaar te help, ook die wat nie kan nie, om vir hulle te initieer om weer te maak vorentoe te gaan. So ek sal baie graag wil hê dat hierdie bestuursaanbeveling nie aanvaar word nie, dat ons vir die oorblywende tydperk hotagterklip vir die 3 jaar wat voor lê, dat ons daar iets gevestig kan kry. Met wie ook al, dit kan my aardsvyand wees, dit kan my vriend wees, maar dat ons 'n anker hierder daar kry, wat dan die gesindheid het om die opkomende, sê die agterbly, die opkomende entrepreneurs sal omarm, en spesifiek ook met Struisbaai Noord se opkomende entrepreneurs.
Alright, Mr. Jacobs, just to follow up, I would also want to give to Sunil, because Sunil wanted to maybe bring some more information to us, because she's the expert in this field. Councillor Jacobs?
Speaker, Raadsdame Martinez is heeltemal reg. 20 jaar terug was ek ook betrokke gewees by Hotagterklip, en die doel van Hotagterklip was gewees om agter daai 3 huisies 'n venue te kry waar daar funksies gehou kan word en waar daar voete getrek kan word om daai 3 huisies te komplementeer, sodat wie ook al van die gemeenskap dan gefasiliteer word in daai 3 huisies en so kan geld maak. So Raadsdame Martinez is heeltemal korrek. Ek stem saam met die burgemeester dat ek sal my ondersteuning volkome gee aan hom vandag en Dirk om hierdie punt so te verander dat ons vir die oorblywende periode van die kontrak dit toesê aan die Van Wyks. Dit is mense wat groot hulle neem met baie mense in diens en hulle sal definitief reg laat geskied aan die oorspronklike visie van 20 jaar terug om die venue te vestig wat die voete sal trek en daai 3 huisies so aan te wend dat die mense van Struisbaai Noord direk voordeel daaruit kan kry en die toerisme daaraan betrokke.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jacobs. Can I give to, MM, do you want to comment? Because I want to give to Sanel.
That's fine, you can go give to Sanel.
Right, MM?
Ja, Madam Speaker en Councillor, daar's 'n paar tegniese aspekte wat ons moet in ag neem. Op hierdie stadium het ons 'n huidige huurooreenkoms, 'n wettige huurooreenkoms met Langesand Properties tot en met 2024. Ons was al reeds in gesprek met meneer Johan Rood, het baie aan uit al die risiko's uitgelig, maar hy was baie confident, baie adamant daaromtrent. Hy gaan nie die huurooreenkoms opsê alvorens die munisipaliteit nie vir hom uitbetaal vir al die verbeterings wat hy aangebring het en die waardasie op hierdie stadium iets soos R300,000. En hy sê indien ons dit nie gaan doen nie, then he's going to see out his contract. Dit in soveel woorde het hy dit gesê. So that is the one aspect. The other aspect, ons kan nie net 'n bestaande huurooreenkoms sommer nou net aan iemand anders gee sonder dat ons deur die nodige property management policy van die munisipaliteit gaan nie. Want daar mag daar ander mense soos wat ek dink iemand nou net genoem het, maar wat daar ander mense wees wat ook sou belangstel om 'n voorstel op die tafel te sit. So daar's 'n paar tegniese aspekte wat ons moet in ag neem en ek dink dis juist daarom dat toe die partye besef dat hulle besef hier is miskien 'n moontlikheid vir 'n vennootskap tussen die twee belangstellende entiteite. En ek hoor wat raadslid Jacobs noem dat die beleid van die munisipaliteit maak nie voorsiening nie, maar daar is 'n definitiewe klousule. Ek het gaan kyk na die klousule in die ooreenkoms, die bestaande ooreenkoms, dat die huidige huurder kan die raad nader vir goedkeuring vir onderverhuuring van die perseel. Hy kan dit nie doen sonder die goedkeuring van die raad nie. So dit is waar ons hier op hierdie stadium staan.
Raadslid Jantjies.
Speaker, ek het klaar mee insette gegee, maar net oor die sentiment wil ek saamstem. Ek meen met raadsdame Martinez, ek sal presies dieselfde gevoel het as die item voor die raad moet gekom het en ons moet hy grond vervreem het. Maar nou sit hy hier wat nou nog 3 jaar gaan strek net. So dit is die rede hoekom my voorstel. Maar ek wil ook net hê dat ek weet die mense is natuurlik as ook. Laat die raad daarom net 'n ingeligte besluit neem. Ek meen soos ek sê, ek ondersteun dat ons dit verheer aan die mense. Maar ons moet kyk dat jy weet wat gebeur het met die voorrede. Laat al die goed wat moet betaal word is op datum goed. Hulle moet nie vir ons as 'n raad kom inloop oor 2 jaar, maar die mense skuld nou en hulle kan dit nie invorder nie. Ek stel nie belang meer in sulke goed nie. En dan natuurlik ook moet ons 'n waterdigte kontrak met hierdie mense, want ons weet wat die mense gaan doen het. Ek wil dit eers sien. Ek meen, die mense kan nie, dit help nie, ons kry die hierin, maar aan die einde van die termyn, dan moet ons weer 100, as ek reg kan onthou, dink ek was 195.000 rand, as my reg is aan is, maar het ons gekos in die hofsaak. So dit is goed, dan beteken het niks, kyk, nou kan nie maar leer op daar, as ons met sulke hierders, maar ek wil hê, die mense het 'n goeie besigheid, maar ek meen nie die naderheid, was bitter teleurstellend. Ek meen, as ons sulke hierders weer moet kry, ek meen.
MM, do you want to comment? Yeah. And I would want to give to the ward councillor, Meyer Swart.
Ja, ek wil net miskien net in konteks stel, raadheer Jantjies, is dat hierdie is 'n aansoek vir onderverhuuring van die huidige huurder wat Langezand is. So as die raad vir hom vandag goedkeuring gee, hy kan onderverhuur, dan gaan hy 'n onderverhuuringsooreenkoms met CSEC, Strydby Noord of whoever hy wil aangaan. So hy gaan nie 'n ooreenkoms wees tussen Kapagallis munisipaliteit, dit gaan 'n ooreenkoms wees tussen die huidige huurder en die persoon aan wie hy of sy onderverhuur.
Vir die munisipale bestuurder sê, ons het niks probleme gehad, daar is alles met die CSEC, hulle goed op datum neem, Marius, betalen goed. Ons probleme het jy's gekom toe die besigheid verval het, toe die mense moet uit. Dit is waar die probleme begin het. En dit wil ek hê moet weer gebeur.
Okay, Mary, can I give you to comment?
Ja, ek wil net laaste my vir, as ons werklik waar omgee vir Strydby Noord se opkomende entrepreneurs, dan kan ons een van 2 dinge doen. Ons kan dit nou net so los vir die volgende 3 jaar, met geen bemagtiging van opkomende entrepreneurs nie, of ons kan iets daaromtrent doen. Ons kan vir Johan Rood sê, jy mag onderverhuur op sekere voorwaardes. Jy gaan nie geld maak uit hierdie saak nie. Jy verhuur dit op dieselfde basis as wat ons dit het, maar met sekere ooreenkomste dat dit wat hy gesê het, dat daar bemagtigingsprosesse gaan plus, dat die huisies voor gebruik gaan word, wat councillor Zono gesê het, is dit op daai voorwaardes. En dat ons dit so gou as moontlik doen. Anders as hy dit nie wil doen hiervoor, so dan kan ek nou al vir sê en ek wil vir vra, dat ons alle moeite moet doen om vir Johan Rood se kontak op te sê.
Okay, I think that's a mouthful that is said. I think the comments that were made are making sense to what are the voorwaardes that we want to put for him if we approve. Can I then get a proposer and a seconder for those that are in favor that the onderverhuuring must take place? I would want to see a show of hands. And those that are against, I would also want to see a hand. Councillor Martinez,
ek wil net iets nog noem en voorstel eintlik dat Miskien is dit nou 'n bietjie moeilik of vir ons om te verwag van Streys by Noordse mense om die agterste gedeelte te occupy en te gebruik vir 'n winsgewende bedryf, maar die huisies daarvoor. As ons dan nou sê ja, ons wil iets sien gebeur daar in die volgende 3 jaar, dan gebeur mos nou niks. Laat hulle dit dan doen aan die agterkant, maar laat die huisies hier voor oop bly en laat Rood moet gesels met die mense van Streys by Noord vir die volgende 3 jaar om dit te kan gebruik. Al dan nie, dan moet hy maar sy kontrak uitloop.
Right, can I get a proposal for the approval of the proposal of the mayor? Show of hands. Show of hands, 1, 2, 3. The one that says we give permission to sublet to Rood met voorwaardes. That is the one. Soos Raadse Jantjies gesê, laat ons vir hom die geleentheid gee om onder te verhuur, maar dan moet voorwaardes wees. Laat een van die voorwaardes is dat bemagtiging moet plaasvind, dat
Hy moet nie meer geld
hy moet nie meer geld vra as wat die raad vir hom vra nie, and all of those. So
Ek kan nie daarmee saamstem nie, regter waar.
With which part?
Laat u vir die huurder sê wat hy moet vra, daai gedeelte is syne. Ons moet kyk, laat ons dit binne die wet doen, of laat ons dit, as ons dit mag onderverhuur, dan onderverhuur ons dit. Ons kan, na die 3 jaar, kan ons nuwe riglyne in plek sit. Dan is dit nie meer maar dit moet ook nie, ek weet, Marius is baie goed, mense, met hierdie punt, hy is baie goed, maar ek wil bitter graag hê, Marius moet gehelp word met 10 prokureurs, wat die ding waterder is.
Ja.
Asseblief, dit is my voorstel. Dit is 'n ander game wat ons nou in is, ons tegenleer hy die vorige eenheid, en dit is my, ek sê meneer Rood, hy moet, soos, kyk, as hy wil uit, dan moet, en hy het 'n inkomste met die mense, is niks met die raad te doen nie. Ons moet net ons 2000 of wat ook al, per jaar of per maand, of wat ons ook al betaal, moet ons kry. Dit moet ons kyk, laat ons kry. En dit moet eers op datum gebring word voor ons. As al die goed moet op datum wees. So, dit is eintlik wat ek wil sê, is, ons moet, as meneer Rood wil uit, dan moet hy, dit is sy gedeelte wat hy moet reël met die nuwe eienaar. Ons wil net ons R2000 hê tot 24, soos die ooreenkoms trek. Of anders stel ons 'n nuwe ooreenkoms op.
Alright, Raadse Jacobs.
Speakers, die voorwaardes soos wat jy genoem het is 100% sover. Een wat ek wil bysit is dat ons nou in hierdie toestemming sal dat baie duidelik stel dat die terme en voorwaardes op verstryking van hierdie kontrak negotiate sal word deur hierdie raad op grond van wat dan die scenario is. Dat daar nie 'n outomatiese hernuwingsklousule is nie, baie duidelik, dag 1, en dat ons op daai stadium wil sien in 3 jaar se tyd hoe ekonomiese bemagtiging gebeur het met daai 3 huisie vir die Streys by Noord gemeenskap.
Dis reg. Right. Can I want us I don't want us to discuss this point anymore. It's either you are going to say yes or you are going to say no. There's a proposal by Councillor Jacobs and the mayor that we need to approve the subletting. So all in favor of the subletting, please raise your hands.
What is the second proposal?
The second proposal, as jy nee sê, as jy sê jy stem nie saam met die proposal.
Wie het dit gemaak? Wie het dit gemaak?
Jacobs het dit gemaak.
Ek is ook nie met hulle sublet nie.
No, I'm saying, when you don't understand English.
No, I do understand English. There need to be 2 proposals made by people in this council.
Set your own, don't be emotional. Shh. Okay.
Op grond van wat die munisipale bestuurder vir my gesê 10 minute terug, dat die kontrak toelaat dat ons kan onderverhuur met die toestemming van die raad, verander ek my opinie van my finansiële IT-komitee recommendation wat hier vervat is vandag, nou ja, ek stem saam dat ons dit onder verhuur, onder baie spesifieke terme en voor.
All right. And there's a management recommendation dat die raad nie die onderverhuuring van F873 Streesby deur wat is die mense? Ja, toestaan nie. So that there is that proposal that from management that we don't approve, and that there is a proposal from Councillor Jacobs, and it was supported by Councillor Swart, that we approve the subletting. So those in favor of the proposal.
I propose.
Can you just
I
wait?
propose management recommendation.
Okay.
You put a third proposal now.
Wait. You don't be emotional about this.
Don't be
Don't.
ridiculous when you ask for proposals.
Don't be emotional.
Because the Julius Malema, vote for what?
You know what, if you are not interested in the meeting, Councillor Martinez, then you can excuse yourself because you are being emotional, unnecessary. Let's respect the process and we will ask for your opinion. I have given an opportunity to everyone, but now you want to throw your toys out of your court. Let's get the approval. There is a proposal of the management where it came from the IT and finance not to approve the subletting. Yes, that is what she supports. Now, there is an approval from Councillor Jacobs and Councillor Paul Swart. And there's a seconder and there's a proposer and a seconder. So now, my question is, those that are in favor of the management recommendations would show of hands that ons nie die subletting toelaat nie. Can I see your hands? There's 2. Those that are in favor that we do the subletting, can I see a show of hands? 2, 4, 6. So the proposal from Councillor Jacobs and the seconder from the mayor has been approved by council. Thank you very much.
Voorzitter, ek wil asseblief Eve Martinez my teenstem genotuleer en die redes is omdat hierdie raad nie oorweging skenk aan die geleentheid om te skep vir stres by Noordse mense om self aansoek te doen en onder te verhuur nie.
Okay? We will
right. Hy moet toegeskryf word. All right.
Okay, wait. No, don't make a noise. Don't make a noise. Wait. Ladies and councillors. Yeah, councillors, remember, in the contract, there's terms and conditions that will be put in the contract, where one of them is the development of previously disadvantaged. So now I don't understand where the notion is with regards to what Councillor Martinez is saying, but we need to relook at the contract, the original contract, where it spoke about the upliftment of people of Streesby. So we shouldn't mislead the conversation. So we leave it there and we give it over to the MM and the officials to ensure that the upliftment of community members are doing that. Thank you very much. Can we move? Yes.
Ek teken my teenstem ook aan. Ek dink daar moet baie kyk word in die belange van die breë gemeenskap in hierdie verband. En ek dink in terme van die voorstel is dit nie so duidelik van hoe gaan ons agtergeblewe mense geakkommodeer word in hierdie geval in die oorspronklike jaar. So my teenstem ook asseblief.
Okay, thank you very much. But if you look at the originality of that contract, it speaks to upliftment of the previously disadvantaged communities. So can we, if someone does not want to be part of the meeting, let them go. They are freely to go, We're not going to ask people to stay if they don't want to be part. And can we, Marius, are we ready there at the back or must we continue? Wait. Okay. Marius, is that right? Okay, 3 o'clock. Okay, can we be back at 2:30? Is that 2:30? Yes. Can we be back at, or maybe 20 past?
Yeah, 20 past.
20 past, can we be back at 20 past? Thank you very much. I adjourn this session. Thank you. Thank you very much. Is everyone back? Yes, everyone is back. Just one councillor, but we can continue. Welcome back. Everyone is relaxed. Everyone has done a touch-up on the face, on the lips, on the hair, on the nails, on everything that goes with it. Welcome back, councillors and officials, and also to the members of the public. We would like to welcome you back to our vigorous council meeting, our first ever after COVID, where we have a face-to-face council meeting. I would like to continue with 11.24. Can you take us forward? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. 11.24 is an application from Mr. Summers, who is currently leasing a piece of land from the municipality for agricultural purposes. Mr. Summers hier huidige gedeelte van die raad se grond op die Struisbaai-pad langs meneer Blitz Odendaal se grond. Soos jy kan sien in die agtergrond het hy voorheen water gekry van Diepkloof af. Die nuwe eienaar wil nie meer aan hom water voorsien nie en dit is hoekom hy nou aansoek doen by die raad om 'n waterpunt by Kapagallis munisipaliteit te kry. As dit die aard van die saak finansiële implikasies in terme van die aansluiting soos natuurlik vervat in die tariewe beleid van die raad en jy sal sien op bladsy 46 is die finansiële implikasies daar uitgestippel. En daarom is die bestuursaanbeveling dat op grond van die inset van die infrastruktuurdienste ook finansiële implikasies vir die kliënt, die raad dit kan oorweeg om toestemming te verleen aan meneer Summers vir die wateraansluiting soos versoek. So that is the item on the agenda, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jacobs, you want to comment on the... Can you please switch on your mic?
Thank you, Speaker. Elder Jantjies has for the past 5 years noted at each and every meeting about the supply and the future supply of water in this municipality. We have this morning noted on page 7 of the risk report the risk of supply and quality of water to the current users of Kapagallis municipality. On the top of the page, hy het al die tyd tot nou te water gekry van die kloof, wil nie verder aan hom voorsien nie en Departement van Landbou is bereid om hom te help as ons om van water voorsien. Speaker, I would like to propose that we do not approve this. Especially we can't supply town and residential water to an agricultural endeavor.
Thank you. Any other comments from the councillors? Raadslede? Do you want to comment? Okay, there's the hand from the mayor.
Ek wil vra, ek deel die sentiment, ek wil vra, met is 'n klein boerderytjie, Departement Landbou is bereid om te help. Ek wil net vra, en ek dink ons moet 'n bietjie leiding kry van die departement af, wat is die situasie? Jy weet, wat 'n impak gaan hierdie ding maak? As hy op Struisbaai sou wees, dan sal ek gesê, jy weet, my denke daaroor. Maar in Bedaarsdorp is dit krities. Ons wil ook baie graag die opkomende entrepreneurs help. Jy kan niks doen sonder water nie. Wat impak gaan dit maak op ons bestaande situasie?
Okay, thanks. Speaker, I would like to request the Director of Infrastructure Services maybe just to provide some technical comment in terms of this, what the implication will be, if it is possible, and all other factors that need to be taken into consideration. Thanks.
Over to you, Abdulaziz.
Shall I move to the front?
Yes, just for the purposes of the external listeners, Director.
If we look at the item in front of us, we can see that the request is for access to water. I don't think that the bestuursaanbeveling is quite clear that is applying for access to water at the current tariffs of the council. That's the connection fees and also the the tariffs for the provision of water. I don't think we can deny them access to water. If there is even if there is going to be consumption, there's going to be a meter as well, so you'll be paying for the access and the provision of water. I don't know if agriculture is treated differently from residential with regards, there's no difference in tariffs.
Okay, sorry, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the question this came from Councillor Jacobs. Will this have any adverse implication on the capacity, the water capacity of the area?
No, not really. Municipal manager, I think we have adequate water currently as it is. I think the issue in 2019, December 2019, the shortage of water was based on the reservoir capacity. This is a line that's running past this earth, so it doesn't impact the storage capacity of water. There's adequate water in the aquifers.
Can I just give to the CFO to give some comments? Then I will give to Councillor Baker.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I think from my side, what is actually lacking, the one is we're talking about the water connection and the cost for that. My concern is actually aligned to what Councillor Jacobs said is what will be the consumption. We're not clear. And if there's consumption, surely there will be a meter and we will have to recover that cost because you cannot really just provide water for free. And there's no difference between agriculture or even whether you're in a residential area or whether you're a business. So you will have to apply that principle and the tariff to that can be quite costly. I don't see it here, so it's not really clear. So yeah, then one will not be able to determine the exact impact and whether it will be affordable to the person, to pay that, because it can be extensive usage.
All right. Councillor Baker.
Voorstel, Speaker, ek wil net vra as ek nou iets kan aanhou, die diepkloof is diepkloof nie 'n bogat, 'n lyn wat van 'n bogat afkom nie. Dit is nie 'n suiwere water nie, dit is 'n rou water wat nog gesuiwer moet word. So ek dink dit het dan 'n ander impak want ek dink dit is nie gesuiwerde water wat die munisipaliteit al klaar betaal het voor nie. So ek wil net maar net seker maak of dit so is.
Councillor Jacobs and then Councillor Jantjies.
Speaker, if we don't know what the endeavour is going to be with the support of Department of Agriculture. If they want to put up a hydroponic farm there, they can make millions from residential water. And we can't afford that volume capacity loss if we're planning to have to build another 2,000-3,000 houses in the future.
Okay. Raadslid Jantjies.
Ja, Speaker, het is moeilijk om een besluit te nemen omrede er is geen getallen bij nie. Ik zou voorstellen, u weet, als ik nou mijn geheer recht krijg, dit is blitse grond, oordenal oorlede blit, nee Marius. En toen ons moest hij een stukje lazen op een blits verkoop. En daar is water. En is net laas aan. So Excel lyk dat die departement vir ons 'n kosteberaming maak wat dit kan nie. Dit is hier vanaf Rana se foto toe. So wat is die beraming en daar kan 'n mens natuurlik ook vir landbou sê. Ek meen soos Councillor Jacobs gesê het, hy weet nie wat hulle bydra gaan wees nie. As hulle wil hom help, waarmee wil hulle hom help? En dan, want hulle is in staat om te help om die pyp aan te lê.
Okay.
Je weet, ons het het gedoen naar die vaarkokken toe. En dit het 87.000 rand gekost, jaren geleden, hele kloppie, net 87.000 rand. En dit was een zwart pyp. Het ons aangelegd, water. En dit is definitief 500, als die meer gezien. Daar van die kalkoen af. So daar is 'n baie kort stukkie en hy moet dit maar natuurlik mos nou verder vat. Ek dink seker hy wil maar 'n waterpunt hê as ek nie mis dit nie. Ek weet nie ons sal natuurlik mos nou die water kan lê vir besproeiing nie. Maar ek meen 'n waterpunt want Hy kan natuurlijk niks doen nie, want daar is nie water op die oomblikie. So laat hulle vir ons net 'n kosteberaming, laat hy ook net weet, maar dit kan nie so 'n lang aansluiting wees van Blitse se aansluiting af nie.
Okay.
Oorlede, nie Blitse, die ander man, Swart, Wessel Swart.
Right. Can I then request that we refer this item back so that we can get all the information that councillors are speaking on with regards what assistance will Department of Labour give and what will the monetary value be for the end user and for us and all of that. So can I ask that we refer this point back and it be deliberated amongst the officials? Thank you.
Ek wil hom net sê, laat ons dit so gou as moontlik aan, want die man loop ook al vir 'n lang tyd op af dieselfde pad. Laat ons dit uitreik asseblief, laat ons dit afhandel nou. Dat ons vir hom 'n konkrete antwoord gee.
So Maria said him so. Thank you. Can we then move to the next one? 1125.
Now they've had a number of interactions with the applicants themselves, and she would be able to provide much more information than I can in terms of this application, and this is obviously for council to consider. Thank you, Sunil.
Okay, Sunil, over to you.
Thank you. Yes, this is an application from Struisbaai Events. It's a community effort, and the main aim of this event is to bring and to attract entertainment to the Struisbaai area and for the visitors as well. And it's a music festival from the 17th of December until the 3rd of January. Yes, they want to, they will adhere to all safety regulations, COVID regulations. They will have South Point security on site. They will have ambulance services. They will adhere to a liquor license and restrictions related to that. And they're looking at the location of the ex-Sea Shack, where the Sea Shack was located, on a portion of Earth 854 Struisbaai. And we circulated this application internally to all our departments. And as you can see, all our departments made inputs, and we looked at the inputs made. It was positive, but with restrictions. And then we also sent it to the ward committee. And the ward committee also made some inputs and further restrictions. So if we look at the conclusion, we feel if the council approved this application, the applicant, Struisbaai Events, will have to pay for all services. They will have to pay for this, for the portion of Earth 854 for that period. They have to pay for electricity, for water, waste removal, and also they have to pay for, what is the other one? Okay. Yeah, electricity connection. And then we also said they will have, they actually propose food sales. There will be food trucks from the community to sell food from 10 o'clock in the morning until 9 o'clock in the evenings. And then there were some artists who will perform from, the proposal was that they will perform from 12 o'clock in the afternoon until 9 o'clock in the evening. So the ward committee actually restricted the time frame for the artists' performance from 6 o'clock until 9 o'clock. So that is also now a condition. And then the further condition is that they will adhere to all the restrictions, and they will also have a food license from ODM and the liquor license, of course. It's very urgent because they need the liquor license in 40 days. So we will have to give them an answer today for them to comply on the 17th, for the period from the 17th until the 3rd of January. And they also ask that they can set up the whole tent and the stage and everything from the 3rd of December. They will have to start.
All right, thank you very much, Sanel, for that explanation. Can I also give an opportunity to Mayor Swart with regards to, as he's the ward councillor in that ward, to give some inputs?
Thank you, Speaker. I agree with everything that's set out here, except the number 2, food sales might only take place from 10 o'clock, that's fine. And the performance, I just want to make a suggestion, taking consideration the input and the amount of holiday people that's here at the end of the year, that we adjust that from 6 o'clock to 1,500 hours to 21. I think they applied for that they have live music, Afrikaans music performance as from 12 o'clock, but that's we can restrict it maybe from 3 o'clock up until 9 o'clock.
Thank you very much. Any other inputs, comments? Councillor Jantjies?
Ja, ek het, burgemeester sê net goed die musiek, wat het hy gesê? Food sales, 10 uur?
Food sales, 10 o'clock. Ons wil gesê dat ons mondelik dat voorwaardes ook local entrepreneurs bemarking.
Ja.
Dit is maar een voorwaarde voor een voorstel, maar wat ik zeg, de food sales, dat can take place from 10 o'clock. That is, I'm happy with that, and the performance from 1,500 hours, that is 3 o'clock till 9 o'clock in the evening. But 9 o'clock, it must be then stopped, finished.
Okay, thank you.
Speaker, ja, soos ek sê, ek ondersteun entertainment vir die vakansieganger en natuurlik ook vir die jong mense. Maar dit moet nie ander mense se regte versтрер nie. Jy weet, ons het vir C6 daar gehad en het het baie goed gegaan. Ek was nooit daar gewees nie, ek het net daar gerei goed en het baie goed gelyk maar wat ek vir u wil sê is, dis die musiekfees en ons kampplek is Lansaan. Dis musiek nou, daar was al sulke, ek weet die huisgenoot het al so musiekbesigheid gehad daar so 'n paar jaar terug en as ek kan onthou, maar dis 'n een aand besigheid, nou is dit 'n 17 dae besigheid. En ons kampplek is vol mense. Ek weet nie wat 'n impak dit op ons vakansiegangers gaan hê wat naby die meer is nie. Ek wil dit bitter graag, ek wil dit ondersteun, maar ek meen dit is my concern. En dan natuurlik daai prys. Elkeen kom en hy sê sommer vir die raad, vir al die organisasies, dis wat ek wil betaal, en as nergens, gaan ons na 'n budget toe, of ons tariewe toe nie. Op R233 'n dag, R233 is absoluut 'n skande. Ons het mos tariewe in ons begroting. Wat betaal jy as jy die sportgewonde moet hier vir 'n dag? Ek meen, ons kan nie sommer net laat enige een vir sê, hier's 106. En hier is ook ons moet natuurlik die vullis verwyder en goed, vir R233 mense. Ons is besig met die munisipaliteit in die afgronde, en die mense weet dit daar buitekant. Hulle kan dit sien, ons sê vir alles ja. En ek kan nie saamstem daarmee nie. Ons is 'n besigheid, ons moet die munisipaliteit bestuur soos 'n besigheid, maar ons wil ook daar die entertainment vir die jong mense, vir die vakansiegangers, maar dit moet ook nie tot nadeel wees van die inwoners. Ek meen, alhoewel ek sien, dit is baie beter, 9 uur, 10 uur sal ek nog soms sien is vakansiegangers wakker. Daarmee het ek is hy so sy plek wat in die see geval het, wat tot 3 uur in die oggend musiek gemaak het. Goed. Ek meen dit is beter. So dit stem ek saam. Ek het nie probleem met die tyd nie. So ek dink ook nie dit gaan so groot impak op ons vakansiegangers hê nie, want daai tyd brei die mense daarmee. Mense weet waarvan ek praat. Ek was vir jare was ek in hy kampplek gewees. Ek weet presies wat daar gaan. So maar ek moet die concern van die ander inwoners. So ek ondersteun dit. Maar ek meen hy pryse goed. Ek meen ons kan nie eens 'n sak veilig verwyder vir R233 nie.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jantjies. Councillor Jacobs.
Madam Speaker, we've just approved an hour ago Old Klip as an entertainment venue with all the rights in place away from residential areas. It has been zoned 20 years ago for this exact function, purpose and vision. We granted that after a heated debate earlier this afternoon, all the rights to that site. We have also fought for the last 2 years at very expensive legal fees to get that site clear that is not zoned for it, that is impacting on people that paid millions for their residential properties on the main beach of Struisbaai. They pay rates and taxes for 12 months of the year to enjoy a 3-week holiday. If I personally had to pay that kind of money, upfront capital and yearly maintenance taxes and whatever, and I want to take a nap at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and there's a music festival on a site that has not got the rights for that, I wouldn't have bought in the first place that location. So we have fought now for 2 years to get that site clear. This application looks to me personally exactly like a Sea-Shack application. And I can't see how we could have spent the kind of money from the taxpayers to get that site cleared, and now we want to reinstate it for 17 days because it is the season. I mean, those people pay for 3 weeks a year to be at Struisbaai. So yes, I approve the festival, I approve the concept, I approve the tent, the liquor license, the everything, but not on that site. Find an alternative site away from residential property that would get us in trouble again.
Thank you very much for those inputs. There is a recommendation that find an alternative site and then we take it from there. I'm looking at the officials now. There is an outcry, there is an approval from the residents. There is a concern from councillors, especially for those people that are staying there close to the plot or to the earth. How do we take this forward? Considering that we need the entertainment, also we should not infringe on the rights of those that are staying there or on the rights of those that have come to have their holiday. And the other issue that was raised is the price for 14 days. Then you put up a price of less than 5,000 Rand. So we need guidance, advice. Oh, the ward councillor's hand is up.
We just noted, we took note of the comments from the Business Association and also the church. And the price that's in here, it's negotiable. I think it's for council to decide. And it's not right when Councillor Alderman Jantjie said, jy weet, mense kom en ons aanvaar dit maar net. Dis debatteerbaar binne die council. So vir my is dit die deel van die ward komitee het hulle toegespreek. Daar was baie ons weet ook daar was baie ongelukkigheid van mense toe ons die Sea-Shack daar moes die ongewilde besluit wat ons moes neem. Dit is vir spesifieke redes. Vir my is dit dat ons die kans gee en kyk wat is die uitkoms daaruit. Dit sal binne 'n tent wees en dit is nie tot 12 uur toe wat soos ons sê, dit is slegs van 3 uur af tot 9 uur toe.
The price? The impact of the price?
Now, Madam Speaker, if I may, if you just look at the comments of the ward committee, I think we just need to determine the support function of the municipality to that. You cannot just say there is an event and we have no responsibility. Surely it will have an impact on our law enforcement people, and I think we had a meeting yesterday with MM and the team leaders, to discuss how we will be able to also save on our overtime. But if you look at the event like this, obviously there will be more risk. It will be a focus area. So surely during that period of time, that you will have a visibility. So I think it's clear that we need to look and calculate more or less that. What will be the cost? We're looking at what will be the refuse removal. For that, I understand they talk about recycling, but surely they will not take it away. It's for the municipal officials the next morning or whenever to come and remove that. There might be a cost to that. We can put a container there, but there might be a cost to that. So those are just some of the indirect support costs. I think that what we need to consider, and I believe that will actually then determine the price more or less, for that period of time, what will be a realistic price, for the to be paid over to the municipality.
MM, do you want to comment?
Yeah, no, thanks. Thanks for that input, Hannes. I think that gives us a very good basis to work from in terms of determining the price, and I agree that 4,000 might look a bit cheap at this point in time. So we would really look at to increase the fee that we're going to ask them. If obviously we need to first decide. Does council support this application, and then we can go into the price. And maybe just Councillor Jacobs, I think when we had out the deliberations with him, the location is actually part of their business concept. I'm not sure if you are familiar with what they call the one in Titi's Bay, Jazz on the Rocks, there's the Mos Jazz, there's the Diaz Festival, even the Knysna Oyster Festival. Hulle voel die concept kan beter werk as dit op die seefront is. So dit is hoekom hulle juist gevra het vir daai spesifieke site, and I think that is why an alternative site would not necessarily have the same kind of chance for success and it will deviate from the business concept, but that is just for council to determine, and I agree. Obviously there are going to be people that are not going to be happy with if council should approve it. So wat ons hier moet hê, maar is maar wilskrag van die raad se kant af. Is 'n klomp mense wat gaan kom, wat streef by op die suidpunt van Afrika toe na toe kom, en dan gaan hulle agterkom as hulle hier is, hier's baie min recreational activities, and that might have an influence next time around if people are going to come here. And on the other hand, there are also going to be people that are coming here for die rustigheid en die tranquility en almal dat. So this is my een van die, hoe noem hulle, 6 van die een en half dosyn van die ander, en aan die einde van die dag is this is the decision that council needs to make in terms of this.
All right, thank you very much. Marius?
Madam Speaker, the 4,000 rand, it was a sum up for me. That was a price that CSHAC paid per month. So all what I was doing, I put the 4,000 rand here, and so mentioned that they can pay the 4,000 rand for the 17 days, because that was based on more or less the amount that CSHAC was paying per month.
Okay. Councillor Jacobs, and then I would want to give to the mayor, the ward councillor, and then I want us to wrap on this one. Okay?
Madam Speaker, years ago we had the Gielstad Festival in Struisbaai. Those events were specifically planned around dates that we don't have feet in the area, to attract feet, to bring some business to the off-season months to the coastal towns. I have sat in ODM and CAM, LED and tourism workshops for 20 years now. There was one word that stood out in 20 years, and Alan Windy was that day in that meeting as well, and it was tranquility. That is what we're selling here. Whoever has bought a house after working hard his whole life on that main beach wants tranquility for 3 weeks of the year to come down for a beach holiday. We cannot infringe of his right. He's paying for 11 months of the year the right to have a 3-week holiday when it is already busy. We go from a population of between 3,500 and 4,500 rand, 4,500 people that live in Struisbaai, Agulhas, to 60, 80,000 rand within 2-3 days over the 15th of December. People do not come here for festivals. I am sorry. With COVID over the last 2 years, we've entertained ourselves without festivals. Struisbaai is not a festival joint. We are not Oudtshoorn in a period of the year where that's the only thing we have. We've got the longest beach in the South African country. That's what people come here for, to fish, to walk on the beach, to have tranquility. We as a council have to decide today, what are we selling? Number one, what is our image? Number two, are we protecting the right of our municipal taxpayers? Or are we entertaining a group of people that want to put up a festival? A festival is not what we need on that site. We have fought to clear that site. It is cleared. We are moving into fruitless and wasteful expenditure of what we did with that law, that attorney's fees that we paid to get that site clear. If we allow a festival again there in the form of a sea shack in a tent, we are exactly back where we are, and we're opening ourselves, and all 10 of us remaining as councillors here will be held responsible in personal right, not as a council, as a personal group of people. And then I want to conclude, Madam Speaker, is that now we are at a very important point in the 5-year period, and with a decision like this that's been coming for 5 years, is that we have to, each and every one of us 10 sitting here today, will have to make a decision, because if this is going to be a caucus decision, then we have to mention it like that. Or it's going to be an individual councillor decision, and everyone that votes yes today for this festival will be held responsibly in his personal right by the taxpayers of that main beach. Or if it's a caucus decision, they are welcome to go to the political polls with a caucus decision on this one. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Ja, maar ek wil die aanbeveling is, die aanbeveling is a recommendation for council to consider. En dat ons, daar's 'n klomp goed wat ons in ag kan neem, en ek stem saam met van die goedes. Dit is een van die besluite wat opweeg. En ek neig om te sê, ek meen dit is my voorstel dat ons dit vir hierdie jaar die geleentheid skep. Dit is nie, it's only for one seasonal, for this season. And there was another group before this group that was also applied, music, Afrikaans is groot, wat ek al, wat ons ook voorgestel wat Councillor Jacob has said, take a long weekend within the year where we attract people to Struisbaai during the year. But this one is now at hand. There's an application that we have to deal with, and I will say that we approve and as a test for this season, and in the meantime we will look for during the year and also for next year, other suitable places within Struisbaai.
All right, any other comments? Yes. Voorsitter, ek wou nou nie gepraat het op die item nie, maar ek voel ek moet iets sê, anders dan gaan ek ook my plig versuim as ek dit nie doen nie. Ek stem saam met raadslid Jacobs dat ons hierdie area nie moet gebruik, veral met die noise pollution wat betref die bands en goeders wat daar wil musiek maak. Met die kosstelletjies het ek nie 'n probleem nie. Almal sal seker maar verskillende soorte kosse wil eet as jy op vakansie is en sovoorts. Maar julle het nou net goedgekeur word agterklip wat lekker weggesteek is van die gemeenskap en ook van die vakansiegangers vir hierdie tipe van musiekgoeders. Het hulle gesels daar met Seashacks en mense, hulle het mos dit nog gekry. Maar haal die musiek weg van die vakansiegangers af en van die inwoners af wat daar woon in die onmiddellike area. So ja, ek kan nie my toestemming gee vir dit en R4,000 wat my betref as hopeloos en ook vir 'n huur bedrag.
Okay, when we look at the comments of the people of Struisbaai, the Cape Agulhas Business Association, and we look at the comments of the church, and we look at the comments of the ward committee, I think we should also take into account that when people come for holidays, they also need entertainment. That is one thing that we need to understand. And the other thing that I'm hearing is the comparisons with regards to CSHEP. We shouldn't compare the two. We shouldn't put it together and say this is the same. It's not the same. So we need to understand the concept. It's a few days. Yes, I would understand if councillors are saying the 17 days are too long. How about? Because the idea here is to have an entertainment that is similar to entertainments in your Titisbai, in your Neisna, and all of those. It's all events that are in the front view at the sea. So I think we need to consider that also. We need to consider the comments from the community of Struisbaai, but also we need to consider the rights of people that are coming for rustigheid, but also they want entertainment. So I think as a council, we're either going to say we need to approve or don't approve. We need to consider the tariffs. We need to consider the hours, and we need to consider the length of the event, 17 days. We need to consider those things. I think we need to do that.
Speaker, I just want to clarify something. The only way that you can obtain a liquor license at such short notice on a site that has not got the title deed rights to it is if you call it an event. And to be able to call it an event, you have to arrange music. This is a smoke screen for food truck and liquor sales with masking of it into an event with music to obtain a liquor license. Move the site.
Raadse Jantjies?
Ja, speaker, ek wil hierdie goed weer herhaal wat ek gesê het. Soos ek sê, ek is voorstander vir die entertainment vir die vakansiegangers se goed. En my bekommernis was ons kampeerterrein natuurlik langs aan. En ek wil definitief sê ek ondersteun as hulle die event gaan skuif, byvoorbeeld na Hotarte Klip. Ek meen as hulle wil reëlsaamheid die nuwe huurders of wat ook hulle noem, daarvoor sal ek my volle steun gee, maar nie na aan.
All right.
Kan ek dit te laaste insit?
No problem.
Speaker, ja, ek het dieselfde idee gehad by die burgemeester, maar dit was nie meer ons grond nie. Die tennisbane is mos verkoop, nou nie, of hoe? Nou nie, anders. Nee, dit is 'n ideale plek om so toe te skuif. Maar ek meen, dit is nie ons grond meer nie. Dan moet hulle met PG Rasmus hulle onderhandel by die grond. Dit is 'n ideale plek ook. Ek meen, daarmee, ek sien hy ander goed, is ook al afgebreek, die pad. Hy kan daar ook staan. So, dis nie 'n probleem nie, maar dit is nie meer ons grond hier. Maar ek meen, as hulle wil onderhandel met die mense, want die mense gaan toch nie oor die seisoen bou nie. So...
All right, thank you very much. Okay, then, but are we saying now as a council that we approve the event in principle? But the only issue is the location.
That's right, yeah.
Is that what we say?
That's right.
So, all right, then
Clear speaker, that beach site is not an alternative. We can approve, but they can find an alternative site.
Okay.
En ons kan van sê op waar ons dan met wie te kan hulle gesels. Die twee mense. Dit sal ons ondersteun. Ons wil nie goed daar hê, maar ek meen dit moet nie afbreek maak van die inwoners, nie net die vakansie nie, die huidige inwoners ook.
All right, Marius?
Mevrou, in ons huidige tariewe maak ons voorsiening vir openlig dienste, kerkdienste, nie in openbare ruimtes. Dankie Willem van Sail het dit vir my aangestuur. Dan betaal 'n ou R135 op 'n dag. Vir nie-inwoners vir so 'n tipe event betaal R215 'n dag. Filmmakers per dag R1820 per dag. En dan vir troues, verjaarsdae per geleenthede op die strandgebied of oop ruimtes R910 per dag. Dit is ingesluit in ons bestaande tariewe.
Okay.
Vir openligdienste, kerkdienste, nie in openbare grond en oop ruimtes.
Van musiekfeeste.
Nie wat die pertinent genoem is, ja.
Okay.
Ek wil net spreek dat ons duidelikheid kry. Ons kan nie 'n besluit neem en ons is onseker wat 'n besluit ons neem nie. My voorstel is dat ons die aansoek soos dit op die tafel is goedkeur op die site. Ons kan praat oor die prys, maar dat ons goedkeur op die site. Dis net dat ons moet duidelikheid kry en dat onmiddellik daar's 'n moontlikheid, as daar 'n moontlikheid bestaan dat dit mag skryf of kan as die aansoekers bereid is om te skryf met al die concerns op tafel, dat ons dit onmiddellik moet laat doen. Maar op die oomblik is my voorstel dat ons goedkeur on-site.
On that site.
Dit is, ja.
Okay, there's a proposal that there's a management proposal that we consider on F854, we approve that one, and we consider also the prices also, and that the officials go and speak to the applicant saying that what are the possibilities, and if the applicant is saying no, then the voorstel will still be that they be on that site.
I would like to propose an alternative.
Okay.
So we stick to that one, and I would like to propose we approve the event, but not on that site.
All right.
And an alternative site be found, and that management can, and the mayoral committee can look at that site, the alternative site, to see if that is away from residential areas and more conducive to this type of event than the Seas Shack site.
We've got two proposals, okay? The one proposal is to approve on that side, and the other proposal is to look for an alternative site. And I want us to vote on those two. All those that are not in favor of the management proposal, can I see the raise of hands? Okay, thank you very much. And those that are in favor of the management proposal on that site, can I see a show of hands? And I vote. Okay. All right, thank you. So the proposal for this council will be, the proposal that has gone forward is the proposal that it should be on that site. Can I then have, what are the deliberations on the issue? Who can I have just one person to speak on it?
Ek lees by teenstem dat hier en dat ons die alternatief sal ondersteun en ek glo dit is.
Sit aan julle mics.
Ek wil amptelik my teenstem laat notuleer en alternatief 2 van 'n alternatiewe site.
Ek raad je dat jentjies wil dieselfde doen.
All right, next.
Ek raadseer Eve Martinez wil ook my teenstem laat notuleer, omdat ek voel ons moet 'n alternatiewe site kry vir die event.
Next.
Ek raadslid Raymond Baker teken ook my teenstem aan.
Thank you.
En soek ook 'n alternatiewe site.
Thank you very much, and we move. Mayor, you want to say something?
Dan kyk na die, wat ek wil voorstel, dat is die eerste voorstel. En dan ek sê, dan dus kyk na die prijs, die R4.000 is onhandelbaar, dat ons kan debatteer, of die 4.000, 8.000 moet word, of 5.000 of 6.000, dat is dan deel van die, dat kan deel word, en ook die tyd. 18 tot 21, ek is happy daarmee, maar ek het er voorstel 1500 uur, en dat die prijs dan onhandelbaar. Kijk, hierdie voorstel is nou, met die teensstemme is nou die voorstel wat staan. Nou moet ons kyk na die prijs.
Thank you. 1126.
Thank you, Speaker. 11.6 has to do with a draft policy for the clearing and maintenance of vacant urban. You know, this is also a policy that has been coming on for a long time already. And this policy has been duly workshopped with members of the council and administration. We also have the representatives from the Overberg district municipalities, environmental section, who made valuable contributions to the finalization of this policy, of this draft policy. And that workshop took place on the 26th of August. And there's the management recommendation. It's on page 50, which says that the draft policy for the clearing and maintenance of vacant urban be approved. And then this draft policy be advertised for public comment. So this is an in-principle agreement or approval of the draft. It will go out to public comment, and then it will come back to council with all the comment that have been received from members of the public. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry that I have to leave.
Thank you. You are excused, Councillor Jacobs.
I also just want to indicate that Sunal has also got an exam to still catch in Cape Town, so ek hoop jy skryf lekker, Sunal. Dankie.
Okay. All right. All right, there is the recommendations. The workshop was done, that we have the public inputs. I would like to, is there any deliberations with regards to this one? Anyone? Yes?
Voorzitter, ek stel voor dat die management recommendation aanvaar word.
A seconder? Thank you, Mayor Swart.
Madam Speaker, 11.27 is the draft integrated waste management bylaw of 2021. This is the review of the existing waste management bylaw of the municipality. The information is in the background of the document of the report itself, and then the management recommendation is also on page 51, and that council accepts this draft integrated waste management bylaw, the first review of it, and then the integrated waste management bylaw be published for public comment or public participation, and that the comments from affected stakeholders be obtained regarding this integrated waste management bylaw, and then obviously be brought back to council before it is being published in the government gazette. Again, this was one of the workshops that would have been held with the current council, but simply because of the requests that councillors want to be released to do their political work. This is also one of the workshops that is going to stand over for the new council to discuss and deliberate. And then, so what I would suggest is that it in any event be advertised, and that the workshop in the meantime also be scheduled with the new council.
Any comments, deliberations, approval? No deliberations. Can we approve the recommendations as set out? Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Baker. 1128.
1128 is the...
Yes, Councillor?
1128, we're going to carry on.
Say that again, Councillor? I didn't get
Okay,
that.
1128, I think this has been alluded to earlier in the meeting. This is the amendment or the extension of contract of the municipal information systems. Now, councillors would remember there was, this item was at council before. The council at that point in time requested more information specifically regarding specific service providers, the functionality of those systems, and all of those information has been incorporated. You can observe that this is a much more comprehensive report that came from our ICT department and the CFO with information from all the relevant departments that make use of the current information systems of the municipality. So this is before council. There's a management recommendation on page 57 which indicate that the proposed amendment or extension of the contract of the companies listed of the municipal supply chain management policy and system and also the MFMA be approved at the same terms and conditions as the current contracts. And then the municipality now wishes to invoke the aforementioned contractual conditions and further amend this SLA effectively from 1st of July 2021 to the 30th of June 2024. Or till the municipality deems these agreements no longer a requirement, or if non-performance in terms of the agreement is identified. So what we recommending, Chairperson, and obviously it will be discussed a little bit in a bit more detail, but we are actually invoking that section in the MFMA to extend these contracts for, I think it's for 5 years. For 5 years.
All right. Any comments, Councillor?
Thanks, CFO. I'm not sure if you want to just miskien 'n bietjie beter toelichting voordat die raadslede, dan mag miskien goed uitkom wat die raadslede graag wil weet.
I think once again, Madam Speaker, thank you. I understand that there's a concern from council side, but the main purpose of this, normally if you procure a software application, the useful life of that is indefinite. As long as you use the software, you're actually obliged to pay licensing fee and all of that. So all what we're doing nowadays, that the auditors start looking more and more into these kind of things, especially when we're looking at our financial system. We went on a transversal tender with National Treasury. Yes, it was a 5-year period and then they extended. And when we just, look at our colleagues and what they're doing and to secure at least that whenever the auditors look at this, they never question it. Of course, if you use it, for me, the key things about what is in here, whether the system is still functional, whether it's effective and efficient in terms of the way we utilize those systems, whether there's economic benefit to the municipality. Because all of these are already agreements in place. And I think that was the initial purpose in terms of the MFMA, and to be transparent, and when the auditors come to us, not really being caught with our pants on our knees, at least that we can say, well, we apply our minds and we extended the contracts. And I think then there was more information requested. What will be the cost if we implement a new financial system? I believe that is the biggest concern at the moment, the cost to that. And we added some of that information, we added some more calculation to that. But the purpose of this is actually to look into this. Yes, we still have a few months left in terms of financial system, and as long as you use this system, we pay it. But I think seeing now that the auditors start zooming in more and more on contract management, project management, we don't want really to end up on the wrong side and then we cannot really defend ourselves. So that was actually the purpose of this. And then there was now the question whether we only have to extend it for another 3-year period, or whether you do it for a 5-year period. And I think we got information, from the national or the provincial province where they say no, we can do that. But yeah, if you look what the MFMA requires for extension of an agreement, is to say you have to motivate to council the reason for that, whether it's practical or whatever the reason. We provided the reasoning to this. Yes, it's still functional, it's effective, it's efficient, there's still economic benefit for the municipality, and yes, the people are using those systems. It's not that we pay licensing on a year-to-year and we're not using it. So that was the key to it, and I acknowledge what Councillor mentioned in terms of, If we need to provide more information, whether with the new council, we're more than welcome to give a full demo, whatever on the system. We can explain what are the challenges we have. We do have now on a monthly basis, we do have a meeting with the vendors and there's enhancements to the systems. But I can assure you, our neighbors just next door, they were on the system we're using, and they have to go for that very same systems, almost they're going to pay as for a new system. They've also experienced challenges. So you cannot say it's like off the shelf as a system application. Here it is, and it's 100%. There are always challenges, there are always enhancements, bugs into the system that you need to look at. And especially what makes it difficult at the moment with all financial related systems. And I think it's all municipalities in the country that are under pressure, those vendors who are supporting them, is actually the fact that on a year-to-year basis, National Treasury the advertise or they say this is a new version. And then you have to comply with that in order to comply with the MSCOA. And that really is sometimes challenging to these vendors to perform. But yeah, I'm willing, what I'm just saying, that was actually the purpose. And if council require more things from us to explain, I believe we're more than willing to do that as well. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Hannes. I see there's a hand from Mayor.
Ja, ek weet nie, ek wil net vra vir Hannes, weet ons verstaan alles hierdie goed is, maar ek wil net vra, is daar 'n moontlikheid dat hierdie item, ek weet nie, is daar as dat nou gehernie moet word, in 'n spesifieke tyd nie, of daar moontlikheid bestaan dat ons hierdie item oorstaan tot vir die nuwe council, en dat die noodsaaklikheid, nie die rede nie, maar die noodsaaklikheid vir hierdie stelsels aan elke raadslid verduidelik word. Hoekom dit in plek moet wees? Want dit kan maklik wees, ek meen die mense buite kan kyk na die bedrag, en dat ons tog 'n verklaarbare manier, as hierdie ding, dit is mos nou oop, 19 miljoen, 20 miljoen rand, maar die munisipaliteit kan nie funksioneer sonder seker goed in plek nie. So laat ons net vir die nuwe incoming council hierdie goedes oorlaat en verduidelik wat noodsaaklik is en dat dit by die nuwe council in die volgende raadsvergadering goedgekeur word. Ek wil net weet of dit moontlik is, of dit kan oorstaan.
Hannes, can it stand over to the new council? And by the way, when it comes to the new council, there should be a workshop that will be held to discuss it. So I think the recommendations that it should stand to the new council if there isn't any urgent ones that need to be approved today. So those that you really need to use it. If that's the case, because in either way, we need to inform all councillors what is the purpose of each program. But it is listed there that what does each system focus on and how many users are using it. But I think your comments, and I see Abdullah, this is at the far hand, and then I want to hand over to the councillors.
Yeah, through you, Madam Speaker. I think we have one or two systems, not to say that we cannot really continue, but we are waiting actually to finalize the year licensing and the contract. And one of these contracts is actually the MedGovers one. They're actually part of very much integrated into the financial system, and they're running property valuations on a monthly basis, that we do the record on that, and also we put it through. We told them, listen, to wait, let's take it to council, but we have it in the past and we renew it on the annual, but they are actually waiting still from July, and we cannot really conclude it. And I know that on our case, every time we say no, we're going back again to council, but that is the only one from my side.
Which one is that, Hannes?
The MedGovers one.
MedGovers.
MedGovers one. Then that is the one, the property rates and the valuations. It's quite a key system for us using it on a month-to-month basis. We continued still on the old arrangement, but of course we told them upfront that this is the process we want to follow this year. And we first want to get the approval to extend it in a proper way. But yeah, if it have to stand over for another month, we will just have to inform them. It's not that they continue on the basis. And I'm not sure, maybe some of the other directors may speak, where it's affecting them directly. Some of these contracts are not expiring right now, like the Vesta financial system is extended till the June 2022, but we just wanted to be proactive to bring all of it instead of every system individual. We brought all of the applications, to look at it and seek approval. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Abdulaziz.
Thank you, Speaker. The only system that is really pressing for us from the technical directorate is the IMQS system. It is the system that hosts the water and sanitation, the network, the piping diagrams, the GIS of the water and sanitation, and also the roads as well. So it is used for plan approval. So when there's any plans, any urban that needs to be sold, we can see where the network runs. So you can see it's a critical system. It tells us what the water flow is, what the sewage flow is, etc. So even the stormwater system is on there. So there are 4 critical systems on there. And this point is actually brought firstly to the attention of the council and through the financial office because of the need that IMQS has submitted an invoice for annual licensing fee. We're out of license for IMQS about 6 months ago, and that's why this is the second time this item is at council. And I've just been trying to keep them at bay and say, yes, we'll pay the invoice. And they've promised not to pull the plug on the system. Otherwise, we don't have a system to support our infrastructure. You can see the amount is very little. It's 37,500 for annual maintenance support fees and 30,000 for annual licensing fees. It's a marginal amount, 67,000 Rand. And I'd like to request that this one item please go through so that we can honor that commitment, the financial commitment.
Can Councillor Martinez, let's give to the 3 directors and let them state their cases. As Hannes has done it, Abdul has done it, now Hendrik wants to, then I would want to give to the councillors.
Dankie voorsitter. Nee, ons het maar die gewone administratiewe stelsels, ons het die gespesialiseerde stelsels wat ons gebruik. En dan natuurlik die finansiële stelsel.
Now your opportunity. Oh, there's Tracy. All right. And then I'll give over to Councillor Jantjies.
Voorzitter, dankie. Ek dink by die vorige vergadering, meneer Aziz, het die raad eintlik besluit dat met hierdie systems kan dit kan aangaan, die kontakte kan met hulle aangegaan word. Daar was net sekeres wat ons gesê het, dit moet oorstaan vir volledige workshop met alle raadslede en rolspelers en sovoorts. Een van dit is die grootste een is Vesta, wat 'n verskriklike probleem is, die financial een. As ons kyk na die rekeninge en goed wat uitgegaan het, dis laat. En by die Masikani, daar's 'n hele klomp goed wat verkeerd loop daar. Nou, in so 'n workshop kan ons sê, wat is die fout? Is dit die human, die error wat daar is, of is dit die system self? Nou voor ons die workshop kan hê, kan ons besluit wat moet gebeur nie. So, asseblief, laat Vesta maar oorstaan vir die next council om te consider, maar weet net dat dit is nie op die oomblik die beste stelsel wat betref vir finansies en vir al die rekeninge wat moet geïmplementeer word nie.
Can I just comment on the accounts? It's right what Councillor Martinez is saying with, is it a human error? Because a system will accept something that has been typed in by someone. So is the issue not the person that is behind the system then? So I think for me, let's also look at it. But what's important is we should have an understanding, all of us, what each system entails. Yes, the idea of the officials bringing all the systems together, they don't want the ad hoc. So I don't want to make recommendations. Ratse Jantjies, do you want to say something?
ek wil beslis iets sê. Jy weet, speaker, ek weet, ekskuus, almal se bekommernis is nou oor die nuwe raad moet ingelig word en dit het Hannes gesê. Dit kan hy doen. Jy weet, ons as raadslede, ons moet ons laat lei deur die amptenary en hulle moet vir ons reg adviseer. En ek het volle vertroue in hulle. En as hulle nie vir ons reg adviseer nie, dan moet hulle weet die gevolge ook mos daarvan. En ek wil voorstel dat ons aangaan, dat dit gaan, soos Aziz vir ons daar verduidelik, het gaan absoluut roekeloos wees van hierdie raad, om nie aan te gaan nie. En as hulle dit doen, kan ek sommer nou al vir u sê, dan word Dirk Jantjie se teenstem weer aangeteken. Ek wil voorstel dat ons aangaan daarmee, en soos Hannes gesê het, laat ons die opleiding vir die nuwe councillors wat inkom, dat ons het vir hulle gee, daarmee het ek nie 'n probleem laat dit daarna gedoen word nie, maar ons kan nie wag laat die ding platval nie. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much. Let's agree to this. Let all the systems as put here continue, the process must continue. Then, after the elections, still the issues that are within each and every system can be dealt with. Remember, at any given time, council can call a implementing agent and say, come and explain to us why is this thing not happening. So the recommendations that are there, I would like a proposer that we approve that the process continues, and after the elections, there's a workshop that needs to happen with each and every system. Then we know we're not slurring any process that needs to happen, because this is proactive thinking of officials bringing the stuff now already, because we know the process will take long until such time that everything has been put together. So can I have an agreement, Councillor Martinez?
Voorzitter, die Weste system, vanaf dit geïmplementeer is vir 5 jaar nou al, verskaf dit probleme. Especially as het kom by die rollover of the new financial year wat betref die rekeninge en die Masikani gedeeltes veral. So, en as ons doen ons nou allemaal door te doen, he. Al die partije van julle is ons bezig om met campaigning. En by baie van die mense wat dus kom, word het gekla oor die hoë rekeninge. En dan stuur ons die mense op na Masikani toe. Die antwoorde wat die mense daar kry is, die system is die mekaar. So, ek kan nie my stem gee vir 'n system so kontrak wat moet verleng word, wat eers Junie maand 2022 verval, terwyl ek weet vir my sien, daar's erge probleme met die stelsel en dit verarm ons mense daar buitekant nie. Voorsitter, ek wil my teenstem laat notuleer en uiteindelik wil ek ook verskoning maak.
Okay, thank you.
Speaker, can I just
yes.
quickly? I think we must be careful, you know, what we say and what we really put out to the public out there. I must tell you, I think there was a proper due diligence done by this municipality. It was done through the support of Provincial National Treasury. They approved the vendors who can really comply with IMSCOA. IMSCOA put a lot of emphasis. It would be easy for me to blame the system. There are administrative things. There are things that on an ongoing basis that we do, but I can assure you, yes, the accounts maybe was late for 2 or 3 days, but normally during when your year end into your new year, that is where the SCOA brought a lot of challenges to the municipalities, and you have to manage it through. And those are the things that we put through. But we, as a municipality, I can assure you, this whole system, we implemented it in 4 months from when we started, when we have to be SCOA compliant. We worked right through the whole team up till November to get the system. Other municipalities didn't even render service their accounts. We as a municipality never failed that. And even when you look at the data that was brought from the previous system onto the new system, it was audited by the Auditor General the first year, and it was 100% compliance in terms of the integrity of the system. So we mustn't really question the integrity. I'm not saying that there cannot be mistakes on the system. We went through it exactly the reason why we went through it with the Deputy Mayor where there were complaints, and we give explanation. We have systems in place as a municipality. If we failed, if the system was not working, I can guarantee you this whole municipality would lapse. It's audited on a year-to-day basis. They're looking at what is the system producing. And yeah, unfortunately, we do things. We do make estimates. There are sometimes where a meter is not read for a while, or whatever the case may be. But that's what I'm saying. If there are instances like that, we have 14,000 accounts. You cannot go through every little account and ensure that it's 100% correct. That's why you have to rely on systems. You have to rely on your processes, that the way we do it. So it's dangerous, and that's what I said to the deputy as well, that we say, but well, the system and everything's in chaos. If it was in chaos, as we talk 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 accounts, I would have agreed. But if it's minor, ongoing complaints you receive, and we be able to give it to the people, if a person is not happy with the answers I receive, people end up in my office, and I explain to them. But surely, I always have the confidence in the system. I have the confidence in what's reflecting on the system. You can say, here's your reading, we go through it, we check all the systems, whether it's faulty meters, but I'm just thinking, and we had meetings during the budget where people say it's not there. When people have to come to our offices, they're not flowing. I acknowledge the mistake, if I can call it that, during the Masakani process. Remember the previous year with COVID, we didn't went through the process. This year, we started the process. Somehow or the other, not everything was uploaded. I had sessions with my team. We've corrected it now with the September account, and we're still asking people, if they are that they don't receive it, we do it retrospective back from the 1st of July, and we correct it. But yeah, that guarantee you, if it wasn't correct, this municipality wouldn't even achieve to come close to a clean audit or clean administration.
Okay, I want us to move on this point. I want council, I need your recommendations. There is a recommendation, a management recommendation, that we approve the systems. It even goes as further as that, where is this one now? That intended an extension of the agreements also be advertised, because that's where community members have an opportunity to complain about whatever issues. So can I get someone that will recommend that we approve the recommendations as they are, and that the workshop be held with the new council, and any councillor that has any issues, we discuss that at the workshop. Can I have that, please?
Yes,
Yes, thank you.
Lady Speaker, no, I received the message quite clearly from the CFO, so I will propose this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jantjies. Thank you. Thank you. 11:29. The council is going to be much more.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Fortunately, you're not on mute, né? Dis die kwartaalverslag oor die auditkomitee se werksaamhede vir die kwartaal geëindig 30 Junie 2021. Verslagdoening aan die raad oor die auditkomitee se werksaamhede. Dit is die verslag van die ouditeur van die auditkomitee vir daardie spesifieke periode. Dit is praktyk om dit na die raad toe te bring vir oorweging, en die aanbeveling, die verslag is ingebind vanaf bladsy 180 tot 183, so ek weet nie waar enigiets wat die raadslede wil uitlig in die verslag self nie, maar die aanbeveling is op bladsy 58 dat die raad die inhoud en van die auditkomitee se kwartaalverslag vir die kwartaal geëindig 30 Junie 2021 oorweeg en aanvaar.
All right. Any comments from councillors with regards to the audit committee's report? Can we get an approval of the management recommendations? Councillors, come. Kom julle. Raad het October, raad het Donald, dankie.
Okay.
11:30.
Next one is 11:30. That is the halfjaarlikse verslag oor die prestasiemeting en die prestasiemetingstelsel, the performance management system for the period ending the 30th of June 2021. Hierdie verslag is ook ingebind vanaf bladsy 184 tot 187 in die agenda. And then we've got the management recommendation on page 59. And that is dat die komitee, die prestasie audit komitee se halfjaarlikse verslag vir die halfjaar geëindig 30 Junie 2021 oor die munisipaliteit se prestasie bestuurstelsel en die bestuur daarvan die raad oorweeg en aanvaar word.
All right, thank you very much. Can I get, thank you, there's approval and a seconder, Councillor Mayor and Councillor Sauls. No questions, thank you. Can we move to
the next one is the External Audit Action Plan, what we commonly refer to as OPCA. This is the monthly progress report that our Chief, what's that? Nice name, Blackie. Chief Audit Executive normally brings to the council just to inform them what is the progress in terms of the strategy or the program to also achieve a consecutive clean audit from the Auditor General's office, and the action plan is incorporated on page 188 to page 195 of this agenda, and the management recommendation is quite clear that council consider and approves the progress report on the 2019-2020 OPCA action plan as at 30 September 2021 and consider the action plan as fully implemented and finalized.
Is, okay, Blackie, you want to comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, just to point out, as the recommendation said, all findings have now been resolved, has been implemented. So the OPCA is now finalized. So we're just waiting for the next audit one.
Blackie, just give clarity. Is it 2019, 2020?
That's correct. We always, because they audit post-date, it's always the previous financial. Okay. They're busy with the audit for 2021 now.
Okay.
So we're still finalizing the previous one.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Can we get a approval for that one? A note that council consider and approves the progress report. Yes, Councillor Sauls and Councillor Donald. 11:32.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Capital budget allocation for the installation of an alarm system at the sealed facility in Struisbaai North. People that are familiar with that area would know the facility that is currently used for youth development programs and activities. This has been used previously by, I think it's Beans, that the Department of Social Development has allocated that facility. They've also donated a large number of equipment, highly sensitive electronic equipment, and that is why we immediately realized the security risk in terms of that, because there was no alarm system, and the executive mayor has exercised its authority in terms of section 29 to have an alarm system installed in that, just to safeguard the property that is currently housed in the sealed facility at Struisbaai North. So the management recommendation is that council approves the request for the installation of alarm system and that a capital budget vote be created for the installation. I'm not sure, Hannes, if that we can, I'm not sure if you can have another capital budget vote for that specific reason.
Yeah, Madam Chair, through you, I think if you look at it, it's already incorporated in the item that we will discuss a little bit later.
Thank you very much. Can we get an approval and a seconder? Councillor Sauls and Councillor October, thank you. 11:33.
11:33 is the quarterly supply chain management implementation and oversight report for the quarters April 21 to 30th of June. And also the fourth quarter, July to September 2021. So the information is all contained in the background of this item. And I know there's the CFO just wants to deliberate a little bit more on this item before we come to the management recommendation that is on page 61 of this agenda.
Over to you, CFO.
No, Madam Chair, it's actually the only thing that I just want to say, it's your normal oversight report to council, but I actually just want to make a correction the way it is. It's actually the fourth quarter, 1st April to June 2021, and then it's the first quarter of the new financial year starting from the 1st of July. And I think also in the item, the first bullet there is also indicating as the first quarter, that is the fourth quarter. And then the other one, July to September, is actually the first quarter, and also the recommendation, if you can just correct that.
All right. All right, Marius Ediumso. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can we get a mover and a seconder with regards to that one? Councillor Donald, thank you. Can we get a seconder? Councillor Baker, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor. 1134.
1134 is the supply chain management deviations report for the first quarter of this current financial year. And the report of the deviations is incorporated into this agenda for council's easy perusal. And then the management recommendation is just that council notes the deviation report for the first quarter of the 2021-22 financial year, and the quarter runs from July till September 2021.
Thank you very much. Any comments with regards to the deviations? And when we look at the history of the deviations, they became much more, the amounts became much more smaller when you look at the history of the previous years within this municipality. Can I get any deliberations? None. Can I get an approval? Councillor October, Councillor Sauls, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 1135 has to do with the request for an exemption in respect of the general valuation role, and specifically the implementation thereof to be effectively from the 1st of July 2022. And here I would definitely request the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Hannes van Biljon, just to enlighten council on the context of this report. Thank you very much, Hannes.
Okay.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, yeah. I think this is something unfortunate that happened, and which the municipality actually had no control. Our current general valuation role will come to an end June next year, 2022. And it's normally you have a period that you cannot really exceed more than the 5 years. So then we will come to the end of the general valuation role. Normally when you start these processes, it's almost a year up front where you have to start preparing. What we did, we asked for tenders, for the new valuation role to become effective from the 1st of July 2022. That was done during January. And unfortunately, we only received 6 tenderers, of which only 1 was responsive. And then we sent out to all of those who tendered to say, sorry, you're not responsive. And then we received 1 objection. And then there was some kind of a technical, not to say that it was the interpretation was wrong, but when we referred for legal advice in terms of that objection, it was indicated to the municipality, but if you say you apply this, then even the one that was also responsive then will become non-responsive. So it actually left us with no responsive tender to perform. Then in terms of the legislation, you have 2 options. The one is in terms of Section 80 of the Municipal Property Rights Act, where it indicates by the 31st of January, you have to submit your draft valuation roll so that you can go through the objections and all of that. Then we just bounce it to some of these tenderers who submitted, and they said, yes, if we extend it to the 31st of March, they will still be able to do that, but then they're under pressure. And our concern from our side is we might end up with a general valuation role where the quality might not be 100%, and it's something there that you don't want to mess up. So, and then the second option that was available is Section 32, where the MEC of local government can extend it
after the 5 years for once off for another 2 years. And then what we did, based on the information received, yes, we could push it because we had to go through the whole tender process again. And then we actually late, you know, where the people were supposed already to start the 1st of July with some of the work. Now we have to go through the same process. Then I also got sick at some stage and there was some delay in terms of what we're doing now. Based on the recommendation from the legal advisor in terms of the process. So I also then wrote to the provincial department, treasury, to ask in their advice whether we can condone the date, maybe moving towards March, or looking at the full exemption. And I think their recommendation also, not for the municipality to sacrifice our quality in the completeness of the general valuation role, and based on our circumstances and the impact of COVID with a little bit of a delay after there was, and then they, according to them, they also suggest maybe that we rather go the route of exemption. So the first step in this process is actually to ask the municipalities or councils principal approval for me to continue and then submit all the reasoning and the motivation to the MEC for local government. And what we will request then is actually then to extend the period by another year. Instead of implement the new role by the 1st of July 2020, now we will only start then from the 1st July 2023. We already went out on tender based on the suggestion from that. And yeah, we only received 3 tenders this time around, but at least we have now time, you know, to go through it and to appoint it. But if council approve in principle to say yes, that we can go and request exemption by the MSC, then I will immediately put those processes in place, you know, for us to still be compliant.
Thank you very much, Hannes. Any questions from the councillors? Hannes, can I just ask a question? I've seen the financial implications in terms of our revenue. What implications will, I'm not sure, okay, is it what, or yeah, what implications is this having in terms of collections when we are going to do it in 2023? And also the projections that we have had for outer years from now until 2023, the income, what implications will that have?
Ma'am, for now, it will not really have any impact on our revenue. Of course, it's still based on the current general valuation role and the values attached to that. The only risk, financial risk, if you don't follow proper legal processes in terms of your implementation of your general valuation role, you might end up to say it's not a legal document, and then you can forfeit the whole revenue, because then we cannot implement the general valuation role, and then your whole amount or income from that is then at risk. So that's why we said, and I think the suggestion from them, rather make sure that we follow the correct legal processes prescribed in terms of the Act, so that we don't be at risk or you know, submit substandard quality of a role where, you know, people will start questioning us. So we will rather extend it for a year, but still make sure that we follow a proper process. But unfortunately, like I've indicated, that is not something that was in our control. It happened, and unfortunately we have to be transparent and open the way how we apply our mind to these things.
Thank you very much. With regards to the evaluation role, the general evaluation role, what is your input as a councillor? Do we apply for the exemption until 2023? And what is your feeling as councillors? Can we deliberate on it, or do we accept the management recommendation that council, after consideration, provides principal approval to continue with the process to apply for exemption to the responsible MEC for local government in terms of 32(2)(b)(2) of property rates Act to extend the validity period of the current valuation roll with another year until 1st of July 2023. Do we accept that one or do we want to deliberate? Kom, Raadslid Karen Donald, Councillor Jantjies.
Yes, Speaker, soos ek in die vorige punt ook gesê het, laat ons moet ons laat adviseer deur die direkteure en ons aanvaar het. Het is net jammer dat is baie mense veral hier in Struisbaai en hy plekke wat so baie gebou het en goed, ons gaan hy inkomste verloor, maar ek meen, ons moet die proses reg doen. Ek meen, ons die keuse nie. So, ek ondersteun het dat ons uitstel vraag.
Dankie, Raadslid Jantjies. Can I get a seconder on that one? Councillor Donald, thank you very much. 11:36.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jantjies has proposed that we get the exemption, and Councillor Donald has seconded that one. Thank you very much. 11:36.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. It's to do with the recovering and or writing off of irregular expenditure, and I'll immediately give over to the CFO. Just to deliberate on this matter, please.
Hannes.
Okay, thank you again, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I think the recovery and writing of irregular expenditure, when we concluded on our financial statement, that was the end of June, or for the period end of June, when we submitted our financial statement. Yes, there were still items that's regarded as irregular expenditure that still derive from an audit finding we had in 2018-19, when it come to those piggyback contracts where you can use a contract from another municipality. There was some interpretation differences from the Auditor General, and most municipalities suffered during that period of time. Unfortunately, we still had two service providers where we could not really terminate those contracts, but it ended now the end of June. But for that period of time, while that contract remained intact, it's still regarded as irregular. So those are the two service providers. It's in the technical department. So yeah, and then there was also another finding by the Auditor General last year in terms of MBD4 forms, that is a declaration that you're not in service of state, where they picked up a few that was specifically relating to the disaster management to say, but well, if I can just say, in terms of the National Treasury guidelines, that information is now verified through the central supplier database from National Treasury. But then the auditors say no, they still want us to go through that process, and they identified, I think it was 3 or 4 items that we procured during that process to say that they don't regard the MBD form still as valid, because you had to update it on an annual basis, and then based on that, they determined there was also an amount of 1.4 million be regarded as irregular. So all of these actually relating, it's not that money is missing or gone, it's more on the technical nature from the Auditor General, how they disclose it. And then unfortunately this year, we also just have an amount of, it's mostly non-cash related items. It's on your depreciation, your debt impairment and all of that. Unfortunately, for some reason, there was an oversight that it wasn't sufficient. I know we had quite a bulky correction in terms of the landfill site, the rehabilitation of a landfill site. That is also just a financial entry in terms of our records that also impact on that. But yeah, then we had also an unauthorized expenditure to that amount. So those are the items, that is also recorded in the financial statements. And I think normally what is indicated to say that we have to submit it into council, then to either decide to investigate it, let it further investigate, or if there's no fraud or money gone, actually is then to accept it and to write it as irrecoverable. So ma'am, yeah, that is just based what is also reflecting in the financial statements. And hopefully by next year, we won't have really that much of irregular anymore, because it's only that finding. We applied it correctly, but unfortunately, it remained with us whilst those contracts were still in place.
So
So Hannes, you saying that there was no money that was lost, if I understand you correctly? Because the message, because a lot of people are watching, our communities are watching, and it's that time of the year where people will go out and say there is corruption in the municipality and all of that. So I want you to really, so you're saying it's not money lost or stolen also, is that what you're saying?
Madam Chair, you're 100% correct. You know, sometimes if you look in terms of what is regarded as irregular expenditure, anything where you're in contradiction with the supply chain management process, like I said, the way we applied that section 32, the piggyback, you know, where you can use another organ of state, if they went through a proper process, you confirmed all of that information, they said it's fine. Then the auditors come 2 years ago, they said no. And we at that stage accepted, yes, you go through the same principle, so you appoint a person on that principle, and then the auditors say no, if you've been appointed under that contract, then you must get consent from the municipality you're going, and you can only use a remainder of that, which doesn't make sense. So there was a lot of argument about that, but then we realized that is not the way to go. So it's more technical. It's not to say that you didn't follow the processes, but it's just an interpretation that came and said, and most municipalities suffer as a result of that. And like I said, then the other one was actually more declaration, not to say I'm not in service of state, and it wasn't for the year. They said it's too long. We did submit to them information, and then based on that, they said it wasn't verified at that stage. So based on that, it's regarded as irregular. So it's a fine line, but I can guarantee you what reflected here, we went through the processes. There's no fraud, there's no theft to any of these, or any negligence. It's just in terms of the interpretation, you know, sometimes the way we do it.
Thank you very much. Deliberations from councillors. May I have seen your hand was up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, I just want to make it very clear, also to public outside. You know, we've had the CFO, but as you said, Speaker, that people will try, because it's now the silly season time, that people just, you know, on negative, any negative message that go out there, that we, as the residents of Cape Agulhas, must be sure that the finance management of Cape Agulhas is in capable hands, and that we fight corruption in any corner of Cape Agulhas. But you know what I've said also in our caucus meeting is the words unauthorized and irregular. You know, it's sometimes it's make me sometimes uncomfortable. But we have moved 2 or 3 years ago to a smart city municipality, and we also need to come up. You know, we have to our oversight role. We have to, you know, the smart oversight, and from MM side and the directors side from their side. So you know, the word unauthorized and irregular sometimes on the public's ears, it says something else. But at this moment, there is an explanation, and as far as there is as understandable and clear explanation for each and everything, then it's clear for me. But you know, if we look at the amounts and the money involved in this too unauthorized and irregular, but there's explanation for it. But we must foresee that we don't want to allow this, you know, that it will become a norm board. But I know that we are on it. Thank you.
Blackie, I've noted your hand is up. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, just from internal audit side, I was in regular discussions with the CFO during the drawing up of the financial statements. He kept me in the loop with everything. I know all these matters. I know where it comes from, and from internal audit perspective, there was no fraud or anything. It was just purely things that happened, things that go bump in the night. So there's nothing from our side further. Thanks.
No need for council to send this to MPEC for investigation. So it just has to be sent to the Minister of, to the MEC for local government. Is that, yeah. All right, thank you very much for those explanations. And I think councillors, that's why I think there's no questions, is councillors have read through the reasons why those expenses happen. You would see some of the stuff, it says there was no other supplier, or it's non-cash expenditure where insufficient budget was allocated. But when you look at the list to date, when you look at the history of Cape Agulhas, it's much more, the list is getting narrower and narrower by the day. So we are moving to a platform where we would say we have zero unauthorized or irregular expenditures, but we're not living in a perfect world. There's things that happens that you need to apply your mind with immediate effect. So it won't say that there's no irregular, but when you look at the history of Cape Agulhas, you would see that the number and the long list that used to be there, it's improving by the day. So can we approve the recommendations from council? Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Stolz. 11:37.
Anders, jy kan maar voortgaan.
Yeah, Madam Chair, yeah, what I'm saying, to avoid unauthorized expenditure, this is the reason why we bring this item to you. Because if it's not budgeted, then it's unauthorized, or if you exceed your budget vote. The reasoning for this is normally, especially when it comes to grant funding, we have three sections which shown when you draw the report. The one is actually the unspent and rollover budget, and that's a specific reference to the grant funding. And then there's a next point, and that is actually where there are environments more than the 10% that's allowed in terms of our budget policy. But when it comes to capital kind of projects, I cannot make that decision to do any environment to that, and then it has to come to council, the only ones who can approve if there's changes to the capital expenditure. And then the last one that is also reflecting there was actually, if I can just get it right, yeah, the last one is actually where there was additional capital items, and I think we just spoke the one on the one of the shield towers where there's additional information. That is normally when it comes to unforeseen expenditure that we didn't foresee at year end or during the budget period, but now all of a sudden. Now, instead of waiting for this till the mid-year assessment and only submit it in January, we have received the feedback. There are two grants that we have already received approval from Provincial Treasury. That was the RCEP, the one of the Ining Boysen. There was a portion not spent, and they approved it. They already give us approval because I know the project is still running. It ran over a 2-year period. And then the other one is where we did receive funding, additional funding that was for the water maintenance and network. And unfortunately, there was some delay in terms of the appointment of a contractor, but they also aware of all our motivation. They also approved that. So those are the two, without delaying now the projects that we can continue, is that we actually just want the council to consider that. And then when we're looking at the budget environments, it relates to capital expenditure. The one is actually on the electrical side, the crane truck and the aerial cherry picker, where the cost is actually more. And that is also, we did receive quotations when we did the budget, but when things come through, all of a sudden there's a price increase. But Mr. Steve Cooper, the manager electrical services, he said he can move funding around still to be within the budget. So you want to move funding from the crane truck where there's a saving, and then you just want to add it to the additional cost of the cherry picker, what it will cost council. Then there was also one in terms of the INEP, where you want to move funding from the capital budget actually to the operating side. That is also grant funding. So those are the two environments in terms of the capital. And then there was also the additional one of the ICT, the PC screens. That is where
there's a need that wasn't identified now with the enhancements on the system where people need another screen to work from, and I think Willem assisted us, but we know we will have to come to council. And then also the other one is the alarm system at the Shield facility that we just add on here as the items. But I think the biggest one actually that is part of this system is the salary increment.
Is there any questions with regards to the rollover funding? Because I want us to do it in that fashion. Then only I want us to, sorry. Is there any questions with regards to the rollover grant and also the environment adjustments? Because I want us to do the salary wage. I want us to do that separately, but we will take a consolidated approach. But as daar enige vrou met daai ene van die RCEP, any questions? Voordat ons nou met die derde puntjie kan gesels.
Ja, Speaker, ek wil net weet wat rollover van die water, wat is dit?
Hannes?
I think it's normally that portion has been allocated, but maybe the director infrastructure be in a better position to explain, but I know it's all related to the water services, but Aziz.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Yankees, it's we received a grant of 3.050 million rand from Department of Local Government. That was for the water crisis that we had in Struisbaai. So it's got to do with the boils. So they started doing the testing on the aquifer, and where they tested and drilled with the test boils, it was not suitable to be able to sink the boils. So die plek wat hulle nou getoets het, wat nie geskik gewees het, to sê hulle nee, hulle gaan nou die selfde geld gebruik wat die DLG gegee het vir water-related probleme vir hierdie jaar, maar dat hulle nie die boorgate kan sink. Ek wil was by die tennisbane, as ek het nie mis het nie. Dit was 'n probleem gewees, en, maar het is grant funding wat hulle nou oorgerol het, en ek dink die CFO het nou net die aansoek gemaak vir die oorrol van die fondse.
Thank you, so you covered. Thank you. Ma, can I just ask a question, CFO and Abdul and MM? So the water issue was the issue of Struisbaai, if we remember. Will we have water in December in Struisbaai? Is daar nou genoeg water? Okay.
If you allow me to respond, we never had a shortage of water. There was an issue with water storage in the reservoirs.
Okay.
We've completed the pipeline from Agulhas reservoir that is supplying to, we spent slightly above 2 million rand for that pipeline from Agulhas to Struisbaai reservoir. And now there's also smart monitoring on the levels of the reservoirs and the boils to see they're all functioning. So we've put in place the mitigating circumstances to prevent the reoccurrence of what happened in 2019.
That's the reason why, because when people see there's a rollover of money of boreholes, then people will say, oh, then we're not going to have water. I wanted you to explain that we won't have the problem that we had 2 years ago in that area. Thank you very much. And the second one about the issue of Steve, is there any questions? It doesn't look like. Okay, CFO, you may continue with the third bulletin point. And can I ask the councillors to listen really very, very carefully with regards to this one? Because it can cause a lot of friction, that we really apply our minds when we make the decision.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think I know it's a contentious item. We know in terms of our long-term strategy, we know we do have challenges relating to our employee-related costs. And Councillor Jacobs made reference, and it's also indicated in an item where we currently on looking at our actual expenditure, where the salary bill is almost 42% in terms of the total expenditure as a ratio to that. But sometimes the municipality have very limited control because it's not something that we bargain and what we determine as a municipality. I know the council have a very strong stance in terms of what we can still do to bring about some mitigating factors, and I believe with the new council there will have to be bold decisions. We look at this as a way forward in terms of our financial sustainability. But yeah, we budgeted a 4.5%, and I think the mayor was part of the discussion and the mandate we give to them. And most municipalities say we cannot really afford more than the 4%. And then there was negotiation and everything that took place with the unions at the national level. SALGA as the employers' representative during that period of time. And yeah, eventually they come to some kind of agreement through the bargaining council agreement that they want the municipality to implement. Now, as I mentioned, we only budget a 4.5% increment in terms of our salary bill, in terms of the 21-22 financial year. The outcome of the bargaining council agreement, it's a 3.5% increase on the basic salary. And then there's also the notch increases, the increment to that. We budget for that portion that is also included to that push it almost to just above 4%. But then one must also remember during this discussion there's also an agreement by the bargaining council as a once-off payment to people earning less than 12,000 rand. It's 4,000 rand, once-off payment. And then if you earn more than 12,000, then it's a once-off 4,000 payment that is due. Yeah. It's a 3. Sorry, yeah, 3. My apology. So what is happening now? We didn't really budget for that portion. We look at it, and I know it's something that we need to apply our mind. Now, when we look at the financial impact of that, it actually leaves us with almost R1 million short. It's about 858,000 rand that leave us short of what we have budgeted. Now, what we say, there are two options for the council or for the municipality. The one is we either apply for exemption to the SALGA and through them to take it further. I know there's quite a lot of detail and conditions to that, and I know in the past municipalities challenge, these salary increments. And I know municipalities, some of them, if your financial situation isn't to that extent that you cannot really afford it or really make a good case, normally it's very rare that they will say, okay, we exempt. And I know there were municipalities in the previous years, and eventually they actually been forced to implement the bargaining council agreement. Now, I know that was part of the discussion where the mayor was also present to say, but wow, this year around, if we apply for exemption, where we say we cannot afford, this is the situation, that they mustn't apply the same rules in your normal circumstances. So yeah, that is the one. Then the second one, what we're also pointing out here to council is maybe to say, yes, it's a once-off payment, so you only pay it in this financial year. It's not like your salary increments next year, there's a further increment on that amount. What we say from our side, yes, we have vacant positions currently. That amount almost to 2 million rand, and that was budgeted for the full year. We're already now almost complete with month 5. So there's already a saving in terms of our vacant positions, those that's not been filled. Then you have resignations. We had 1 or 2 people that we lost during this period of time, that also have an impact on the salary bill, that we don't have that obligation anymore. So when I look and calculate roughly for a 5-month period till the end of October, then there's already a saving of almost 850,000 on that amount. But I think it's also important, and I think the MM already started the process to be proactive. Yesterday we had meetings over the festive season. The other one that we suggest is then, yes, that we need to look at our overtime and to reduce that. We need to look at our acting, and then also remember our temporary workers, those from own funding, EPWP workers, they also form part of our salary bill, because that is the way SCOA wants us to report based on the nature of the transaction. So those are also part of it. And what we suggest as alternatives is the one that we say on the vacant positions, that we really put a moratorium to fill those positions. I know there are 3 or 4 of them already in process for that, so that we put a moratorium except for those which are really service driven, like in the technical department, development department, so that we can apply our mind there. They cannot without those bodies. So that we look into this or try to drag it on a little bit further. Then definitely what the MM started is there will be a reduction in terms of our overtime. The way we have to manage our people then is to say, yes, we're going to reduce the overtime. You have to manage it within the allocated budget less. And then also, I know we're trying to implement a different scenario in terms of the employees, the temporary workers, where we normally gave them a 3-month contract. I think Walter already started with some of that. We rather want now to be project specific. To say if we have a cleanup project, you appoint them for 1 or 2 weeks and they dedicate it only to that project and they clean up and they do whatever they do. So we will look into that to say, from my side, and already based on the calculation, I will say yes. The first is exemption. If council feels low, we know we're under pressure, we go for exemption. But I can assure council as well, based on the current scenario, what I'm saying, if we can save on the vacant positions, put a slight moratorium or delay that processes, there can be saving. If we reduce our overtime, if we're looking at the way how we apply the principle of our temporary workers to reduce that slightly, also to have it in line, the way we manage it without really have an impact on the services, then I'm pretty sure that we will be able to, this additional cost, the once-off payment, that we will be able to accommodate it within the budget. But then it means that we need to, if council say yes or no today, that we need to apply then strict financial discipline and to keep it that we don't exceed the salary bill, what we have budgeted for as during the 21-22 financial year.
All right, there you go. Councillors, die derde ene gaan oor die once-off payments van ambtenaren. What I would have wanted to see, Hannes, those people that must get 4,000, what is the quantity? And what is the quantity of those people that must get the 3,000, just to have an idea? You're saying already from July until end of October, you would have a saving of how much, 800,000?
I done that just about 850,000.
Okay.
On the vacant positions, not full to date. We budgeted for the full year, but they wasn't full up till now.
So when do you want to pay out this once-off payments? When would you want to do it?
Ma'am, I think from the circular, the recommendation was actually, and I think they allow, if council want to go the exemption route, to allow for that, they say by the end of December, but we can drag it on till the end of March, according to the bargaining council agreement. So it's either December, or if then we can drag it further, we can say the end of March. But whether you pay it by the end of December, whether you pay it in March, it's a once-off expenditure.
Yeah.
It will not really have an impact. We might save a little bit on our interest on investment and all of that. But you're looking at almost 867, I think, the total shortfall.
Okay.
Of that. So it might not have that much of an impact. So if council say yes, we're not going the exemption route, then we will apply these savings, and to ensure that we're within the salary budget, then I will say, probably then we can do that payment by no later than the end of December.
End of December. Okay. Because some of these posts would have got bonuses, and these vacancies would have got bonuses, so that is also taken into account. Okay, but also it's December now.
We don't want, for example, people that will say, no, we're not going to get overtime, like for example, especially in the traffic department. So we must also be cautious with regards to that. But there is somehow, we have to have the saving so that we don't pay the workers only at the end of March. So I think, Council, it's up to you to make a decision whether we are going to apply these strict measures to ensure that by end of December, we would want to pay out those ones off, or we apply for for exemption that gives us as council an opportunity to we can implement it until the end of March. We can only maybe do the payment after March. So which one will it be? Councillor Jantjies?
Ja, die voorzitter, ek wil voorstel dat ons die mense betaal December maand, maar dat is net jammer dat ons so net 2 weke voor die verkiesing moet aandag gee aan hierdie besparings. Dis hartseer. Dit moet ons al lank al gedoen het. Maar dit is wetgewing, ons kan nie daar verbykom nie en ons moet dit betaal en ek stel voor dat ons December betaal vir die mense.
Okay, Councillor. Councillor Baker.
Ja, Speaker, ek stel voor dat ons ook voortgaan daar is, soos die CFO aangekondig het, met al die besparings wat daar. Ek weet, dit was vir almal 'n moeilike jaar met COVID gewees, en ek dink, en as jy nou kyk na dit wat die munisipaliteit bereik het in die afgelope tyd, jy kan nie daai goed bereik as jy nie die ondersteuning het van jou werkers en so nie. So ek stel voor dat ons daai betaling doen vir hulle, en dan daai strik goed toepas om die besparings te kan regverdig vir in die nuwe jaar. So maar verkieslik in Desember.
But also take note, when we talk about besparings, one of the besparings that the CFO is talking about, there's a few EPWP contract workers. Are they going to lose their jobs, or what's the case there?
Yeah. No, thank you very much, Speaker. Councillors must just remember this, that is only the one aspect of this management recommendation. This is about the viaments and the rollover and the adjustment. So the salary shortfall is but one of those. So if we have to decide on we must take this whole management recommendation in consideration. Just in terms of your question, that is one of the revived strategies that we have already started to implement in terms of the EPW, the utilization of EPWP staff, other contract staff. So at the end of the day, we will ensure that we've got the notion of we want to do more with less. So daar gaan minder mense wees, maar ons gaan seker maak dat die produktiwiteit van so 'n aard is dat dit nie dienslewering gaan compromise.
All right, CFO?
Yeah, Madam Speaker. So yeah, it's not really part of the recommendation what the MM just said. So maybe we just need to add the point 4 then. What council then maybe recommend to say yes that we do it, but that we will remain within the approved budget, that we don't exceed that, and that we implement those systems so that we can, from our side, issue that by directive to all the people, and that we know, especially, there's much more responsibility on the managers, the supervisors, the way how they're going to manage the overtime.
Yes.
I know the MM, it's very specific. We had discussion, he issued directives, and he will do that as well. But it's unfortunately, we need to think out of the box on how we can be more productive without really have to work overtime. It's just a way of working smarter and not really harder by adding, extra hours.
All right. And also strictly that you need to look at all those managers that are also above the threshold also. That because you know, as councillors, we hear all of these things. There's people that are getting this and those that are not getting, but you guys need to really, because we don't want to go the extreme route where we apply for exemption. That's extreme. So let's councillors, which one are you? We've looked at the rollover. We are okay with the rollover, both the RCEP and the DRG, and then the adjustments with regards to the electrical department and the Shield House and the PCs. We are okay with those ones. And then the one that we just spoke about is the wage salary increase, and also with the vigorous saving implementation that we would like to pay the salaries at the end of December. But before we pay those salaries, these are the things that we need to really vigorously look into. But it will also depend on each and every official that is out there, that sometimes they work overtime and they've adjusted their lives just on overtime. How honest are they when it comes to, because the honesty of officials and supervisors and managers, that is the only route that will determine when we actually pay out the salaries. So yeah, I think, councillors, which route must we take? The extreme route or the saving route? There you go. Thank you very much. Hannes, that is what council is saying. We would like you guys to implement it, as you said, by December, but all of those strict saving implementations must be done to ensure that we pay our officials at the end of December. Thank you very much.
Starting Gomso.
Starting Gomso, ne? Yes. And also we need to also look at our service providers, those that are really in the system. How do we also save on them? If there is service providers that we think that we really don't utilize, how do we save on those costs even? Okay.
Yeah, we will identify all the opportunities for saving in the different departments. That instruction has already gone out to all the directors and the managers, so we will come up with a consolidated potential for savings over the next couple of months. We just need to tighten our belt a little bit more. Thanks.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, councillors. Can we move to item 1138? Pensionarieskorting op eiendomsbelasting.
Hannes, jy kan maar voortgaan met die volgende twee items, 11.38 and 11.39 times.
This is actually a compliance issue in terms of the Property Rights Act that we have to submit to council. What was the rebate or any discount we gave? And I think the amount there that's reflecting there is actually have reference to the rebates on the pensioners. So that was for the year 2021. We paid an amount of 662. So it's more or less just a compliance thing and for council's information.
Raadslid Jantjies?
Ja, ek wil net speaker verneem, sluit dit ook die landbouers korting in, die 78% wat hulle kry korting.
No, the 75% in terms of the
75 of 78.
Yeah, the 75 is already part of the tariff structuring of our tariff, so it does not really have an impact. These are only where we give that additional beside what is prescribed in the Property Rights Act.
Thank you. All right, noted. Thank you very much. 39, you can take us through, CFO.
Yeah, ma'am, this is just the Section 52 report. This is our normal financial report. This is for the first quarter from July to September. There isn't that much, deviation at the moment in time. All our revenue seems to be in line. The only deviation is actually still that impact negative on our revenues, actually on the traffic fines. And I know we'll be in process implementing drastic steps to get it up and running, and then also on the rental of our facilities. And I also noted, despite our higher cash balance, that the interest rate is not that conducive for us to gain any to that. But those are the only ones. But if we look at the expenditure side, Like on the salary bill, it's still reflecting a 50% saving due to the fact that the impact of the 3% is not really reflecting there. There's also saving on the councillors one. So on the bulk of the items, there isn't any much movement. I know we had also had a meeting on the capital expenditure part. It's part of Tracy's quarterly report, where we will really make sure that we monitor that and to ensure that we more also focused on the way how we implement it. I know all the directors, involved, we are aware of this and we know what we need to do. But yeah, other than that, it's just the normal report. There isn't any major deviation from our normal reporting.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No. None. Can we approve? Thank you very much. 11.40? 39. You should know, we just done, it's 40 mm.
Am I sleeping?
You are sleeping.
Yeah.
All right. This one is versoek om Kaap Agulhas munisipaliteit kantore op sekere dae binne Kersseisoen te sluit. All right, take us through, MM.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think this is a standard practice that Cape Agulhas municipality has been implemented for a long time already, is that this time around the municipal offices normally close between Christmas and New Year. This time around in 2021, there will be 4 working days from the 28th. The municipality will close on, say, 1 o'clock on the 24th. Then the 27th is a public holiday still because the 26th falls on a Sunday. So there are 4 working days, 28, 29, 30 and 31. Those are the working days that the offices will be closed. And normally in terms of the performance management policy and the reward and recognition policy of the municipality, we try to accommodate the employees of the municipality simply for their excellent performance over the last year. So we divide the 4 days in that the council pays for the 2 pays for the 2 days, and that people have to put in leave for the other 2 days. So that has been the standard practice. So we just want that in the form of a council resolution.
Anyone that has a TNSM?
Ek stel dit voor.
Dankie Raadsel Jantjies. Okay, wait, Raadsel Marius.
Daar's net 'n tikfoutjie op die agtergrond, die tweede paragraaf, die versoek van plaaslike arbeidsforum. Van Vrydag 24 Desember 2019, dit moet 2021.
Yes.
Okay, dankie Speaker. Het lyk vir my of die raadlede is meer opgewonde oor hy 2 dae as die amptenare. Councillor.
Okay, we've approved that one with all the terms and reference. Alle basement personnel, we know most they are phoning in at ODM and all of that. So that one is approved. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Councillor, now before we go to the council resolution, I actually want to do something very unusual, and I'm actually not feeling comfortable of doing it, and I will definitely take it up with the relevant officials afterwards. But there's an item that was supposed to serve on this, and if I didn't realize the urgency of that item, I must be honest, I wouldn't have compromised the professionalism of this administration like this, and I wouldn't have allowed it. But simply because myself, yourself, Councillor Donald, Councillor Evelyn Sol stood in front of the community in Napier, and we've made certain commitments to that expansion project of the Napier informal settlement. Now this item was supposed to be incorporated into this agenda, and I just learned now that it haven't been incorporated. I think, Marius, I'm not sure if it has been circulated via email to the relevant councillors, but I would really, if you just would indulge me, and as I've indicated, this is out of character and it's not supposed to happen like this, but I would like us to consider that expansion project because I understand what the consequences can be over the festive season if we don't deal with that matter before. We've made a commitment to the community that we will come back to them within 2 months, and I'm one of those persons. I don't want to lie to people. I don't want to come up with lame excuses. If we needed to do something, then we must do it. bring it before council, that council make a resolution in terms of that expansion project so that we can give feedback within the 2 months that has been agreed upon with that community. So first I want to ask your indulgence, Speaker, that we bring it here, and then I'll ask Michael just to present this to council, please.
Okay, councillors, as the MM has said, it's just one of those that was not able to serve in front of council. But are we okay with the idea that it should serve now as a dringende item? Yeah. All right, no one has a problem with it because we know the implications of Napier and what happened there. Michael, over to you.
Thank you, Speaker and councillors, and thank you, Imam, for the opportunity. Just to give council some background, as you are well aware, we had some negative incidents in Napier where we had possible land grabs. And then we had a situation where we had to embark on and employ several law enforcement agencies to assist us and just to help that we not allow people to operate illegally. What we have then done as the administration with the leadership of the municipal manager, we went and had a meeting with the community where the community identified or told us bluntly that they have a real need for the extension of the informal settlement or for additional plots. What we have then committed ourselves to with an official from that was the mediator that was appointed to mediate the process is that the municipality can only make plots, additional plots available when we have secured the real need or established the real need of the community of Napier. So as the administration, there was a committee of residents of that informal settlement elected, and then with the assistance of the housing officials and also that committee, we have done a survey. And the survey conducted indicated that the real need for additional plots came to 100 additional plots that need to be created in Napier. Now, after we as the administration looked at the survey, the management recommendation will be then, Speaker, as follows, that a parcel of the piece of land as per the layout, there's also a layout for additional plots after the the real need has established, be made available, but only 50 plots be made available as a first phase to give the municipality time to plan for the additional plots linked to the upgrade of the informal settlements program and to also find resources for basic services of these additional plots. And then thirdly, that property management inform Agri-Dwala that the municipality needs the land as per the layout for basic services for housing. Because as you know, we are currently leasing out that piece of property for up and coming farmers. So in terms of their contract, the municipality needs to inform them that we will be needing a partial of that piece of land for basic services and housing. So that is part of the resolution, and that our colleagues from technical services, human settlements, and town planning assist with the basic services, which will be roads as first, and the allocation of the 50 plots as a phase 1 for Napier. That's basically the resolution, Speaker.
Okay. Any comments? So you're going to do it in 2 phases. Phase 1 and then phase 2. Abdul, jy moet nog baie geld uithaal nou die jaar. Jy moet diep trek. All right, Abdulaziz.
Madam Speaker, if we can just get that point, it wasn't circulated even on an email now after the point was tabled.
And we also need costs. How much will it cost for, remember there's electricity connection, there is the roads that must be done, there is there's a lot that needs to be done. So I think the 50 for now will be adequate, and then phase 2 will be then done later. And then I give to
Thank you.
Councillor Sauls.
I would rather, at this point in time, we will only want the council to be aware of it, council to, in principle, agree with it so that we can go ahead with all these processes. And Michael, I also don't want council only to give in principle agreement for the first 50. I want council to give approval for the 100, and we will, otherwise we'll have to come back to council for the other 50. So.
Sure. All right, Councillor Sauls.
Dankie Michael. Soos ons begin hè, asseblief die mense gaan soek vir water en toiletgeriewe. Dit is baie belangrik. Toiletgeriewe want nou die oggend toe die manne oes, toe kry hulle mense wat badkamer gebruik tussen die canola.
Tussen die canola. Maar die canola groei dan.
Speaker, if I can comment, we must just remember that this was an unusual request from the community. You know yourselves as a council, we never budgeted, we don't have a budget. So we will see between ourselves and technical services what is possible that we can do. I think the roads at this stage will be a possibility, but I can't comment in terms of other services at this stage. Hence, why we are saying let's do it in 2 phases so that we can also get the Department of Human Settlements involved with the upgrade of the informal settlement program, and do a complete layout for, we've got Zwelicha currently on the program, we've got Okamp as well as Napier. That's a high priority for that program. Thank you.
I think Michael, there was when MEC was here, there was an amount that was budgeted for informal settlements in Cape Agulhas. So we need to tap into that tap, because it was said in public that there is an amount that was budgeted for. But before we get to that, we internally need to know what is it that we want to do. All right, before you respond, Councillor Baker.
Ja, Speaker, daar's altyd 'n versigtiging uit die gemeenskap, veral in die informele areas vir opgradering van die formele area. Nou om terug te kom nou na die punt toe en die vraag wat gevra word vir die raad, stel ek voor dat ons in beginsel die 100 ewe goedkeur van my kant. So, dankie.
Kan ek sekondeer kry, raadslid everyone.
Ik wil zeker maken, Speaker, als we gaan praten met Agridwala, die administratie, dat is net niet de 100, en dan ons praat ook van een pier van die 100 erven, en dan is daar die boerderijen, dus community gardens, dat is dat ook een 18 per area. One time klaar met Agridwala, zomaar organiseerd.
Daar is mos in die contract 'n clausule wat sê if the municipality will need, then we must give them adequate time. All right, Abdulaziz, your comments?
Speaker, through you to the municipal manager, if the road is not a problem for us, we can push the road. It's going to be a gravel road in any case, and it's quite on the upper side. Nota, but then also the water and sanitation, that is going to be our biggest expense, like the councillors just mentioned, that is the biggest need. However, if we don't have a budget for it, and if we do need money, then we will follow the route of requesting emergency expenditure and look at savings from other projects.
Okay, we've dealt with dringende items from the MM. Oorweging van kennisgewing van Moses. I have not received anything. Oorweging van kennisgewing van vrae. I've not received anything. And then oorweging van dringende moties. None, I have not received. Verslag deur munisipale bestuurder oor die uitvoering van raadsbesluite. Okay, MM, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Speaker. This is the one aspect that I would really would have loved this current council to deal with all the items that have been coming on for some time during this term of office. Unfortunately, there are some of the council resolutions that have been taken that takes a little bit longer time and has a lot more input and other factors that influence. But there is the onafgehandelde raadsbesluite. The list is included from 72 to 74. So, and also the progress in terms of that, and I must be honest here, I also just want to commend Marius's department, because a number of them had to do with property management related items, and that is why he organized the site visits and organized the workshops and everything, and I think that is why most of the items could have been addressed or accommodated in this last council meeting of this current council. So the list is obviously a lot shorter now, but there are unfortunately some of the matters that will have to stand over for the next council to deal with, and we will certainly place a big priority in making sure that most of these resolutions are implemented in the shortest space of time. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Marius.
Lady Speaker, Council Decision 63 of 2021, that was dealing with the access road of the PMB Kalk Works. And we put the council resolution, everybody was thought, and on the maps it was part of our commonage ground, plot number 1148. Till the final application come to the land surveyor, and then they find out that it wasn't for plot number 1148, it was part of farm 159. So what we do from administration side is we advertise it in the local newspaper, that there's it's a regstelling wat ons geadverteer het, rectification, and we advertise it in the local newspaper and on the social media, that we rectify that decision of 1148 and we change it to farm 159, and we have no objectives from the public. So we wasn't aware that we own a farm. Yes, so you are a farm owner. So we will just want to change that 1148 to farm 159/0. It's part 0.
Okay. All right. Then we've come to the end of the meeting where the public we will have to excuse our visitors if there's any, our viewers from the different social media platforms. Now we move into in committee.
Yes, Speaker, before we go into that, there's one matter that we wanted to handle off this first thing, but we've printed some certificates of appreciation and this token of the commitment from the current councillors for the past term. And I know there's some councillors that might not be returning to council, so we also just want to make this use of this opportunity that yourself is the acting speaker, and the mayor just hand over certificates of appreciation to all the councillors before we go into the committee item.
All right. All right, so we will be handing over the certificates to councillors. Thank you, councillors, for your contributions for the past 5 years. We cried, we laughed, we scaled, but we're still here. And this is today where we give that appreciation. All right. Ek het gedink julle gaan ook baadjies of iets koop. Okay. No, but we must do it here. We must do it here so that the viewers can, the camera is here. Okay. Kom, burgemeester. There's one here right in front of me.
Tracy daar, dat net. Paul Swart. This was his first term as the executive mayor. I think the first term as councillor.
Yes.
Okay, and I must be honest, you did a remarkable job, and that is why Cape Agulhas municipality hereby wish to recognize and applaud Councillor Paul Swart for the manner in which he has carried out his duties as councillor during this term of office from 2016 to 2021. He has really represented the municipality at engagement within and outside of our region with integrity and honor. And the municipality wish to present Councillor Paul Swart with this certificate in recognition of his loyalty and commitment to Cape Agulhas and its people. So thank you very much, and a heartfelt thank you, Mayor Paul Swart, for your contribution.
Paul John Swart.
Paul John Swart.
Baie dankie Emma. Ek gaan nie al die goed dan nog lees nie.